This is the tale of the weakest hunter, cast aside by his own party the moment they finished clearing a swarm of monsters and rushed after the treasure. Yet he feels not a single ounce of bitterness about their betrayal. Instead, he awakens his exclusive recycling ability, turning every monster corpse into precious attribute points and even unlocking a brand new skill as a bonus. The other Awakeners cannot tolerate someone wielding such overpowered powers. When they finally confront the dungeon boss, they scatter like rats and try to toss him forward as a disposable decoy. That decision proves to be their greatest mistake. Talk about a rookie mistake. In a dramatic reversal, he recycles those betrayers too, snatching several powerful new skills and turning the tables on his former comrades. The act also gives him a hard-earned vengeance against those who treated him like trash. Not long ago, he was nothing but useless meat, devoid of powers or skills. He was forced into the role of a scavenger, picking up leftovers after the Awakeners cleared the dungeon. That went on for years, until one day a wolf monster burst from the shadows, and his party fled, leaving him to die as they always did. He scans the battlefield for weapons and finds only a wooden shield and a wooden staff, each rated at level 1. The wolf hangs at critical health, presenting the exact chance he has been waiting for. He engages the beast alone, while the other scavengers shout that he is a fool for daring to battle a creature only job changers can handle, marking his first solo duel and earning his very first experience point. He retorts that he already knows that, and that all his stats remain at level 1. He bitterly reflects that, with such feeble attributes, he cannot even pierce the defenses of the weakest monsters. Yet he claims to understand this limitation better than anyone. All he needs is a surge of strength. With that thought, he lunges at the wolf. Meanwhile, Chen laughs, amused that the scavengers panic after seeing the demon wolf in critical condition. He remarks that while they could easily earn a fortune by slaying a few monsters, scavengers become completely useless against demon beasts, proving they are nothing but low-life trash. Yeah, that is as bad as it sounds. Another job changer tells the group to collect only the valuable items and leave the rest for the scavengers to clean up. As the scavengers continue shouting about the beast, a girl informs the boss that a monster seems to have slipped through, but no one pays it any attention. On the other side, the protagonist drives his weapon into the demon's eye, landing a critical hit and earning 1 experience point. Chen steps forward and mocks him, sneering that a lone wolf managed to kill a single low-level beast. He grabs Xing by the collar and yells, demanding to know why he is acting like a hero just for killing a wolf. He shouts that they do not waste money on trash corpses, while the protagonist secretly dreams of becoming a job changer. Dreaming of a better job, huh? A job changer's career path is not fixed. Once someone accumulates enough experience to reach level 1, even a level 0 individual can switch jobs successfully. In some cases, they can even unlock hidden jobs. To achieve that, one must find ways to gain experience in order to level up. But for a level 0 who cannot deal damage to demon beasts, it is a task harder than ascending to the heavens. Xing has spent years risking his life to land guaranteed critical hits, just enough to deal at least 1 point of damage. Through relentless persistence, he finally amassed enough experience. Now, after killing this demon wolf, all conditions align. His experience reaches 100 points, and he levels up. At the same time, Chen grows furious at the thought that someone he considers trash has managed to trigger a job shift. Xing advances from scavenger to scavenger level 1, the maximum rank for that class. Chen bursts out laughing, claiming that even after a job change, he remains merely a trash picker. He slaps his hand onto Xing's shoulder, chuckling that he cannot help but laugh, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, only for Xing to choose another worthless role, which, he adds, suits him perfectly. He mockingly calls him a level 1 scavenger, and says that since all his acquaintances are gone, he will have to handle the cleanup mission alone. Then Chen walks away, calling for his teammates, saying he has something to share with them. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders whether he is still weak, even after reaching the maximum level. He mutters that he cannot use any of his level-up attributes because a scavenger caps at level 1. As he gazes at the wolf's corpse, he questions what the scavenger's actual abilities are. Suddenly, his eyes flash a brilliant blue, and every detail of the demon wolf bursts into his mind as the recycling system awakens. revealing the hidden attribute gain mechanics. A message appears, recyclable trash found, corpse of a low-level spirit wolf. Stunned, he watches magical hands emerge from his back, pulling the demon wolf's corpse into them. He wonders aloud if this is the ability of a scavenger at maximum level. It seems frightening, but the hands successfully absorb the entire demon. Trash integration begins, and after a moment it completes. The hands present him with a spirit dash card and 3 attribute points, his reward for killing the demon wolf. Trying to make sense of it all, he realizes he can acquire cards and personal attribute points from corpses. He opens his attribute system to confirm whether it is true. The hands inform him he needs 3 agility points to activate the card. 3 points, easy pick. Without hesitation, the protagonist allocates all 3 of his attribute points into agility. Now meeting the requirements to use the Spirit Wolf card, which currently has 4 points and requires more than 3 agility points, he is asked whether he wants to activate it. He responds affirmatively, and his body begins absorbing the card's energy. He wonders what has changed in him, as nothing appears visibly different. The job changers yell at him to start working. As he tries to walk, his feet erupt with unbelievable speed, crashing him to the ground in a wild burst of power. Realizing what just happened, he understands that this is the ability granted by the card. As he rises, his vision shifts. Corpses around him now display the message, recyclable trash found. He realizes that he can not only gain attributes, but also recycle the powers of demon beasts, and that this is the unique ability of an abyssal scavenger at level 1, its maximum potential. Once again, the hands stretch out from his back, reaching for the corpses. He declares in awe that this ability is immensely powerful. He continues accumulating attributes, while our boy explains that from the moment he first made contact with the corpse of the spirit wolf, he acquired a new ability, Soul Dash. The ghostly hand then delivers an attribute point he earned, and the protagonist watches with curiosity, intrigued by the unfamiliar process of gaining attributes for the first time. He also realizes that corpses of the same type yield fewer new abilities. In fact, the rewards for consuming identical species steadily diminish. The hands commend him for obtaining an attribute point and outline the benefits of absorption. As they do, he wonders whether skills require fresh corpses for one-time rewards. His total attribute points have reached 111, and he contemplates where to invest them. He is basically a walking point bank now. Gazing at his attribute board, he notes it seems unlikely he will face a shortage of points in the future. He begins assigning them evenly. Elsewhere, the job changers battle demonic monsters, and only 2 creatures remain. During the skirmish, Chen informs his boss that our boy has undergone a job change to a level 1 scavenger. The boss responds, admitting he has never encountered such a remarkable job change table. Another job changer chimes in, stating that while hidden jobs are occasionally added to the grand job change registry, the top-tier job rankings have remained unchanged for years. These so-called hidden jobs, he claims, are nothing more than a joke. Chen adds that his highest level has only increased to 1, placing him at F rank, slightly stronger than other 0-level scavengers, and not much else has improved. Their boss orders them to stop focusing on our boy and keep advancing. Soon, they discover a mound of withered bodies stacked together. The boss announces that they have located the mission target, the remains of the captain of the Falcon hunting group. One job hunter inspects the bodies, noting that the abyssal transformation likely occurred within the last 48 hours, yet the corpses are unnaturally dried out. It seems as though their essence was drained by some form of dark magic. A girl in the group observes that they had only encountered low-level zombified wolves, making it all the more bizarre that a B-ranked team like the Falcon hunting group would perish here. Abruptly, the corpses begin shifting and advancing toward them. Those corpses are basically a moving graveyard. Meanwhile, a news anchor reports that abyssal transformation has broken out at the People's Mall in Shenfeng City. It has been initially classified as a B-level mutation, and the current count of missing persons has already reached 217. Back at the scene, their boss shouts for everyone to retreat. They have been deceived. As the bodies attack, Chen remarks that he had been wondering where all the corpses had gone. Now it is clear they have been amassed into a grotesque mountain. The boss warns them again not to fall for the trap. They were used as bait to draw prey further inward. Suddenly, a high-level abyssal man-eating plant, ranked A, emerges. This is the true master of the abyss. The reanimated falcon hunting group surges forward and attack. Elsewhere, the protagonist sits calmly, reviewing his stats. He has achieved the novice scavenger milestone during the city test by recycling 50 corpses. The system displays his reward, a heart necklace of ordinary quality and a basic dagger. However, the protagonist is visibly underwhelmed, dismissing the rewards as trash tier. Just then, a hostile voice reaches him. The animated corpse is upon him. Instantly, he triggers an agility check and evades the blow with a sharp fluid movement. Eyeing the creature, he mutters that he genuinely thought he might die just now. At the same time, he realizes his reflexes have quickened, likely due to the attribute points he recently assigned. His strength has risen as well, confirming he has grown significantly more powerful. The protagonist activates Spirit Dash and prepares to counterattack the animated corpse, declaring that he too is now a job changer. And this time, the damage will not be 0. He triggers a strength check of 20, breaking the target's defense and doubling his physical damage output. He feels a surge of satisfaction with this new version of himself. With 20 points allocated to intelligence, his heightened insight allows him to detect hidden traps set by the target. Studying the creature, a parasitized human at the essence level, he identifies its weakness, fire, and the junction of its neck. He strikes with the ordinary dagger, targeting the vulnerable spot, and successfully eliminates the parasitized human. This action triggers a constitution check of 20 and activates the corpse effect of poison resistance fruit. Meanwhile, Ching is ecstatic. This is the first time he has ever killed something entirely on his own. The system informs him that the parasitized human can now be recycled. He accepts. Upon recycling, the system grants him a passive skill called Toxic Evaluation, which allows him to convert poison effects into beneficial ones. He examines the skill card, realizing this means he can now treat spoiled potions like tonics. The system further reports that he has gained 5 allocatable attribute points. Turns out spoiled potions can be a sweet cheat. It then hands him a spoiled potion and instructs him to decompose it, indicating that even severe poison can become a positive force. He drinks it to test the claim, and all critical effects convert into healing effects. The system reveals that all his basic attribute values have now doubled, an effect that will last for 10 minutes. Ching feels a powerful energy welling up inside him. He reviews his attributes once more, but a noise behind him draws his attention. Xing spins around, his eyes locking onto a massive horde of parasitized humans barreling straight toward him. Steeling himself, Xing barrels into the fray, shouting that he is a scavenger and that he will show everyone who ever called him trash or useless just how wrong they were. Across the battlefield, a band of job changers fights the creatures, and one of them remarks that they have actually grown stronger than before. They explain that the main cause is the man-eating plant pulling the strings. The commander orders a retreat, yet the parasitized humans begin cutting them down one by one. Xing bolts away from the chaos, determined not to meet his end here. He insists he will not lose his money because he has already acquired plenty of equipment. All he needs now is a plausible excuse to justify the team's defeat. While sprinting, he casts a quick glance back at the remaining foes. Without warning, someone collides with him, sending him sprawling to the ground, and he recognizes the attacker as the very scavenger they had derided as trash. Xing steps forward, confronting the attacker and demanding to know whether he truly betrayed his team merely to save his own life. But Chen looks past Xing, his eyes fixed on the mound of parasitized humans behind him, and asks whether he really killed every one of them. In Chen's mind, he decides that he cannot allow this man to leave, fearing he might expose everything to the supervisors. Chen snarls at Xing, shouting that if he truly wants to become stronger, he should feed himself to the monsters. He launches a kick, but Xing's body reacts instinctively, activating a hidden strength check that sends a sharp jolt of pain through Chen's leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The protagonist stands over Chen, coldly declaring that Chen is even worse than trash. At that moment, grotesque hands erupt once more, dragging Chen away despite his frantic screams for assistance. Moments later, the hands fling him back out, proclaiming him non-recyclable trash. Meanwhile, the system notifies Xing that his recycling ability has been upgraded. It now targets useless abilities that can be recycled with the user's consent. He activates a card that controls all flames. The system informs him that the fireball skill requires 15 intelligence points, and with 50 points available, he can activate both the overcast effect and the fireball skill, evolving them into a great flame explosion. He thought a fireball would make his enemies toast, literally. A swarm of parasitized humans charges toward him, so he releases the upgraded fireball, turning them to ash within seconds. He really turned the battlefield into a fireworks show. But he suddenly shouts in frustration, declaring that he wanted to recycle them. A parasitized human lunges at him from behind, and after a fierce struggle, he manages to slay it. The Job Changer's boss has also transformed into a monster, and Xing engages him in battle as well. After defeating him, he apologizes for recycling his corpse. Xing obtains a dagger mastery card, granting him the ability to wield a dagger like an assassin and unleash a rapid flurry of stabbing attacks. As he activates the card, he feels the dagger become more responsive and efficient within his grip. The protagonist fends off parasitized humans, while Chen sits before the supervisors in the interrogation room. They grill him about his mission to locate the bodies of the Falcon group, reminding him that without those corpses, he will not earn any rewards. In the background, Xing's attributes surge dramatically as he now stands before a massive man-eating plant. The supervisors press Chen again about the missing corpses. He tells them the bodies were dragged into the abyss by that man, but they do not believe him. According to their records, Chen is the sole survivor of that dungeon, so the person he mentions should not exist. What makes them even more suspicious is that his level dropped to 1 after returning. Chen shouts that the man not only took the corpses, but also recycled his abilities. But the supervisors dismiss it as a hallucination, scoffing at the idea of someone being recycled and spat out. Their disbelief leads them to brand the team as traitors. Still, Chen stands his ground, insisting he is telling the truth, that the trash man really did this to him. The protagonist stands before the entrance to a B-rank abyss, reflecting on his past. He remembers selling magic crystals on the black market and receiving barely 30% of their value. Private trading was illegal, as the crystal market was monopolized by the final enterprises, and the meager profit barely helped him pay off his debts. Now, if he uses the recycling ability too openly, someone might report him to the supervisors. With his obscure hidden job, there is a real risk they will detain him for over a year for research. He glances down at his hand, marked with the recycling emblem, a permanent reminder of the secret vocation. For now, his focus remains on earning money. He is joined by a group of job changers preparing to enter the newly appeared abyss, meaning the rewards this time will be doubled. The boss calls out for job changers to step forward and sign up, accepting only those of B rank and above. Xing steps forward, declaring that he is a scavenger at level 1 and asks if he qualifies. Talk about starting from the bottom. The boss erupts in laughter, mocking him for even calling himself a job changer. He waves him away, telling him to stand in the back and stick to picking up trash. Xing devises a quiet plan. He will stay at the rear, play the part of a weakling, and secretly gather corpses and scraps without being noticed. Just then, a man grabs Xing's wrist as a girl arrives, the daughter of the Liu family who has recently awakened her god-chosen job. She orders them to take Xing along, stating they already have enough people. This is Liu Xingren, the rising star of the hunting group, widely known as the god-chosen child. The man objects, pointing out that Xing is only at level 1 and has no proof of qualifications. Liu dismisses it, saying it does not matter. Everyone there is just filler anyway, like trash. The man relents, agreeing that she has the final say, since the hunting group operates on her family's property and is responsible for her protection. As Xing reflects on nearly being kicked out, he resolves to seize this opportunity. He studies Liu's face, trying to remember where he has seen her before. It comes back to him. 2 years ago, when he slew his first demon, she had been there, staring at him in shock, asking how someone like him, a mere trash picker, could accomplish such a feat. She admitted she had only heard of people using that method to level up, but never imagined anyone would actually go through with it. He replied that he only wanted to make money, and then began collecting magic crystals. She told him she could not believe he would risk his life merely for money. He snapped back that job changers like her had no idea how harsh and bitter life was for people like him. Furious, he accused her of abandoning everyone, choosing to move forward alone, while he threw himself into battle against demon beasts merely to survive. She shouted in return that she only did it to become stronger. She wanted to be the first to conquer that place. When he asked what place she meant, she deflected by questioning his reason for wanting to change jobs. He told her he wanted to become strong to protect his family. He remembers that after they introduced themselves, she wished him good luck and said she looked forward to him becoming a job changer. She even invited him to join her team once he changed jobs, proposing they conquer that place together. They made a deal. At that time, she had already slain 30 demons, while he had only managed one. She told him she would meet him again after his job change. Then her father's men arrived. They had been searching for her after she had sneaked away. They scolded Xing for standing near her and tried dragging her back. As she was pulled away, she tossed a crystal at him, saying it was his reward. A crystal as a parting gift. Classic. Xing went his own way after that. Now, standing beside her again, he recalls her name, Liu Xingren. Another man hears the remark and slaps him, declaring that she is definitely Liu Xingren and demanding to know what he is thinking. He then commands him to retrieve the crystals. While the others move, he watches her from behind, muttering that he will do his best not to let anyone down. Liu hears him and replies curtly that it is good, though her tone remains unfriendly. She then orders everyone to move into the abyss immediately. They begin entering the gate one by one, while the boy silently vows to earn a fortune this time. In the previous abyss, he had mastered the abilities of Shield Warrior, Assassin, and Berserker, and had even secured a boss-level skill, Super Regeneration from the Man-Eating Plant. Additionally, by using his radar chart point allocation method, he had eliminated any weaknesses regardless of his chosen profession. Every attribute could now exceed 100 points, distributed evenly across 6 stats. He had been the one who recycled everything in the previous abyss. As they advance deeper, he ponders which level truly corresponds to 100 attribute points. His observant eye scans the other stats. He scoffs at one man whose strength is merely 12 points, with a dismal 1 point in intelligence. He calculates that if a normal mortal's strength is 1 point, then someone with 12 points has 12 times that strength. By that logic, with his own strength at 100 points, he enjoys a 100-fold advantage over a regular person. Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoes through the cavern, but Xing dismisses it as the result of unstable structures. Moments later, someone shouts that a chest has been found, and the entire group rushes over. Without any assassins among them, they realize they cannot open it. It is a rank 11 chest. But Xing raises his hand, and after a few seconds, successfully unlocks it. One man gasps in disbelief, pointing out that only assassins or those above level 5 can unlock such chests. He demands to know how Xing managed it. Calmly, he explains that he is a level 1 scavenger, and scavengers often stumble upon chests like this while combing through junk. The man nods and says they will divide the loot after the mission, and should stay focused for now. As they continue forward, Xing suddenly halts and warns a man not to move. He senses something ahead. He throws a stone forward, and immediately the walls on both sides begin to close in, shocking everyone. They begin questioning whether Xing is truly just level 1. He explains that it is nothing special. Scavengers naturally develop trap perception skills through experience. Meanwhile, Liu listens silently from behind. Even a level 1 can sense a trap. His system displays a deception check. People are beginning to believe in him, which confirms that his 100 intelligence points are working as intended. The boss hands Xing a card named Broken One-Handed Mace, a weapon usable at level 1. He accepts it, but realizes his evaluation in their minds still remains low. They press on until reaching a spacious hall with a glowing object placed in the center. One man comments that it looks like the treasure at the end of the level, and reaching this point was surprisingly easy. He speculates that perhaps this abyss's reward room contains no monsters. The system confirms to Xing that this abyss is a special type. Its reward room holds only treasures and no enemies. At the center, a stone tablet floats above a goblet filled with red liquid. One man picks up the tablet, but Liu quickly warns everyone to stay alert, as monsters could appear at any moment. The man, pointing to the stone, claims they merely need to retrieve the final treasure, and then they can leave. Meanwhile, the liquid in the goblet begins boiling uncontrollably. The system alerts Xing that the blood trial has begun, and suddenly, all the blood surges out of the goblet. They quickly realize this is not a reward room, it is a trap. Liu identifies it as the blood nightmare and instructs everyone to prepare for battle. Xing decides to use only 25% of his strength to avoid revealing his full power. He dons the Ring of Weakness, which reduces all attributes by a selected percentage. He recalls how furious he would have been when he first acquired it, questioning why he would ever wear something that weakens him. But now, he muses that what once seemed useless might turn out to be his most valuable tool. They begin fighting the blood spirits, which shatter instantly with a single blow. But soon, they realize the spirits are condensing into humanoid forms. The blood nightmare starts off fragile, but rapidly strengthens as it mimics and counters its human opponents. Though they keep attacking the creature as it takes on more human-like traits, it refuses to die. One of them finally exclaims, "It seems these things are unkillable." Liu dispatches the blood nightmares with flawless technique, freezing them first, then smashing them into fragments. She frowns, puzzled as to why the others cannot handle them the same way. As another one splinters beneath her strike, she mutters that trash remains trash no matter the form. But another girl counters, pointing out that the creatures are too fast, leaving no window to cast proper magic skills. Meanwhile, Xing considers vaporizing them on the spot, as his sword proves useless against these foes. His sword may be useless, but his mind is sharp. Xing channels a powerful incantation, releasing a blazing explosion of flame. Allies around him murmur in disbelief that a level 1 scavenger is wielding an S-grade evocation spell. Only a few blood nightmares remain. Qing slays another, but the beast refuses to stay down and instead multiplies before them. Yes, that is as chaotic as it sounds. This monster is no ordinary threat. It is a king-level blood nightmare. The group is rattled, struggling to understand how such a creature appeared in a B-rank abyss. Xing narrows his eyes, suspicion brewing. These monsters can mimic the forms of their targets and grow stronger when facing powerful opponents. He pieces it together. The nightmare must have absorbed his attributes and evolved into a king-level entity. Now the monster focuses its attacks on Xing. He weaves between the strikes, evading with precision, but realizes brute force will not be enough to overcome a creature enhanced with his own power. Liu steps forward, eyes sharp, and orders Xing to stand back. She declares she is the one capable of handling an opponent of this magnitude. She charges in and slashes the nightmare, encasing it in crystalline ice. Xing's eyes widen as he realizes she has mastered the frost domain. Liu quickly senses the truth. She cannot defeat it alone. Her strength still falls short against something this powerful. A memory surfaces. Her subordinates had warned her about the abyss, noting the unstable energy levels and urging her not to venture alone. Back then, her body had been wrapped in bandages after a devastating accident. Now she peels them away, revealing healed wounds, and declares that the time has come to challenge her ultimate goal, the dark uppermost level of the tower. She reflects bitterly that she may never reach the heights her brothers and sisters attained. But if she fails to conquer this abyss, she believes she has no right to carry the Liu family name. Gritting her teeth, she surges forward and launches another powerful assault on the monster. As she strikes, a banner of frost materializes before her. The system chimes in, announcing that the speed of all allies within a 30 meters radius has increased by 50%. Determined, Liu thinks that while she might not be able to kill it outright, she can still freeze it completely, and when the time comes, strike again with full force. Nearby, Qing watches intently. He whispers that this legendary S-rank warrior is truly a chosen god. But deep down, he is not just impressed. He is eager to see which force will prevail, the king-level blood nightmare or the god-chosen knight Liu Xingren. The monster refuses to die despite the relentless barrage of attacks. She realizes that even with her S-rank, her strength pales in comparison to her older siblings. Sharing the Liu surname brings her no comfort. Among her family, she feels like the weakest link. Yes, family pressure can be brutal. Memories flood in of her siblings mocking her, calling her trash. They had never allowed her to descend into the abyss, claiming it was too dangerous. Now she is desperate to grow stronger, even if that means starting from the novice abyss. She believes that as long as she pushes through every hardship, she can one day surpass her siblings and rise beyond them. Summoning resolve, she slams her weapon down with fury onto the monster's head. But the beast retaliates, lashing out violently, and voices around her shout warnings to retreat. Panic spreads as they recall this creature, even overpowered an S-rank hunter. None of them stand a chance alone. The monster prepares to strike again, but Ching rushes in, intercepting the blow. His eyes narrow, scanning the creature with precision, relying on his observing eye to identify its weakness. If this creature ascends to the king level, it will gain resistance to basic status effects, and as it evolves further, it could become immune to freezing, dizziness, paralysis, and slowness. Worst of all, its existing weaknesses would vanish entirely. He knows there is no time left for hesitation. He channels every attribute he possesses, preparing to go all out against the blood nightmare. Liu gulps down a healing potion, her eyes fixed on Ching as he challenges the monster head-on. Ching, fully focused, scours the beast for any vulnerability, aware that even if he damages it, the monster's body will regenerate. A sudden thought strikes him. What if the creature is being remotely controlled? He calls out to the others, urging them to give him the block. It had been removed right before the blood nightmare emerged, so the connection must exist. A man responds quickly, kicking the block toward Ching. Though the object is covered in ancient script, Ching deciphers it easily thanks to his intelligence. The glyph block holds the key. Only by unraveling the incantation can the blood nightmare be killed. Anxiety grips him as he realizes the solution had been within reach all along. He simply needed to use the observing eye from the beginning. Without hesitation, he hurls the block into the mouth of the king blood nightmare. The monster immediately enters its invincible mode, then freezes mid-motion. Liu steps forward, studying him closely, and asks if they have met before. Something about him feels familiar. Ching, surprised, questions how she did not recognize him earlier. He reminds her they crossed paths 2 years ago. He was a scavenger then and took her experience points. In fact, those were the very first experience points he ever earned. Her memory clicks into place. She recalls the boy who had scooped up the missing .5 from a monster she had slain. She says she remembers now. His name is Yahello, which amusingly means one-night stand. Ching's face turns red as he corrects her. His name is actually Yahello. She chuckles, admitting she never imagined he would manage to change his job. He responds proudly, announcing he is now a level 1 scavenger. She gazes at him thoughtfully, impressed that he risked everything and succeeded in altering his class. Meanwhile, Ching grows increasingly flustered under her persistent stare. She finally breaks the silence, informing the others that the glyph block will now circulate within the blood nightmare's body. However, her command over the frost domain is temporarily disabled. She instructs Yahello to locate the block within the beast. Ching had expected this. No matter how strong a person is, there comes a time when they cannot overcome every challenge alone. They will need support. He looks at her and offers a fist bump, telling her to consider this her .5 reward, and suggests they face the monster together. She grins and returns the gesture, declaring that he would better not slow her down during the fight. Around them, the other team members rally, voices rising in unison. They are determined to win, eager to contribute however they can. With renewed resolve, Ching addresses them all, urging everyone to advance as one. He promises they will make it out alive together. Ching announces that only 5 seconds remain until invincibility wears off, and then the monster will enter its berserker stage. It will rampage uncontrollably for the next 30 seconds. Yes, the clock is ticking. He urges everyone to make use of this final 30-second window and return alive this time. Shouts erupt from the group, each one yelling their determination to survive. They surge toward the monster together. One member charges ahead to draw the creature's attention. Leo barks a command to a girl named Mage, instructing her to target the monster's tentacles and shield the scavenger. Mage unleashes her attacks, magic flaring as she strikes at the flailing limbs. Xing declares that the glyph block is the key to ending the blood trial, and if it is destroyed by a fireball, the trial will never conclude. He anxiously demands to know what they are going to do. Ching considers retrieving it manually, intending to pull it out himself. She shouts in protest, insisting he cannot just dive into the monster's stomach to extract it. Yes, that sounds like a messy plan. But Ching retorts that he is going to pierce straight through its body. Without hesitation, Liu commands the archer to aim for the ceiling and shoot down the rocks to create makeshift steps for Ching. Arrows fly one after another, dislodging stones that crash to the ground below. Meanwhile, she focuses on weakening the blood nightmare's raging winds. She attempts to issue further orders to the rest, but Ching cuts her off, urging her to leave everything to him as he bolts toward the monster. As he sprints, he reasons that his super regeneration can rapidly heal wounds, rendering minor attacks ineffective. Across the battlefield, Liu attempts to freeze the creature's body again. She advises Ching to aim for the chest. It is the most penetrable spot. Knowing he lacks the speed for a direct assault, Ching activates his berserker mode, boosting his velocity by 20%. He downs a healing potion in one gulp. He also remembers the slowness potion he picked up at the abyss entrance, a trash item that might finally serve a purpose. Gathering his strength, he hurls himself at the monster, roaring that this is his finishing blow. But the monster lashes out with its tentacles, swatting him mid-air. He crashes to the ground, skidding far across the floor. Groaning, he mutters that his dramatic move flopped miserably, and that he really should have kept a low profile. Suddenly, his recycling ability kicks in. Yes, his ability really backfires. Except this time, he is the one being targeted for recycle. Ethereal hands erupt around him, dragging him inward. Liu and the others recoil in shock, frantically trying to understand what is happening. But then Ching bursts back out. He cannot be recycled. Talk about a comeback. Smirking, he commands the hands to hurl him with full force. This, after all, was part of his plan. The hands hurl him directly into the monster's stomach. As he tears through the inner flesh, he bursts out the other side, clutching the block in his grasp. The King Blood Nightmare crashes to the ground, signaling the completion of the blood trial. The others scramble to understand what just occurred, then slowly realize they have triumphed over the monster. Joy erupts among them as they shout in victory. And without warning, everyone begins leveling up. Everyone except Xing, who remains static, having already reached the maximum level. The monster's corpse ignites, burning away into ash and leaving behind a wooden box, the true treasure. They eagerly begin collecting the cards, and Xing also receives one, but its required level is 100. Fury wells up inside him as he questions why his maximum level is capped at 1, rendering every card completely useless to him. In frustration, he flings the card away, but Liu urges him to distribute the cards among the others since he contributed the most. He turns toward Liu and insists he needs to tell her something. Meanwhile, a large group of men, servants of the Liu family, prepare to enter the abyss to rescue Liu and the team. But before they can proceed, Liu emerges, declaring there is no need for a rescue. The men who saw her broke down in tears, overwhelmed with pure relief. A man gripping a microphone shouted, "Liu Xingren has cleared the abyssal all by herself." She strutted before the crowd, declaring that she could handle anything on her own because she possessed an S rank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team slipped away, vowing to keep the entire affair hidden. Liu recalled the moment when Xing had begged her for a favor deep within the abyss. He first told her that, as a member of the Liu family, money would never be an issue, and offered to sell her the items for 500 magic crystals, even adding a discount. She accepted. He then instructed her that, after leaving the abyss, everyone must act as if he never existed, allowing her to claim she had cleared the abyss entirely on her own. With that, he turned away, saying he would linger a little longer before slipping away unnoticed. Liu watched his retreat, puzzling over his motive. Was he trying to repay her or to keep her in debt? When the others vanished, Xing sat alone in the abyss, a silent block hovering before him. Just as he prepared a spell, a tiny blood nightmare, the very entity that had been pulling the strings, slithered out from the block. Xing demanded that the creature become his strength, arguing that it would rather not remain useless, trampled by others. In response, spectral hands reached out and recycled the blood nightmare. He acquired the nightmare body ability, allowing him to devour life essence and summon a nightmare clone. The clone can mimic its host, either endure or deliver a single strike, and it rests for 30 seconds before it can be used again. He also obtained a card titled Nightmare Body. and Xing noted that this would be a powerful asset in future battles. Meanwhile, Qing sat in a restaurant, sifting through all of his equipment. Even after handing Liu items that were useless because of their high level, he still possessed a mountain of gear. He knew the supervisors would notice, yet they would not care if he sold them. While rummaging, he accidentally pressed the recycle button, processing one piece of equipment and earning a single BP point. Puzzled, he tried to understand what had just occurred. The tutorial system explained that recycling meant sorting trash after an initial classification, then crushing, smelting, and separating it into reusable materials. That is about as thrilling as recycling gets. It clarified that BP is a universal substance extracted from decayed equipment, usable to upgrade, repair, and forge new items. The system then gave him a task: repair a simple dagger, costing 5 BP. He considered how to complete the task. The dagger, its durability showing 0.33, was something he had intended to discard after slaying the boss. Having earned 1 BP, he needed 4 more, so he began breaking down more items to gather the remaining points. The system not only repaired the dagger, but also boosted its attack power and durability, confirming that other discarded items could be enhanced as well. It congratulated him on finishing the tutorial and prompted him to choose a reward: either a novice blueprint or a random attribute increase of 2. Xing selected the conventional magic blueprint. Xing realized that attribute points mattered little at the moment. What truly counted was uncovering what lay inside the abyss, an utterly unpredictable place. Everyone knows countless adventurers have entered the abyss only to run out of magical energy before reaching the king's chamber, forcing a retreat. In those situations, magic bottles proved vital for survival. The system praised him for acquiring the item regeneration ability, then warned that regenerating a magic bottle demanded 6 BP and a random container. He wondered what could serve as a random container, then summoned the waiter and asked for one. After receiving it, he recycled the trash inside, preparing for the regeneration. He watched the screen in front of him, fighting a mini-game while the waiter stared at him with mounting suspicion. Eventually, he succeeded in regenerating the magical potion and drank it. The taste nearly made him gag. It was like rancid juice, but he forced it down. His magic stats began to rise, and his fatigue dropped dramatically. Feeling recharged, he left the cafe, convinced he could clear another abyss today. As he stepped outside, a group of men nearby immediately confronted him, asking if he was Yi Qing. They commented on how different he looked after only a few days. One of them placed a hand on his shoulder, claiming they knew he had uncovered some treasure while scavenging trash, and that they had been hunting him ever since. Xing calmly told them to leave him alone. He had already repaid all his debts with full interest. That guy really does not want any more trouble. But the man plunged his hand into Xing's cup, sneering that although the debt was paid, the contract still lingered. In his view, a trash picker should continue living like trash. He tossed Xing's milk tea onto the ground and began mocking him. Their true intention, to rough him up, became obvious. The leader glanced around, searching for surveillance cameras. He knew that using abilities outside the abyss was strictly forbidden for job changers. Only law enforcers and select armed personnel were permitted to use such abilities, so if he planned to fight back, he first needed to locate a camera blind spot. The thug ordered him to eat the pearls scattered on the ground and lick up the spilled milk tea, laughing that this was exactly what a trash picker was meant to do. Xing refused. Enraged, the man drew back to punch him, but at that moment someone stepped in. That escalated fast. A man named Caesar, an S-rank member of the Blood Oath hunting group, suddenly appeared, grabbing the attacker by his tie and halting the swing. He asked if all members had gathered. The thug hurriedly replied that one person was still missing. Meanwhile, Xing began to walk away, but Caesar called out, stating bluntly that he had been hired. Xing replied that he was just a trash picker, unable to defend himself, and suggested Caesar find someone more suitable. Caesar explained that they were about to enter the abyss during a red moon when every monster went berserk. He needed someone to act as bait. Strength mattered not. As Xing listened, his mind drifted to thoughts of the red moon. During that phase, every monster in the abyss entered a berserk state. Rare monsters appeared, rewards doubled, and the quality of magic crystals became far purer. The opportunity proved tempting, and Xing decided to accept the offer and join the team. Caesar gestured toward the man behind him and called the others over. When Xing turned to look, he recognized the man. It was Lao Chen. As soon as Chen saw him, he started yelling, but Xing silenced him by placing a hand over his face. They began to scuffle, and after a brief tussle, Xing dragged him aside for a private conversation. Chen exclaimed that he still could not believe Xing was alive. Xing told him he should be grateful. He was only alive because Xing had saved him in the abyss, otherwise he would have perished that day. That was a life-saving rescue. Caesar asked if the two knew each other, but Xing brushed it off, denying any connection. He walked away, adding coldly that it should be obvious. No one calls someone a friend after they have murdered their own teammates. Xing then turned back to Chen and asked if he had managed to escape the supervisor's grasp. Chen began explaining that he had originally been sentenced to 15 years, but escaped by surrendering all his assets and paying a 1.5 million fine. He then started blaming Xing, claiming everything that had happened to him was Xing's fault. Xing's expression hardened. He warned that if Chen uttered another word, he would grind him into scraps and recycle him without a second thought. They stood inside the Sea City subway, at the threshold of the abyss. Zhou Tang, a level 3, welcomed them to the cannon fodder team and casually asked about their roles. Xing introduced himself as a level 1 scavenger, and Chen followed up by stating he was a level 1 mage. Xu reassured them that no one looked down on anyone here, because every last one of them was trash, risking their lives for money. Quietly, Xing reflected that this so-called trash group might actually stick together until the end. Zhou gestured toward his 2 cannon fodder members and raised the need for a team leader. He claimed the position, arguing that being the highest level made him the best choice. Lao Zhu, a level 2 healer, agreed to follow Zhou, and Lao Zhang, a level 3 warrior, supported the idea as well. A council of misfits, indeed. Caesar addressed the group, informing them that 5 temporary participants would also join. He bluntly explained they were meant to be bait in the abyss, expendable. Xing listened silently. Caesar then handed a key to the newcomers and explained that the abyss was like a maze, riddled with hidden traps in every room. Their task: map a safe path to the boss chamber and report everything back to the main team. He told them to run the moment they spotted a monster, since none could fight. At least one had to survive if they wanted any money or reward. Zhu suddenly began coughing, his age catching up. Cheng checked on him, asking if he was all right. Zhu replied that he could not afford to stop. He had 4 daughters waiting at home for dinner, and he needed to earn cash today. Cheng nodded, adding that he, too, was gambling with his life for his wife, who lay in the hospital with a serious illness. They stood just steps from the abyss. Xing took the lead while the others whispered about him behind his back. Cheng observed that Xing looked unfamiliar, prompting Zhu to comment that every face was new in the cannon fodder trade. Looks like the newcomer is already causing a stir. Zhang shook his head, saying it was the first time he had seen someone appear so relaxed. They began their descent into the abyss. Zhu grew suspicious. It had been too long without encountering a single monster. Chen lost patience and yelled at him to stop jinxing them. Suddenly, the air turned icy, and Zhu shivered from the cold. Without warning, he triggered a hidden trap. Blades shot upward toward him, but he managed to dodge at the last second. Narrow escape. Chen scolded him furiously for stepping on it, while Xing quietly thought that Zhu somehow made it out alive. They kept moving. Zhu, still shaken, claimed luck must be on his side, or he would be dead by now. Then, without warning, he bolted ahead. Xing and Chen exchanged looks, visibly annoyed by his behavior. Something began falling from above. They glanced upward, trying to identify it, until the shapes shifted into spiders, demonized ones, in fact, level 5 elite monsters that spat poison. Zhou screamed, overwhelmed by his fear of bugs. Chen retaliated instantly, casting fire at the creatures. Zhu and Zhang leapt in as well, joining the battle. Elsewhere, one of the spiders lunged at Xing and sank its fangs into his leg. But because of a magical potion in his system, the spider died on contact. Chen witnessed the scene and scowled with jealousy, envious of Xing's recycling ability. Xing quickly commanded the system to recycle the demonized spider and gained an additional attribute point. Along with it, he obtained a card called Arcana, containing quenching poison. When applied, it dealt 60% of the weapon's damage as poison over 6 seconds, and if the strike was critical, the damage rose to 120%. It required an agility of 25. Arcanas were a unique type of ability. Once used, they vanished, but the item they were applied to retain the effect until it broke. That was a poison-packed edge. Chen discovers that recycling can yield not only skill cards and job cards, but also arcana cards. Realizing that arcana can be fused with other cards, he ponders merging one with his dagger and perhaps adding another. Zhang shouts at Chen, accusing him of idling instead of offering assistance. Meanwhile, Qing has already infused his ordinary dagger with quenching poison, and now stands ready to confront the spiders. At the same time, Zhu sprints away from the battle, grumbling that being level 3 provides little advantage when all his abilities are non-combative and merely boost allies. He quickly dons a mask and mutters that the situation is becoming too dangerous, insisting that he must activate a life-saving buff for himself. He bursts into song, declaring that the monsters are ghosts that must be captured without mercy. Yes, nothing like a battle hymn to scare off spiders. Yeah, it sounds like a terrible concert. King watches from a distance, puzzled, trying to comprehend Zhu's actions. However, instead of weakening the creatures, Zhu's song seems to empower them. Confused and panicking, Zhu turns and flees once more. Just as a spider lunges at Zhu, Qing slashes it from behind with his dagger, killing it instantly. The demonized spiders spiral out of control, prompting Zhang to urge a more serious approach as the situation becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Because Qing was the one who killed the spider from behind, the group mistakenly credits Zhou with the feat and begins praising him for his supposed bravery. While they continue discussing Zhou, Xing concentrates on the demonized spiders, analyzing their behavior and contemplating effective ways to eradicate them. On the other side, the team continues to extol Zhou's courage. King reflects on the nature of abyssal monsters, believing they possess intelligence. He notes that once they lock onto a target, they often do not attack immediately but instead retreat. As if confirming his theory, the spiders suddenly scatter and flee, exactly as Xing had predicted moments earlier. Chen, looking unsettled, remarks that this is only the first room, yet it is already terrifying. He adds that they have no idea what might appear next. Xing notes that all his arcanas have already been recycled. He kept only one card as a spare and converted the remaining 27 into basic points, earning 54 attribute points as a result. Zhu then orders everyone to advance now that the monsters are gone, warning them to stay alert for traps. Xing watches him with frustration, assuming that Zhou is actually referring to himself with that warning. He then spots a door, recognizing it as the entrance to a hidden berserk area. Thanks to the influence of the red moon, new branches begin to form throughout the dungeon, and Xing considers stepping inside. He summons the Blood Nightmare and instructs it to follow the rest of the team. While his clone dashes off to rejoin the others, the real Xing slips quietly into the hidden room. Without warning, a demonized spider ambushes Xing. He retaliates with a strike from his dagger, but quickly realizes the creature is immune to it. Talk about a tough opponent. This spider is a Broodmother variant, a level 20 rare elite. Xing calculates that defeating it could yield rare-level recyclables. The spider attacks again. In response, Xing unleashes a massive fire explosion, but the creature proves resistant even to fire. That leaves him with only one option: finish it off through direct combat. With no hesitation, Xing charges straight at the monster, dagger in hand. He lands a critical hit on the spider's weak point. He explains that although level 5 spiders have venomous bites, it seems level 20 broodmothers have lost that trait, along with their resistance to poison. Now, paradoxically, that is their greatest weakness. He suspects the shift is due to changes in their defenses and breeding capabilities. Since they no longer depend on hunting, they rely on secondary demonized spiders to do it for them. Ironically, the venom those spiders produce has become the broodmother's most dangerous vulnerability. The broodmother lunges and hurls its web at Xing, trapping him in a sticky mass. To break free, Xing triggers berserk mode and smashes the spider with such brute force that it is torn apart. The system notifies Xing that his berserk card has leveled up and prompts him to choose between two upgrades. The first, Splattering Gore, enhances berserk mode by allowing physical attacks to bypass a portion of enemy resistance, but at a cost, his health will steadily drain until either the mode ends or he dies. The second option, Unyielding Rage, extends the duration of Berserk mode and reduces its cooldown by half. Xing weighs his options. Unyielding Rage is the safer and more commonly chosen route, but against monsters with high resistance, splattering gore offers a significant edge. Nevertheless, the constant health drain is a serious drawback. Then a plan comes to mind. Xing can activate splattering gore while simultaneously using regeneration mode to counteract the side effects. That way, he can damage physically resistant monsters without the fatal trade-off. He then gathers every card in the area that he is permitted to bring back from the abyss as an official member. He plans to sell them for a solid profit and recycle the rest. Afterward, Xing receives 20 attribute points and begins to wonder what kinds of new skills he will gain. He obtains a rare Broodmother card that grants him the ability to summon up to 4 demonized broodlings to fight at his side and even evolve them over time. That is a serious army in the making. Talk about building an unstoppable squad. Meanwhile, the other team members discover a crystal mine. Zhu wonders aloud whether this is also a result of the Red Moon state, as the crystals are identified as S-rank magic crystals, extremely valuable. Zhu activates the Eye of Arjos, which scans a 60-meter radius and marks the surrounding area, displaying it on the map for everyone to see. Chen erupts in frustration, shouting at Zhu for marking the location, warning that they could have lived comfortably for life with that kind of money. Zhu dismisses the idea of wealth, reminding him that if Caesar discovers they are hiding something, he will kill them without hesitation. Even Zhang agrees, stating that as cannon fodder, their only role is to pave the way for others. Whether they die or survive, no one cares. They are considered disposable. Chen falls silent, recalling how he used to look down on others just like this. But now, after losing all his levels because of Qing, he is in the same pit, just another piece of trash. All he wants now is to scrape together enough money to rejoin the main force of one of the scavenger groups. He grabs a crystal, muttering that he only needs to sneak a few out. But the moment he does, a trap is triggered. A powerful strike slams directly into Zhu's forehead, knocking him flat. Elsewhere, Xing examines a level 1 broodling. It appears weak, but has the potential to grow into a level 5 demonized spider, using basic points. If Xing wants to keep it alive, he must raise its level quickly. He spends his points on it, and the creature evolves into a silk spider. Zhang seizes Chen by the collar and roars at him, his face contorted with fury. He blames Chen's greed for Lao Zhu's death, the man who had labored relentlessly just to support his family. Chen snaps back, insisting that if he had not lost all his levels, he would not be doing any of this. He adds coldly that he has no intention of staying with idiots like them. Zhang draws his sword and thrusts it toward Chen, calling him a team killer, reminding everyone that Chen murdered his own comrades. Chen scoffs, claiming he would do it again, because in this world, power and wealth come before anything else. But then a slow clap echoes behind them, and a mocking voice adds that luck matters too. Someone really enjoys dramatic entrances. Nice timing, huh? The clapping figure steps forward. It is Caesar, now standing just a few feet away. He grins and praises Chen's perspective, then casually invites him to join his team. At the same moment, one of Caesar's men gestures at Lao Zhu's body and notes that it is still warm. Caesar shrugs and says that death is a routine occurrence here. Everyone trades their lives for money, he explains, so craving more wealth is not shameful, and neither is dying for it. Wrapping an arm around Chen's shoulders, Caesar tells him these magic crystals are worth an entire city, appearing only under the red moon, and a single one has the power to completely transform a life. But obtaining them comes at the cost of a life he calls worthless. Turning to the expendables, Caesar orders them to gather every magic crystal and toss them into the basket. He warns them that if anyone tries to escape, he will kill them on the spot. Zhang cries out that collecting the crystals is suicide. Caesar eyes Zhang and reminds him of his earlier words, that he would do anything to earn money for his wife's treatment. He tells Zhang again that exchanging a useless life for money is nothing to be ashamed of. Caesar reaches out to grab a crystal, but then suddenly pulls back. Tears streaking down his face, Zhang mutters that he does not want to die like this. He says he only came to clear the gambling debt that ruined him. Chen, watching all of this, realizes he could never rival Caesar, even at full power. Resigned, Chen asks to join Caesar's team, accepting the earlier offer even if he is just a fire mage. Caesar turns to his team and asks if he really said that. When they confirm, Caesar motions Chen over. Chen drops to his knees before him and vows to lay down his life in service. Without warning, Caesar kicks Chen hard, knocking him to the ground. He spits that he will never allow garbage to enter his elite team. Then he declares that he is going to kill all of them now. As tensions rise, Xing silently appears from behind and transforms his clone back into a blood nightmare. Zhou prepares to leap into battle, but Xing advises him to stay calm and wait. Xing will handle it himself. King readies himself to collect the crystals. One of Caesar's men shouts at Qing to give a warning before touching anything. Ignoring him, Qing picks up a crystal. Everyone sprints behind the cliff for cover, but nothing happens to Xing. They wonder whether the traps are ineffective against him or if they deactivate after a single use. Turns out his luck is literally a shield. Thanks to Xing's unique abilities, he meets all the hidden requirements. While he can still get injured, death is not a risk for him while collecting crystals. Qing picks up another one, but again, the trap fails to trigger. Caesar stares in disbelief, muttering that Qing's luck must be over 60 points, an impossibility for a mere scavenger. He adds that most job changers cannot even increase their luck stat naturally. It can only mean that the death trap has failed. His teammates nod in agreement, and one of them boldly picks up a crystal. Instantly, a laser beam pierces his forehead, and he collapses to the ground. Caesar narrows his eyes and concludes that Yi Qing must possess a rare trait tied to his job class, one that grants him extraordinary luck. He asks if Qing poured all his stat points into luck, but Xing calmly replies that he distributed his points evenly across all his attributes. Now Caesar admits his original plan had been to use all of their corpses, but after witnessing Qing's abilities, he has changed his mind. He only wants the corpse of someone blessed with high luck. The others, he says, are disposable. Caesar commands his men to capture every last one of them. Chang tenses up, visibly nervous. After all, their opponents are members of Blood Oath, and there is no way they can stand a chance against a group like that. Chu immediately suggests retreat. Meanwhile, Chen has already taken off, sprinting ahead with 10 magic crystals clenched tightly in his hand. He protests, saying they cannot just run like this, they must stand and fight. Chang objects, reminding him they are severely outnumbered. But Qing flashes a confident smile and counters that they are not lacking in numbers. Without hesitation, Xing summons demonic spiders that surge toward the Blood Oath group at terrifying speed. Zhou begins to panic, overwhelmed by the realization that they must now face not only enemies, but monsters as well. Xing quickly calms him, explaining that the creatures are fighting on their side. Zhou stares at Xing in disbelief, stunned by the revelation that he can actually control monsters. Meanwhile, Xing studies the Blood Oath members and notes that all of them are above level 15. Although Xing is not yet certain about the exact power gap between monsters and humans, he is confident it will not become a major problem. Across the battlefield, Caesar observes the monster control and immediately realizes what it means. Xing must possess one of the hidden jobs. At the same time, Xing attempts to assess Caesar's level but fails to identify it, which can only mean one thing: Caesar is either equal to or stronger than him. Caesar does not waste time. He instructs his men to take down the monsters first, then wipe out the rest of the cannon fodder. Xing turns to his team and urges them to follow the path Chen took. If they want any chance of survival, that is the only option. Sheng remarks that, despite his folly, Xing is clearly doing his best to help them all. Something about it gives him hope, and he takes off running. But Zhou remains rooted in place, still unsure. Xing tells him bluntly that if he wants to live and continue exploring other abysses, now is the time to run. Xing sprints off as also, shouting that he will not forget Zhou's sacrifice. But just as they near the exit, a sudden crash sends a cascade of stones tumbling down, sealing off the way out. Zhang turns to Xing, yelling in frustration, demanding to know what kind of mess he has got them into this time. Zhou quickly apologizes, blaming himself. Ever since he entered the abyss, nothing has gone his way, one misfortune after another. Meanwhile, the Blood Oath members engage in a brutal clash with Xing and the demonic spiders. The creatures are strong enough to hold their own against most foes, but fighting a disciplined, organized group like the Blood Oath proves far more difficult. Amid the chaos, Ching slices through one member's legs with his dagger and prepares to strike again. Just then, the hunters retaliate, firing arrows at him, but Ching evades them with sharp reflexes. The hunters exchange surprised looks, clearly not expecting him to dodge that. One urges the other to adjust his aim and fire again. This time, Xing reacts. Xing slices the arrow mid-flight and unleashes a great flame explosion at them. The force of the spell sends a wave of fear through the enemy. Realizing just how strong he truly is, the enemies abandon the fight and flee. Yes, that is as bad as it sounds. Another Oath member charges toward Zhou, but Ching steps in to intercept the attack. Zhou collapses to the floor, and Ching urges him to stand and fight, reminding him that he is the reason they are trapped here. Blood covers Zhang's mouth and face. His opponent clearly overpowers him. Breathing heavily, Zhang mutters that he never should have come to the abyss. But for now, he might as well die now that he is gone, so are all his debts. As he braces for the final blow, Zhou suddenly casts a buff on the enemy. This time, the spell lands successfully, even though it paralyses Zhang as well. Meanwhile, Xing watches in confusion, trying to make sense of their plan. The opponent he is locked in combat with remarks that, despite his impressive strength, even he has limits, and right now he is pushing past them. Ching summons his clone, then unleashes a swarm of spiders, draining his mana rapidly. To keep up, he downs a magic potion to restore his energy. But his opponent, a necromancer, scoffs and tells him there is no point. It is already too late. He explains that necromancy is a formidable craft, and the undead under his control will fight without end. Realization hits Xing. This man commands corpses. With firm resolve, Xing announces he will bring peace to the dead. In response, glowing magical hands begin absorbing the reanimated corpses, disassembling them one by one. The necromancer demands to know where they have been taken. Without answering, Xing strikes. Caesar, watching from a distance, begins to look impressed. After slaying the necromancer, Ching approaches Caesar. He admits he would have let them all take the money and leave, but what truly infuriated him was hearing human lives weighed against magic crystals and being treated like disposable tools. He really thinks he can bargain with lives. Caesar smirks and warns Ching not to get cocky just because he has grown a bit stronger. He reminds him that this world devours the weak, and only the ruthless rise to the top. Suddenly, someone nearby pleads for mercy. It is Zhou. Caesar bursts out laughing, convinced these so-called cannon fodder will not leave the abyss alive. Zhou agrees with him calmly, but Zhang shouts furiously at Zhou, ordering him not to engage with the enemy and to kill them instead. From the moment they rebelled, Zhang declares that it was certain he would eliminate them. Zhou, however, responds that he cannot even kill a monster. His role has always been support. On the other side, Caesar outlines the stakes of this battle. One of them is bound to die. But Xing cuts in, admitting he does not fully grasp Caesar's reasoning, yet firmly believes everyone deserves a chance to enter the abyss and to leave it alive. Without warning, Caesar launches a ferocious attack, slamming Xing into a wall. Dazed, Xing realizes he has never faced someone this powerful. Caesar strikes again, but this time Xing narrowly evades the blow. Caesar sneers, declaring that in comparison to his power, everyone else is nothing but trash. Meanwhile, the Blood Oath member relentlessly hammers away at Zhou, while Zhang shouts at him to fight back, reminding him that he is their leader. Zhou flashes back to the moment he volunteered to take that role, regretting how naively he assumed leadership would not involve fighting monsters. What he had not admitted to anyone was that he is so weak he cannot even stand on equal footing with the rest. He begs the attacker to spare him, confessing that he is genuinely powerless. Xiao remembers how even his former teammates abandoned him, not just because he could not hold his own against monsters, but because he failed at the only thing he was supposed to do, buffing. That had been his one contribution, and even that was not good enough. It was during this low point that Caesar approached him with an offer to join his team. Caesar, who has been locked in combat with Xing throughout this battle, continues pressing forward. Ching, already wounded, suffers further as Caesar draws upon a martial technique passed down from a fighter named Kang Longjin. The move targets internal organs and causes severe physical trauma. If the victim casts magic afterward, the injury deepens so drastically it can become fatal. It is a signature combat skill capable of killing even a master magician. Xing retreats from Caesar, thoughts racing about the blood loss debuff steadily draining his strength. Then a sudden realization hits. Xing shouts for Zhou, talk about a light bulb moment. In that moment, Caesar strikes again, launching an attack that sends Xing sprawling to the ground right in front of Zhou. Qing, bleeding and weakened, speaks up. He shares the weight of knowing what it feels like to be useless, how it gnaws at you to depend on someone else's charity for survival because you are just weak, disposable trash. He admits he once dreamed of having more power than anyone else, and that unfulfilled desire left him constantly disappointed in himself. He says he used to be just like Zhou, helpless, but he never tried to run from danger. Weakness alone was not a reason to cower. Xing reflects on his own early battles with monsters, back when he had no powers at all and felt utterly worthless. But what he has come to fear more than physical danger is the slow erosion of his will, his weakening heart. Zhou, confused, asks if he really means his heart, and Xing confirms he is talking about Zhou himself. Still deep in thought, Xing recalls his fight against that towering monster, a brutal battle he eventually won. He tells Zhou that it was only by summoning all his courage that he managed to kill it. He then declares that he has been preparing his whole life to become a king. One of the Blood Oath members, clearly moved, remarks that Xing used to be nothing more than a garbage picker, implying his rise is all the more impressive. Shu remains fixated on the word king. He mutters to himself that he has to become strong, otherwise he will die far too easily. Living behind a mask, avoiding confrontation, had always been the simpler path. But now, for the first time, Xing feels the desire to grow stronger too. His opponent, however, bursts into laughter, mocking him. A mere level 3 like Zhou could not even scratch level 17 armor. With a sneer, the enemy dares him to come forward and fight. Honestly, that is a ridiculous brag. Undeterred, Zhou begins buffing into his mic. Caesar pauses, puzzled, trying to piece together what is happening. That is when Xing grins and declares he has just discovered the best sport in the world. He has gained the inspiration status, a powerful state that boosts his damage, defense, speed, and resistance by 15%. Seizing the moment, Xing summons the Blood Nightmare, which charges forward and strikes their enemy. The man bound by the Blood Oath fights desperately for his life against the Blood Nightmare, while Qing clashes fiercely with Caesar. At the same time, Xing reflects on his regeneration speed, remarkably fast, thanks to the immense reservoir of magic within his body. He triggers Berserk mode, gore spraying in all directions as he sprints toward Caesar, dagger poised to kill. Caesar quickly realizes his armor has failed, pierced clean through by the blade. Xing acknowledges the splattered blood around him is providing a significant advantage, though the blood loss debuff continues to take its toll. Without wasting another second, Xing bolts forward, determined to finish the fight, and lashes out at Caesar once more. Caesar intercepts the attack with his arm, and growls that there is no way he will lose to someone who is only trained for 20 hours. He demands to know if his opponent can now feel the overwhelming difference in their strength. Then he hammers a brutal punch into Xing, slamming him to the floor. Towering over him, Caesar sneers that he has no patience for weak, skill-based combat styles. Instead, he channels raw force, unleashing a heaven-breaking punch designed to kill instantly. But Qing refuses to yield. Caesar, irritated by his persistence, calls him a fool and declares that he will have to suffer the consequences, promising once again that he will never lose to someone like him. Meanwhile, Xing reallocates all his remaining points into strength, boosting it to a formidable 176 force points. Caesar stands in momentary confusion, trying to process what he just heard, as Xing steps toward him with steady confidence. He notes that with his strength stat rising so dramatically, his muscle mass has visibly increased as well. With that, Xing hurls a punch, and says that while he knows little about martial artists or their techniques for channeling destructive power, amassing 300 force points all at once should be more than enough to land a decisive strike. The two surge forward, fists drawn, and collide mid-charge. Talk about a clash of titans. The impact is devastating. Xing's strength proves overwhelming. Caesar's fingers snap under the pressure, and he is launched backward, skidding a great distance. Without hesitation, Xing dashes after him and begins pummeling him relentlessly, eager to bring the fight to a swift conclusion. Xing informs Caesar that, starting today, he is officially assigned to the cannon fodder squad. The insult cuts deep, and Caesar's thoughts flash back 8 years to when he was just a lowly grunt assigned to clean other hunters' gear. He had been treated as worthless trash. Now, Xing pushes on, declaring that Caesar was always meant to be cannon fodder and will stay that way for the rest of his days. The remark sparks another memory, the time Caesar faced a colossal monster to prove his worth. In that brutal fight, his jawbone shattered, 8 of his ribs fractured, and his heart was pierced. His liver, spleen, and kidneys sustained critical damage, and countless magic crystals were needed just to keep him breathing. By that time, abyssal technology had progressed enough to extract cells from abyssal beasts and fuse them with human biology. A doctor told him that his DNA now matched the monster's, guaranteeing his survival, but warned that the procedure would turn him into a hybrid. He officially earned his place in Lionheart by proving his worth. The boss handed him a badge and ordered him to become his loyal dog. He accepted without hesitation and even asked about his teammates. The leader told him that all his comrades had already perished. This world devoured people whole, and unless he kept proving his value, he would be cast aside like trash, just like everyone else. In the present, Caesar rises to his feet, gathering every ounce of strength, and launches an attack at Xing. His former boss had once explained the nature of magic crystals, stressing that their power grows during the blood moon. Thanks to the monster organs transplanted into him, Caesar can absorb the energy of those crystals. This also allows him to temporarily surpass even the boss-level threshold of the abyss. Xing's system alerts him that Caesar, the boss, has emerged, and his berserk mode has concluded. Xing examines Caesar's body, trying to understand the transformation, as his system classifies him as a boss-level monster. Caesar snarls that surrendering human dignity is all it takes, and anyone can become a limitless monster. He lunges at Xing once more. That is one messy situation. Now convinced he has killed him, Caesar stands over the motionless figure, muttering that while trash cannot challenge powerful players, Xing's hidden strength is surprisingly formidable, yet he is certain a single punch could end him. He remarks that Xing has already drained much of his strength, reducing him to just another weak player, an undeniable truth. Caesar presses a hand to his own face and declares that to attain true strength, one must expose their ugliness. A mad laugh erupts from him, but a nagging memory surfaces. He turns and strides toward Joe. Joe, frozen by fear, shouts that he is not ugly at all. Caesar pays no heed. Joe had already failed the crystal harvesting mission and now would become the final cannon fodder to witness this tragedy. Caesar strikes at him, proclaiming he will grant him a heroic death. Joe quickly raises a hand to stop him, insisting he has something to say before he dies. Irritated by what he deems nonsense, Caesar grabs him by the collar, demanding to hear any final wishes. Zhu replies that he wishes to leave the abyss alive. He then points behind Caesar, stating that he is not the last cannon fodder to witness the tragedy. Behind them, Qing stands upright, having already consumed the magic potion, and his exhaustion has vanished entirely. King reveals that re-examining Caesar's body with his observing eye proved useless, so he employed Blood Nightmare, making direct contact with Caesar's body to uncover hidden information. A realization hits Caesar. He had not killed the real Qing, only a clone. Xing states that the price of these powers far exceeds Caesar's imagination. Though Berserker mode greatly increased his strength, it also severely drained him, as he forced himself to wield power beyond his limits. He tells Caesar that he will now pay the price for his greedy wish to become a monster, even if the abyss itself wills it. Caesar erupts in laughter, claiming that all his powers belong solely to him and have nothing to do with the abyss. He turns back toward Joe, preparing another strike, but Xing intercepts him, granting Joe a chance to escape. Furious, Caesar charges at Xing, but Qing meets him head-on, delivering a solid punch to the top of Caesar's head. He notes that Caesar's speed has waned, his body already impacted by the transformation. The two clash again, and Xing thinks to himself, if only he possessed the right weapon at this moment. At that moment, Joe shouts Xing's name and hurls a dagger toward him. He slashes Caesar's arm with the dagger, and Caesar realizes each blow from Qing registers as a critical hit. Ouch, that really hurts. Xing reminds him that even now, he remains stronger. Caesar shouts back, demanding not to be humiliated, lest he consign his opponent to a more miserable death, claiming he belongs to a higher existence. In the same breath, he unleashes a punch. Ching counters with his own strike, declaring that he is nothing more than a monster. At that moment, Caesar's condition deteriorates. His body continues shifting further toward something inhuman. Xing tells him that nothing can be done now. He is fully mutated. He asks if Caesar can hear the call of the abyss, but Caesar howls back, refusing to drag him down, and hurls a curse demanding his death. In desperation, he insists he has already proved his worth, that he is no longer mere cannon fodder but something beyond. Zhou suggests it is time for them to strike, but Qing informs him his body is being overtaken by a blood nightmare. Qing then receives a challenge: win the battle without killing Caesar if he desires rare rewards. Though it seems impossible, Caesar likely will not survive. Xing acknowledges that if rare rewards are at stake, it is still worth attempting. Qing transforms into a blood nightmare and instructs Zhou to draw Caesar's attention for merely 5 seconds. But then he realizes he does not actually need to kill him. Monsters belong to the abyss, live in the abyss, and the abyss welcomes those who abandon their humanity to become monsters. That is the very nature of the abyss. Furthermore, all monsters enter a berserk state during the red moon. If he can survive this challenge, the fortune he will gain will be immense, and Xing feels driven to see it through. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen discovers a treasure and beams with joy, convinced he is about to become incredibly rich and assume a whole new identity. Behind him, however, Caesar looms. Chu and Qing are now sitting in a bar, and Zhou is pleading with Qing to become his boss. He says that ever since hearing him speak of preparing his whole life to become a king, he felt inspired and devoted himself to following him. He truly believes in destiny. But Qing turns him down, saying he was merely trying to sound cool back then, spouting nonsense. Zhou, still addressing him as boss, insists it was not nonsense at all, claiming that thanks to him, he finally realized his true worth. Qing asks about his future plans. Zhou replies that he is staying with him, as he said, he is good support. Qing tries to recall when he ever said that. Zhou then stands up and declares that he will become the king of support. Meanwhile, our boy reflects that with agility 2 and luck 1, it is impressive that Zhou even has a place on the battlefield. Still, encouraging him to fight on the front lines now would be reckless and dangerous. Zhou starts talking excitedly about how they will fight as a team, but Xing cuts him off, saying he does not think Zhou should enter the abyss any longer. He explains that while Zhou supports others with his powers, he also depends on others for protection, so it cannot truly be called support. He apologizes and admits he does not want to see Zhou risk his life again. Then he hands him 1,000 magic crystals, saying they will sustain him for a long time on one condition: he must promise never to enter the abyss again. Zhou says he appreciates Qing's concern, but he refuses to live like trash. He does not fear death, he simply does not want to be looked down upon. Xing asks how Zhou plans to protect himself then. Qing pulls out Lao Li's sword and asks whether his microphone only occupies one hand. As far as he knows, a bard's role is split between half magic and half physical. He plants the sword firmly on the table and tells Zhou that he can use magical weapons to cast spells while mastering offensive techniques simultaneously. It is his chance to repay Lao Li by wielding his sword. Zhou says he does not need the magic crystals anyway, so Qing suggests donating them to the Lao Li and Lao Ju families, as they are bound to earn much more in the future. A team gathers before the Gate of Abyss as a girl delivers a report. After the Blood Red Moon incident, a squad of S-ranked job changers was dispatched to eliminate the monsters. Inside the abyss, they discovered 8 corpses, members of the Blood Oath group, including Caesar, whose body had transformed into a monster. Alongside them, they uncovered another corpse, identified as Chen Xingdian, the one previously accused of murdering his own teammates. High-quality equipment lay beside him, and it appears he was killed by the mutated remains of former squad leader Caesar. The outcome is unexpected, yet the two remain undeniably linked. Talk about twisted fate. Her boss asks if that is the only factor involved, and she confirms that it must be just him. Another member remarks that this means their plan has failed, but the boss reassures them they can still find someone else, insisting that Caesar was merely a worthless small fry. Inside Shen Feng's People Hospital, a patient sits on the floor, sobbing as he pleads for forgiveness. Clutching a key in his hand, he vows that he will follow through this time. Suddenly, the key emits a brilliant glow, as if cursed, and its effect spreads beyond the hospital, blanketing the entire city. An abyssal gate materializes inside the hospital, and people scream for someone to notify the authorities. A monster chases after little Joe and his sister. As it lunges at them, little Joe collapses to the ground, and the creature devours his sister. Suddenly, Xing jolts awake and realizes it was all a dream. Still groggy, he senses that he is forgetting something important about today. He heads to a flower shop and asks the florist, Ms. Zhang, for a bouquet as usual. She asks if he is going to visit his little sister, Yi. He nods, explaining that they were involved in a tragic accident here. Ms. Zhang replies that his sister is lucky to have a brother like him, and then asks about his new haircut. He explains that on his way here, he ran into a military enthusiast who insisted on trying out a new cutting technique on him. He picks up some flowers and offers to help Ms. Zhang arrange them outside. She thanks him warmly for the gesture. King watches as a line of vehicles heads off into the distance. Ms. Zhang comments that she has seen many vehicles belonging to job changers traveling toward the hospital lately, and asks if he knows what is going on. The moment he hears the word hospital, he bolts, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. When he arrives and learns that an abyssal gate has opened inside, he immediately searches for answers. A policeman confronts him and tells him to leave, explaining the area is restricted. But then the officer freezes. He recognizes who he is speaking to, and the tension spikes. The tension is off the charts. The officer nods, waving Xing through. Another officer shouts, demanding to know why he let a civilian into the gate. The first officer replies that they should not interfere, because Xing was among the ones who came last time. As Xing moves forward, he thinks of his sister and swears he will not fail again. Because of the abyssification, the hospital has warped into an abyssal dimension, much like the one Xing encountered in the shopping mall. Xing finds himself in a room that appears relatively clean, indicating the squad that arrived earlier already swept through. Xing spots a bottle and notes that the squad must be wealthy. Not every job changer can afford something like this. It is a large, high-grade magic bottle that restores 85% of MP, and Xing can absorb half of it within the next 30 seconds. Xing tells himself he needs to be fully prepared, as mana consumption will spike if he plans to tackle the abyss alone and rescue little Joe. Scanning the area with his observing eye, the system informs Xing that both visible paths lead to a point of no return. He must choose one direction. Examining the marks left on the floor by the previous squad, Xing decides to head the opposite way to increase the chance of finding little Joe. The space is massive, and though time is limited, Xing has no choice but to search the entire area. Xing urges himself to move quickly. An average person would not survive in this place for long. Xing sprints along the path he committed to, noticing the untouched condition of the carpet. It is so pristine that it is clear no one has stepped through this place before. As Xing pushes ahead, he becomes aware that the passage behind him is being devoured by darkness, forming a solid barrier that seals off any route of return. Still, Xing recalls a useful trick. In a maze, marking explored areas on a map can keep you oriented. Xing instructs the Eye of Argus to project the map, but it responds that it is unable to do so here. It is a law of the abyss, one that explains why others resorted to carving markings into the surfaces with their blades. Without warning, tentacles begin slithering from the chamber ahead, a room that resembles a trap. Yet there is no sound of mechanisms at work. It is as silent as a tomb. The atmosphere hangs in silence, far too still, an unnatural quiet that unsettles Xing. A presence moves behind him. Before the attacker can strike, Xing whirls around and slashes clean through the figure, slicing the body in half. But the victory is short-lived. The severed parts reconnect. The opponent possesses a physical immunity. The creature retaliates with a deafening status effect that assaults Xing's senses. He clamps his hands over his ears, trying to muffle the piercing scream. In that moment, Xing admits he severely underestimated the abyss. This place is not just dangerous, it can rob him of something as vital as his hearing. Blood now trickles from Xing's mouth and nose. He mutters that he is confronting a monster governed by the rule itself, but it is not unfamiliar. Xing remembers facing the same threat 3 years ago. Back then, Xing had been collecting crystals and stumbled upon what appeared to be statues. But they were not ornaments, they were monsters in disguise. As Xing turned to flee, a man warned him to keep his eyes fixed on them without blinking. They were weeping stone statues. Even hearing about them sent a chill through him. He admits the man's presence alone had terrified him, but the stranger yelled not to look at him, only the statues. Every creature in the abyss operates by a specific logic or rule. And the stronger the monster, the more rigid and dangerous that logic becomes. The man explained that the weeping stone statues, classified as S-class entities, do not typically attack job changers. But once someone begins looking at them, the rule binds the statues to that person. And the moment the target averts their gaze, the statues charge and kill without hesitation. Xing remembered asking the man what they were supposed to do. The answer was simple but terrifying: slowly retreat from the room without blinking. Step by step, they backed away, maintaining unbroken eye contact. But just as they were nearly out, Xing stumbled over something and collapsed. The statues sprang into motion. In a split second, the other man reached a lever and slammed the door shut. He told Xing that luck had favored him this time. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the rest of the job changers. They were just scavengers, unable to fight. But when it came to survival experience, even job changers lagged behind. Talk about being stuck in a scavenger's nightmare. Yeah, that is about as bad as it sounds. Back in the present, Xing weighs his options for defeating the current attacker. If the creature's rule grants physical immunity, perhaps magic could bypass it. Xing unleashes a massive burst of flame, but the fire fizzles harmlessly, leaving the enemy untouched. It stings, Xing realizes with some embarrassment, that fire is the only spell he truly mastered. Time is pressing. Xing still needs to track down the boat and cannot afford to linger in this chamber much longer. More importantly, although the demon is immune to physical attacks, all its strikes have also been purely physical. That contradiction raises doubts. It is a suspicious rule. Xing activates the observing eye. With a clearer view of the creature's mechanics, a plan crystallizes. He sees it now. He knows exactly how to bring it down. Xing grasps the rules and mechanics. The demon spirit materializes only when an attack is executed. Since the scythe remains drawn, the spirit has lost the protective benefits granted by those rules, making its physical form vulnerable. However, the demon is now transforming into its second form. His vision blurs under the overwhelming screech, and Xing considers deactivating the blood clone to preserve his life. But he quickly dismisses the thought. He just activated it, and the skill requires at least 30 seconds to cool down. On top of that, his remaining magic power cannot sustain the drain of constant summons. For now, Xing simply needs to avoid any fatal blows. He realizes that the demon he is fighting is, in essence, an assassin, one he cannot overpower through attributes alone. Activating the man-eating plant regeneration, Xing begins to heal his wounds and cure the deafness. He needs to recover fully if he does not want a single strike to finish him. In its new form, the demon spirit begins shrinking back from anything luminous, hesitating even to approach Xing due to the faint glow of healing magic. At last, Xing discovers a way to fight back. Once more, Xing unleashes the great flame explosion and presses his hand against his chest. Instantly, flames engulf his entire body. The spirit recoils and begins fleeing in panic. Fire is its life force, and this demon, at its core, is the soul of an innocent being burned alive. If Xing cannot hurl a fireball, he will become one. He really wished he had brought a fire extinguisher. Talk about a hot mess. Again, Xing casts the great flame explosion, hurling it toward the spirit. The blast flings him backward from the sheer force. The demon burns violently, unable to escape. At last, Xing has defeated it, but the system alerts him. His arm is severely burned, making him incapable of wielding weapons or casting spells. Despite the pain, Xing laughs. Victory came at a steep price. Now, he must wait for the regeneration ability to finish so he can heal. He also worries the demon's spirit might turn to ashes. He needs it intact to recycle. Fortunately, Xing manages to recycle it and receives an artifact called Soul Reaper. With this artifact, Xing can summon a demon's spirit to charge forward and unleash a massive scythe harvest, inflicting 5 times the base damage. If any target dies as a result, he recovers 15% of both health and mana. Trigger the despair harvest more than 5 times, and he enters an incorporeal state for 1 second, during which he becomes immune to physical attacks. However, artifacts are soulbound and cannot be traded. Xing realizes this card differs greatly from previous ones. It is a soulbound artifact. Moreover, the soul-harvesting blade transforms any slain target into health and mana, allowing him to annihilate a group in a single blow. But there is a cost. If the attack fails to kill, the damage reflects back on him, and it could be fatal. Precision is essential. Glancing back, Xing sees the sealed door unlocking. Meanwhile, his regeneration cooldown finishes. Xing is ready to descend deeper into the abyss to rescue his sister. Far below, humans hang upside down from the ceiling, their bodies mutilated by monsters. Torture fills the dark chamber. His sister, Jo, hides behind a pile of sacks. Her teddy bear lies just behind a monster, engrossed in cutting apart human limbs. She throws a bottle across the chamber, creating a distraction. The monster shifts its gaze toward the noise. Taking the chance, Jo leaps from behind the sacks and hits the ground. As the monster's focus remains elsewhere, she reaches for the teddy bear. But just before she can grab it, the creature slams its foot onto the toy and growls menacingly at her. Wow, talk about a terrible toy. Yeah, that is as terrible as it sounds. She calls out to her brother, pleading for help as the monster closes in, ready to kill her. In a sudden flash, someone leaps onto the monster from behind and slices its body cleanly in half with a single swing of his sword. The man is Wu Ming, a dual swordsman. Without sparing her a glance, Ming turns and begins walking away while Jo remains on the floor, stunned and trembling. She quickly grabs hold of his leg and begs him to take her with him. He tells her to stay hidden for now. There are not many monsters left in this area. Besides, she will end up dead if she keeps chasing after him. Chu insists she must stay alive, for the sake of the promise she made with her brother. 7 years ago, her spinal nerve had been severely damaged by a monster from the abyss, so badly that she was told she might never walk normally again. The doctor had informed their family that the only possible cure could lie within the mysterious powers of the abyss. Her brother had considered venturing into the abyss himself, but the doctor had warned him it was far too dangerous for someone of his low level. He had not listened. To make matters worse, the cost of treatment was extremely high. With both of their parents already gone, all responsibility had fallen onto him. Determined to support them, Xing made the decision to enter the abyss, not just to earn money, but to search for a cure. He promised his sister he would avoid danger and return safely. On the other hand, Jo had made a promise of her own, that one day she would walk again. Now, in the present, she tells Ming she cannot die here, not when her brother is out there, trying to find a way into the abyss to reach her. Ming picks her up, but warns her clearly that he will not be protecting her from the monsters. Whether she lives or dies means nothing to him. She quickly assures him she will not interfere or slow him down. All she wants is to follow. After a moment of silence, Ming finally introduces himself. Meanwhile, Xing walks deeper into the abyss, his thoughts drifting to its grim rules. One of them forbids healing beyond the physical condition a person had upon entry. Otherwise, he would have found a cure for his sister long ago. And that is why he is still grinding. Talk about a never-ending grind. Xing freezes in an instant, his foot striking the cold ground as a sea of corpses litters the floor. It becomes clear that a massive battle took place here, far larger than any ordinary clash between job changers. Strangely, no monsters are visible, suggesting that survivors could be lurking nearby. Xing narrows his eyes and spots the corpse of a colossal beast split cleanly in two, yet he perceives no trace of magical residue. This hints that the attacker possessed extraordinary speed and cleverness. The warrior wonders whether the assailant relied on sheer brute force. A faint smirk curls his lips as he mutters, "It seems this person fights at a bone-crushing level." Yeah, that is about as brutal as it sounds. Ming strides steadily through the abyss with Jo close behind, when suddenly a burst of gunfire erupts. Bullets shred Ming's body. Jo panics, screaming in alarm and demanding to know if Ming is okay. 4 years ago, a class abyss called the King of the Ancient Tomb roamed the land. At that time, a man shouted at Ming and his teammates, demanding obedience because he had paid a hefty sum for their services. Being a criminal without any legal identity, Ming's only chance to survive was to join a private hunting group as a mercenary. The group consisted of people who saw life and death differently, individuals sent on suicide missions. They were ordered to assassinate that king, with a promise of 2,050,000 yuan as a reward. Ming succeeded in slaying the demon king. But when it was time to collect the payment, the man who made the offer backed out. Among the wreckage, they found a box and a locket left behind by the demon. The man who opened the box discovered it was empty. Suddenly, he disintegrated into sand, an instant curse triggered by the artifact. The cursed sand even seeped into his eyes. Moreover, he could not use the locket at all, because it responded to only a single individual. That locket was no ordinary trinket. It was an immortal relic capable of turning its bearer into an undead creature, but the price was steep: the loss of pain and any emotional feeling. Only sacred or healing spells could inflict fatal damage on such beings, as ordinary spells had no effect on the undead. In the present, Ming recounts all of this to Zhou, explaining how these events shaped him into the man he is now, someone who cannot die. Zhou listens with intrigue and asks what kind of curse could turn blood into sand. Ming remains silent and simply turns away. Frustrated, Zhou shouts at him for ignoring her. Xing battles a horde of demons, his mind racing. Despite limited time, he manages to allocate all his stat points, each attribute now exceeding 200. Yet uncertainty gnaws at him. He has no idea what kind of monster hides beyond the next door, and a misallocation of his stats could already have cost him his life. Talk about overthinking. Although the current foes are not particularly strong, their sheer numbers are wearing him down. Then the system flashes a warning. His mana has dropped below 5%, rendering all skills unusable. For now, he must rely solely on his raw stats to stay in the fight. But the clashes feel endless. Fatigue builds in his limbs, his stamina slowly wanes, and even his mana, once fully charged, now lingers at 50%. Only large mana potions remain in his inventory, but he is saving them for true emergencies. Fortunately, he wields the Soul Reaper artifact, which may recover his health over time. Eventually, the system notifies him that the artifact has activated, restoring his health and mana to full. That is when he senses another presence in the room, one that does not belong to the monsters. As he steps forward, his foot accidentally steps on a pair of glasses, shattering one of the lenses. From beneath a barrel, a man bursts out in panic, yelling not to be killed. He is human too. He crawls out, gestures toward the broken glasses, and asks Xing to hand them over. The man introduces himself as Song Qingshan, a doctor and researcher from the hospital. He explains how monsters stormed into his ward and began slaughtering the patients. With no other option, he hid, eventually squeezing into the barrel to avoid detection. Xing asks if he has seen any survivors. Shan shakes his head, saying even the healthy have no chance here, let alone those without limbs. Qingshan's expression hardens, anger flaring in his voice. How could a doctor speak so coldly about his patients? Shan counters without flinching, insisting there is nothing strange about it. Survival comes first, and without any combat abilities, he is powerless to protect anyone. He adds that if Xing truly came to save him, he should stop the chatter and focus on keeping him safe. Shan presses further, asking whether Lionheart offered him a handsome reward to extract him from this place. As Xing hears the name Lionheart, his thoughts drift to Caesar, the man from whom they recovered a badge. Zhu had explained that it belonged to the Lionheart Hunter group, known for admitting only the elite. Sounds like an elite club with a pricey membership. But to Qingshan, their standards seem absurdly high. Back in the present, as Xing continues deeper into the abyss, Shan shouts that he is heading the wrong way. The exit lies in the opposite direction. Qingshan asks if Shan came from the ward area. Shan scoffs, telling him not to bother rescuing the disabled, calling them penniless and worthless. Xing replies that he is heading to the ward for his sister. Shan suddenly tenses, realizing Qingshan is not here on Lionheart's orders. Xing confirms it. And regarding garbage, he clarifies that he only collects it. He never intended to save it. Xing approaches another door when Shan, trailing behind, warns him that the area ahead has become a deep labyrinth, filled with countless branching paths designed to trap explorers. Shan offers to show the correct route, promising they can find his sister together and then return. Receiving no response, Shan interprets the silence as consent and steps into the teleportation gate. Xing follows. Inside, Shan calls him master and asks about his party. Xing replies curtly that he is alone, a solo hunter. Shan starts rambling about elite groups such as Tartarus, Lionheart, and Cloudtop, all of which pay high salaries to skilled hunters. He offers to introduce Qingshan to one of them after they escape. Xing's patience snaps. He tells Shan to be quiet and simply guide him to his sister, whose name is Yizaiju. The name visibly shakes Shan. Memories surface as he recalls a man who had convinced Zaiju and another girl, Lin Shugu, to become test subjects. Shan had asked how he persuaded them. The man explained he simply asked if they wanted to remain burdens on their families that struggled to pay their bills. He had asked Shugu if she wished to continue being a burden to her father, a father who had recently released her from prison but never visited, seeing her as dead weight. To Zhou, he posed a similar question. Was she comfortable making her brother risk his life daily just to cover her medical expenses? Both girls agreed. Desperate for a cure, they accepted his offer. He presented a so-called solution to their illnesses, and they signed the contracts without hesitation, easily deceived. Classic scam, but with a deadly twist. Shan and the man stood before a machine where a girl's body floated in suspended animation. Shan remarked that even this trash had become useful. They were experimenting on girls to accelerate job changer development, claiming these embryos could be sold for billions as a contribution to society. Inside the chamber, Shugu remained submerged. On Shan's command, another doctor injected an abyssal stem cell solution into her. But the procedure failed. Panic broke out. Shan silenced the room, reminding everyone that only one experiment had failed and that contingencies were in place. Then a girl burst in, reporting that a man, the father of the first subject, was outside causing a commotion. Shan ordered his men to bring the man inside. 2 guards dragged the man forward, stating that his daughter was with the director. The father confronted Shan, his eyes locked on the machine holding his daughter's corpse. He claimed she had signed the contract willingly, but the experiment had killed her. Shan assured him that compensation would be issued according to the agreement. They would also retain the body for further research. The father lashed out, landing a punch on Shan's nose. He accused Shan of being heartless, of exploiting innocent lives in the name of science. Shan snapped back, calling him a cripple who could not even walk, claiming society would benefit more from their bodies than their survival. His men held the father down as Shan coldly told him to take the compensation and leave. Tears streamed down the man's face as he called Shan a murderer, accusing him of tricking a minor into signing a death contract. He did not want money, only his daughter back. Shan responded with a nod, and the guards dragged the father away while he shouted curses at them. Shan turned to another machine, this one containing Zhou, and asked the researcher for an update. The researcher reported that no energy had been detected so far and that Zhou required more observation. The director asked Shan if Zhou's brother might also cause a scene like the other father, but Shan dismissed the concern. He claimed her brother was just a scavenger and would not pose a threat. Back in the present, Shan stiffens at the mention of her name. Xing notices and asks him a question. The tension is razor sharp. Shan dodges, saying he is not sure and maybe she is on the next floor. Internally, he wonders how a mere scavenger became this strong, and whether that earlier massacre of the beast was even real. The doctor mutters under his breath that if Xing really threw his sister into a monster's den to die, he will kill him for it. They keep walking, but Shan's uneasy expression does not fade. Xing glances at him and asks if he has forgotten the route. Shan shakes his head, muttering that he is only worried about his sister. His voice trembles as he explains that a horde of monsters has appeared at the hospital, and he fears she might be in danger. Fear steadily takes over him, and he mutters under his breath that he will blame everything on the monsters. He knows he cannot afford to admit the truth, that he is the one responsible for her death. Suddenly, a noise echoes from ahead. Xing reacts instantly, yanking the doctor back and striking him from behind just as a sword whips through the air in front of them. Narrowing his eyes, Xing mutters that this does not feel like a monster's attack. A figure emerges, Ming. He steps into view and quickly apologizes for mistaking them for monsters. Turning to Dr. Shan, he announces that he was sent by Lionheart and has come to rescue him. Shan erupts in frustration, shouting at Ming, asking if he is truly here to rescue him, because just moments ago he nearly got killed. Xing narrows his gaze, recognizing Ming as the one who left traces near the labyrinth's entrance. Qingshan looks utterly shocked, staring at Ming, stunned that while his entire team was wiped out, Ming somehow survived. Ming replies bluntly that he is a double-paid mercenary, and losing teammates on a job is nothing new to him. Xing already knows about mercenaries like Ming. They operate in the abyss, accept double-risk missions for double pay, and if their entire team perishes, they keep every reward for themselves. Ming turns and walks away without another word. Shan stares at him in disbelief and shouts, demanding to know why he would leave without him if he truly came to rescue him. He rushes after him, but Xing grabs Shan by the collar and yanks him back sharply. He growls that Ming does not look like someone who would rescue anyone. The way he holds his sword shows no hesitation. It is the stance of a man ready to kill. Shan blinks, confused and overwhelmed, unable to process what Xing just told him. Xing turns to Shan and says he is only using him to locate the chamber where his sister is trapped. Ming suddenly speaks up, casually mentioning that he saw a girl in that area. Xing instantly stiffens, anxiety flooding his voice as he demands to know what happened to her. Shan begins to panic inside. If she is still alive, then his own life is in serious danger. Without warning, Ming tosses a teddy bear toward them and says that while the girl was cute, she did not survive. The revelation freezes Xing into silence, his body locked in disbelief. Shan, on the other hand, feels an inward surge of relief. If she is dead, then he might survive. Ming continues calmly. He says he had already told her that he did not care about her fate and would not protect her if monsters attacked, but he made a promise to deliver her words to her brother if they ever crossed paths. He explains that she hoped to wait at the hospital entrance until her brother arrived, just so he would know she was still okay. Xing's shock turns into rage. He charges at Ming, shouting that Ming stood there and watched while she was in danger. Ming meets the accusation with indifference. He responds that his only job is to complete the mission and collect his pay. Beyond that, nothing else matters. Then he reveals something darker. He is cursed. Everyone who follows him ends up dead. They begin fighting. Xing attacks relentlessly, but Ming tries to speak through the chaos. His voice barely cuts through the fury. Ming urges him to release Dr. Shan and promises to guide him down the correct path in return. He raises his sword high, declaring that he will show no mercy. He even claims that he has already sent his own comrades to hell. Xing lunges forward, slamming into Ming's arm. The impact sends the sword flying out of his hand. Xing sneers, asking how Ming plans to kill him now without a weapon. Xing pulls out a new weapon and hurls it at Ming, but Ming dodges effortlessly. Yeah, that is as smooth as it sounds. Suddenly, the system alerts Xing that disarm has activated. All his weapons will be disabled for the next 8 seconds. Ming seizes the opportunity. He jerks forward and hurls Xing away from him. King watches and remarks that he had thought Ming was just a skilled swordsman, but now it is clear he is deadly even without a blade. He explains that double-paid swordsmen are trained to face monsters as sacrificial pawns, even without weapons. Then he adds that Ming has not even shown his full strength yet. Ming retrieves his sword and warns them he is done holding back. Talk about pulling no punches. With a shift in posture, he activates the power of rock-breaking slash. The air trembles with energy, but Xing analyzes the attack. Even though the sword is powerful, its sheer weight slows it down. If he moves before the attack lands, he is confident he can win. Xing clashes with Ming and immediately notices how fast he is. Xing asks if Xing plans to take him on using his monsters. Without answering, Xing hurtles through the air toward Ming, channeling the rock-shattering strike. But before he can land the blow, Ming counters, scoffing that useless skills like that will not help him win, and drives a powerful punch into Xing. He explains that under normal circumstances, this punch would tear his opponent's body apart, but the weight of Xing's sword is suppressing his strength. Still, he acknowledges that Xing is not like the other O-levelers he has encountered. He admits Xing's power stands apart, but insists his own abilities are still far superior. Xing responds bluntly, telling him not to brag about his combat skills. He is not as far ahead as he thinks. Xing, growing more agitated, warns that this is the last chance for Xing to tell him what he knows about his sister. Meanwhile, Ming recalls a past conversation with Zhou about Xing. She had spoken of her brother with admiration, saying that even though he is just a scavenger, he fights hard every day to become stronger and change his fate. She dreams of becoming powerful like him. But Ming dismissed her words, explaining that scavengers are merely low-level class changers with no real strength. Zhou had snapped at him then, shouting that he was wrong. Her brother is a true warrior. She insisted Ming would understand only if he met him in person. Someday, she said, she would make sure they crossed paths so Ming could see for himself that her brother is nothing short of brave. In the present, Ming studies Xing with sharpened focus, recalling Zhou's words. He begins to realize that this man might truly be strong, someone who has endured countless brushes with death before arriving here. Meanwhile, Xing downs his last potion, wanting to gauge Ming's base stats more accurately. He needs to confirm if his berserk damage buffs will be enough to bring Ming down. This opponent feels different from the other human class changers he has faced. Ming is not even wearing armor. His only equipment is a greatsword. His fighting style gives Xing no time to defend or counter properly. Determined, Xing triggers berserk mode and lunges again with full force. But Ming evades it effortlessly once more, leaving Qing stunned at just how strong he is. At last, Xing plays the Soul Dash card and re-engages in battle. Talk about pulling out all the stops. This time, however, he notices something strange. He cannot dodge Ming's attacks like before. Suddenly, Ming bursts into laughter, shouting wildly. Xing stares at him, puzzled. Undeterred, he launches another attack, but as always, Ming slips away unharmed. Ming declares he possesses a trait that renders him immune to ordinary attacks, which makes Xing suspect he might be immortal. He adds that the abyss is filled with such beings, creatures that surpass the limits of modern technology, skills, and equipment, and even includes unique entities known as curses. Ming explains that a curse is a form of divine punishment he must endure in exchange for immense strength, and that he must embrace death without fear. The gods granted him the undead trait, but to earn it, he slaughtered countless people and claimed their possessions as his own. The gods were aware of his actions, yet still bestowed the trait upon him, a trait he had desperately sought. However, in return, they took the most precious thing from him. Xing launches an attack to kill him, driving Ming into the ground, all while his thoughts circle around the concept of the undead trait. From a distance, Shang shouts that this confirms the rumor from the abyss, that monsters can transfer traits when changing professions. He explains that the undead trait is overwhelmingly powerful, granting infinite regeneration as long as the user does not run out of energy. Suddenly, Ming's hand bursts through the ground, and he pulls himself upward. He tells Xing that just before death, his hand brushed against eternity, allowing him to rise again. Since then, he has become a lone star of misfortune. After that moment, his teammates began to die one after another. Whether they perished naturally or were killed by him remains uncertain, but it is hard to believe he was not responsible. His reputation became so tainted that many game changers refused any mission involving him. Ming remarks that this was the price he paid for touching eternity. Although technically dead, this is how he continues to exist. He then activates his Wish of Death skill, a move that can only be triggered under certain conditions, and charges at Xing with everything he has. Fear tightens around Xing as Ming unleashes a ferocious blend of combat technique and curse-infused power. In response, Xing activates the Blood Nightmare card. Ming strikes relentlessly with his sword, again and again. No wonder he thinks he is unbeatable. As Yeking watches the onslaught, doubt creeps in, wondering if the undead trait is truly unstoppable. Ming, seemingly confident in his upper hand, claims victory upon witnessing Xing's abilities. At that moment, Xing deploys a green card, his divine artifact, and a spectral reaper lunges at Ming. To Ming, the weapon does not appear to be physical. It feels more like the manifestation of a skill effect. Xing explains that it is a despair trait. If a target dies from it, the trait is triggered. Additionally, both health points and mana gradually regenerate under its influence. Since Ming's body is already technically dead, the skill activates with each hit. Xing adds that Ming survives solely through mana. For someone undead, a health bar is nothing more than a meaningless display. His true vitality lies in his mana pool. Ming acknowledges this, impressed that Xing uncovered such information so quickly, far better than most. Xing proclaims that the abyss operates on the power of rules and that every puzzle has a solution. A mighty foe might be a reckless brute. A glass cannon could deal devastating damage yet fall easily, and even someone with an invincible body likely harbors a vulnerability outside it. Likewise, he lures enemies into life for life exchanges using sacrificial tactics, making them believe they can match him blow for blow. But few dare to challenge him in such exchanges, assuming he cannot be killed that way. That false belief, he says, is the deliberate weakness he projects. Ming agrees, admitting that survival in the abyss hinges on mastering these rules, and that even Xing bears such a flaw. He suggests that among the 6 core attributes, there must be one the protagonist cannot fully compensate for. Xing counters that he is different from other professional changers, boasting an abundance of excess points, evenly distributed across all stats, because his profession is that of a hexagonal warrior. As he watches Ming's wound trying to mend, he thinks it is best to end the fight before recovery kicks in. He launches another full-force assault, pushing every stat to its limit. Ming realizes Xing had not been bluffing about his strength. Qing affirms that he has mastered every technique, regardless of category. He knows physical attacks alone cannot kill Ming, but constant aggression will drain his mana, halting his regeneration. Once depleted, even Ming will fall. Xing continues his relentless barrage, forcing Ming to burn through his remaining energy. Talk about turning the tables. He once again uses Harvest to spare, and during the clash, asks if Ming's mana is dropping. This time, it appears, Xing holds the upper hand. But Ming, calm and observant, reminds him that even seemingly unsolvable puzzles must have an answer. He then glances at a teddy bear that has fallen. Catching Xing's attention, he wonders when it slipped from his grip. Meanwhile, Ming's arm begins to crack and crumble into pieces. He strikes Xing with his other hand, hurling him from the mouth straight to the floor. Talk about a harsh welcome back to reality. He asserts his dislike for anyone who dares to interfere, implying that even if they were teammates, he would not hesitate to fight them without a second thought. But to him, Xing feels different. Someone who still holds the morals of a living person, as shown by his attempt to save someone, Qing considers nothing but worthless trash. At the same time, Qing clutches Xing's hand firmly in his own. Qing demands he choose between the life of his sister and Shan. The words leave Xing stunned. He is being forced to pick between his sister, whom he already told Qing was dead. Ming pulls his hand back and questions when exactly he claimed she was dead. He admits he was merely trying to manipulate him using the bear, and then reveals he actually knows where she is right now. Qing breaks into laughter, explaining that his sister is just as stubborn to die as he is. Xing, thoroughly confused, presses him to explain what he means. A few hours earlier, Qing had been battling enormous monsters. One of them had Zhou clutched in its grasp, while she sobbed helplessly. She believed Ming would not come to save her, just as he had warned her before, and her thoughts drifted to her brother, who had worked so hard just to afford treatment for her injured leg. She had never wanted to become a burden to him. Through her tears, she pleaded with the heavens to grant her the strength to fight back. Then suddenly, her eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. She had unlocked a new skill, shapeshifting. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a massive bear and slaughtered the monsters around her in seconds. The reason behind her sudden transformation was clear. Those seduced by the abyss are far more likely to awaken their hidden powers. Ming quickly recognized Zhou as one of those affected. He nearly attacked her on the spot, having heard how the abyss's temptation could rob victims of their sanity and turn them into actual monsters. Meanwhile, the bear-shaped Zhou stood there in tears, asking what had happened to her. She noticed she had grown significantly taller and was suddenly able to walk, something that struck her as suspicious. Ming pressed her to confess if she had lost her mind and ordered her to reveal her name. When she answered correctly, he realized she had not been completely consumed by the abyss. He told her to look into a mirror, and only then did she recognize the monstrous shape she had become. Panic seized her as she feared she could never appear before her brother again. How could she meet him in this form? She begged Ming for a way to regain her human shape, but he admitted he had no answer. After all, the transformation was her own skill, not his. Then he turned away, saying he would continue his mission while searching for her brother. If she no longer wished to travel with him, that was fine. Before he left, she handed him the stuffed bear and asked him if he ever met her brother. to tell him she only needed time to ready herself mentally. Ming accepted the bear and swore to keep his word. Back in the present, Ming declares that he now holds the upper hand in the battle, yet he insists there is no reason to keep fighting. Shan grows visibly anxious upon learning that Zhou is still alive. Ming then reveals the true cause of Zhou's condition. It is Dr. Shan's fault. The abyss's emergence also traces back to him. During one of Shan's experiments, he caused Lin Xiang's death. Her grieving father sought revenge and used a special key to open a gate to the abyss inside the hospital, intending to destroy Shan's laboratory and all his research. The man expected a rescue team would come looking for Shan, so he set a trap to imprison the doctor inside the abyss forever. Ming confronted the father, asking if he understood the consequences, but the man replied that such outcomes were nothing new to him. In the present, Dr. Shan insists he already arranged a compensation plan for Xiang and dealt with matters concerning her father. He adds that she was essentially a lost cause, her treatment far too costly for what she was worth. The protagonist, now deeply unsettled, wonders if Shan had used Zhou in a similar way. Panicked, the doctor swears he did nothing to her. He explains that she fell into the abyss before he arrived and that he was powerless to help her. Furthermore, everyone who took part in the experiments did so willingly, and he compensated them regardless of whether they survived. Hearing the word compensation sends a jolt of fury through the protagonist. He lunges forward and punches the doctor squarely in the face. Dr. Shan bleeds from his mouth as he lies on the ground, scoffing that she could not even walk. So why is he fighting for someone so useless? He insists he was merely trying to maximize her value as a person. If she had sacrificed herself for scientific research to aid job changers, she would have been honored. That is as cold as it sounds. The protagonist seizes the doctor with his recycled hands, declaring that Shan would never understand. She is the only family he has left, the sole survivor after the disaster. Shan stammers that he did not mean it that way. Before he can speak further, gigantic hands slam him to the floor. The protagonist pulls him up by the collar, growling that Shan is so worthless even hell would not accept him. He hurls him toward Ming, turning away with a cold remark that Shan belongs to him now. Ming pauses, wondering if that means they have reached an agreement. The protagonist says the only thing that matters to him now is his sister's safety. As he walks away, Ming steps toward the doctor and declares he will kill him, fulfilling both his mercenary duty and his father's final wish. The panicked doctor asks what commission Ming speaks of, offering to pay double whatever the old man gave. Ming replies that a person has only one life. How could anyone expect to give double of that? Shan, confused, asks what he is even talking about. Ming glances at the protagonist approaching the door and calls out that he would like a proper fight with him next time. The protagonist arrives at the place Ming mentioned, where his sister is supposedly being held. Zhou steps out from behind a wall, tears streaming down her face, and asks if he is really her brother. The protagonist apologizes for arriving late. She shakes her head, saying she should be the one apologizing for always dragging him into danger, for being a burden. Yi Qing gently tells her that no monsters remain now, and she is safe. But Zhou insists he is wrong. There is still one monster standing right in front of her. She sinks to the ground, crying as she points at herself, confessing that she has become a monster. She admits she always wanted to rise from her chair to help her brother. Relying on him for everything had made her feel ashamed, and she wanted to protect him instead. But now she feels strange. To comfort her, the protagonist explains that many people who look human are no better than monsters. Yet people like her, even transformed into something monstrous, still possess a kind heart. She asks if he truly believes that. He nods, assuring her that his job is to deal with monsters. He knows how to tell the difference. That is his job description right there. Yeah, the stakes are getting real. Qing glances at the corpses scattered around the room and asks if she is the one who killed them. He notes she seems much stronger now. Zhou shakes her head, saying she did not kill all the beastmen. She points to one, explaining that this was the only monster she took down right after she transformed. The protagonist cheers for her, saying it looks like she has already reached a high level. Suddenly, her body begins to glow once more. Moments later, she reverts to her human form and collapses to the ground. Confused, she wonders how she turned back. Her brother explains that the transformation uses mana. Once her mana is depleted, she returns to her original form. It means she is not a monster. It is simply her shapeshifting ability. After transforming into a bear, she can walk freely. He lifts her up, congratulating her on becoming a job changer. She can stand on her own now. Joy floods her face as she realizes she can finally fight like him. Ching places her back in the wheelchair, firmly vowing he will never let her enter a dangerous place like the abyss again. She asks if he met someone on his way here. He frowns, asking who she means. Chu describes a man who looked a bit like him. When she told the stranger about her brother, he expressed a desire to meet him, thinking they shared similarities. The man also claimed that killing her brother would be as difficult as killing himself. As the protagonist wheels her toward the door, listening to her story, he mutters that it does not sound like someone he will get along with. The protagonist sleeps peacefully in his room when his phone suddenly rings. He answers the call, and the voice on the other end immediately confronts him, saying he has not shown up for days, not since their job at the city public market. The man's tone turns sharp as he begins yelling, demanding how he dares to even think about going solo with the Blood Oath guy. The protagonist apologizes to his uncle, explaining that he urgently needed money and found a job that offers quick cash. The man asks if he is still working as a scavenger. The protagonist assures him that he has not changed paths. He is still a scavenger. His uncle's voice rises again, filled with frustration and concern. He argues that the protagonist is still young and inexperienced, and he worries something might happen to him. He also reminds him to be careful, emphasizing that he has a sister to look after as well. The call ends with the protagonist quietly appreciating his uncle's concern for them. Right after, he receives a text message. 2.4 million yuan has been transferred to his account by Shingren. Along with it, she leaves a message. She sold all the items under her name, just as he instructed, and reminds him not to forget to thank her. Nice move, huh? The sight of all those zeros lights up his face with joy. It had been his plan all along to sell his loot through Shingren, knowing her fame would keep others from questioning the legitimacy of the items. Last night, he brought back a significant haul from the abyss. When Shingren asked about it, he casually claimed he was just scavenging junk and happened upon the loot. Unconvinced, she pressed for the truth. He explained that he could not use those high-class items anymore, which technically made them scavenged goods. Shingren mocked him, saying it was kind of pathetic. He was still a level 1 scavenger, yet he looked far more physically developed now. The protagonist replied that he had been through a lot lately, and had grown more mature because of it. Shingren realized that the scavenger job still was not listed in the Great Job Change table, meaning he could not level up through normal channels. But she pointed out that there might be another way to grow stronger. He explained that he only picks up trash, and in a weird way, it made sense that someone could get stronger just by doing that. She then asked if he seriously intended to approach the World Committee and take the Hunter exam. But to do that, he would need a legal explanation for all the items he brought back from the abyss. The protagonist asked if passing the Hunter exam would actually allow him to enter the abyss legally. She replied that he had been trespassing all this time and risked prison if he were ever caught. The exam, she explained, is designed to test whether a person can convince the instructor they deserve to enter the abyss as an official hunter. He would also need a referee for the exam. Since she trusted his abilities, she offered to vouch for him and promised to help him succeed. He asked her if she truly believed he could pull it off. In response, she had her people sell everything under her name and reaffirmed her support, saying he had helped her in the past, and now it was her turn. Now, in the present, the protagonist steps out of bed, muttering that he really owes her one this time. Suddenly, he notices a delivery box on the floor. Joe explains that she ordered a bento for him, pointing out he does not even have a kitchen in his house. He remarks that she is up really early. Zhu responds that it is her first day back from the abyss, and she has no intention of just lying in bed. Early bird gets the bento. As the protagonist eats his breakfast, he asks his sister how her legs are doing. She rises slightly from the wheelchair and proudly declares that since yesterday, she has started regaining some movement in them, just like this. Looks like progress. Curious, he asks how she managed that overnight. Cho explains that she was afraid her transformation into a bear might damage the house, so she focused all her magic on her knees instead. He urges her not to push herself too hard, reminding her that she is not a burden to him. She assures him that she is not forcing anything. She truly believes she is on the path to recovery. The protagonist throws on his jacket and heads toward the door. Joe, concerned, asks where he is going so early. He tells her he has something important to take care of and promises to return soon. She looks surprised, even on the weekend. He steps outside, calling back that he has work on weekends too, and shuts the door behind him. Meanwhile, Joe watches him go and wonders if he is off to see his girlfriend. He now stands in front of the building where the exam is set to take place, nerves visibly building. Dozens of other job changers are gathered there as well. The protagonist overhears someone asking the group if they are here for the hunter exam, and which hunting team they are hoping to join. That man is Joe Tang, who has also arrived to take the exam. He approaches the protagonist and asks if he is here for the test as well, which clearly implies he never had a certificate before. The protagonist responds that he is taking the exam now because he finally has the money for it. This exam is not cheap. He then asks what Tang is doing here, since as far as he knows, Tang already has a certificate, and he continues walking down the stairs. Tang explains that he has been training in close combat following the protagonist's advice. However, no hunting team has accepted him yet because they think he is only dabbling for the sake of experience. That is why he is here, to prove he is genuinely skilled in combat. Joe adds that if the protagonist manages to get the hunter certificate, he will undoubtedly become the main damage per second. The protagonist replies that is exactly what he is planning. Just then, a group of thugs begins shouting at the other game changers, also gathered for the exam, to move aside. Their boss scoffs and questions whether they really need to stand in line for such a ridiculous certificate. His men start forcing their way through, pushing people aside and issuing threats as they carve out a path. They loudly declare that their boss has been granted a God-chosen job. Sounds like a thug convention. His men start forcing their way through, pushing people aside and issuing threats as they carve out a path. They loudly declare that their boss has been granted a God-chosen job. Hearing this, the protagonist begins thinking about Shingren, who also possesses a God-chosen class as a knight. In addition to her standard skill set, she can use ice magic, summon defensive shields, and even heal wounds. Moreover, her growth potential far exceeds that of others. This is exactly why individuals like her are rated S-class. These roles are referred to as God-chosen jobs because beyond their base abilities, they receive random stat boosts and have their inherent weaknesses erased, almost like divine blessings. The protagonist mentions he will register after that man. Zhao remarks that there is nothing special about the guy. He just got luckier than most. Talk about luck. At that moment, the arrogant man starts demanding that the exam officials hand him a certificate. When the official asks which type he wants, the man declares that he is a God-chosen and demands the all-in-one certificate instead of any ordinary one. The crowd murmurs as onlookers wonder whether he really wants that certificate, and one voice points out that his God-chosen class makes the request unsurprising. His underlings begin bragging about his talent and strength, warning everyone to keep distance because their boss is the top talent among them. Suddenly, a girl with striking purple hair steps forward and asks if they are discussing the top talent. The moment he sees her, the man becomes visibly dazed by her beauty and quickly invites her to join his team. But the girl rejects his offer outright. The man urges her not to turn him down so quickly, bragging that he is not only a God-chosen, but also great in bed. Enraged, the girl summons a fire attack that hurls him across the room into a corner. His men scramble to extinguish the flames, insisting that she did not need to strike him so hard, and warning that she has no idea what kind of fury their boss is capable of. The attack she unleashed was an instantaneous explosion, a feat few can manage. The man, now smoldering and furious, glares at her and becomes determined to discover who she is. While Joe tries to make sense of the chaos unfolding, bystanders begin laughing at the self-proclaimed God-chosen man. He seethes, humiliated by the girl's retaliation and the mocking of everyone around him. He swears that she will pay for this. But just then, someone places a firm hand on his shoulder. The man turns sharply, ready to lash out, and demands to know if the person has a death wish, only to freeze the moment he recognizes the aura. It is Xing, and the sheer pressure radiating from him makes the man flinch in fear. Xing steps forward and advises the man not to use his powers so casually, reminding him that there are many examiners present and that stirring trouble could backfire. The thug immediately falls silent. A female examiner approaches with 2 towering guards and declares that using skills in public spaces is strictly forbidden. Xing assures her that everyone is simply on edge because of the sweltering heat. The purple-haired girl also offers an apology. The examiner warns them that another violation will lead to immediate arrest. She then asks the purple-haired girl about her class and the certificate she intends to apply for. The girl replies that she is a fire elementalist and wishes to apply for the magical damage dealer certificate. That is a hot ambition. Because of the earlier disturbance, the examiner instructs her to place her hand on a magical crystal. The girl complies as the examiner watches with a hint of intrigue, eventually revealing that her readings are off the charts, an abnormal index score. The examiner explains that numerous high-skill, unregistered hunters continue to emerge from the abyss, and these precautions are necessary for public safety. But the girl asks her to repeat the test, believing that it may have been a malfunction. She then gestures toward the crystal, which now responds properly, indicating that she has passed the evaluation. Seeing her cheer like that, Xing remarks that she seems like a completely different person. Zhou assures Xing that with his strength, he is definitely going to pass the test. Then the examiner calls for the next person. It is Xing. She asks which certificate he intends to apply for. He answers firmly, stating that he wants the all-in-one certificate. She immediately questions his occupation, pointing out that only the god chosen dare to apply for that one. Xing calmly tells her that he is a scavenger and that his current level is 1. Laughter erupts from the surrounding job changers, ridiculing him. Zhou steps in sharply, warning them to stay quiet, reminding them that his brother Qing could crush them all with a single hand. Meanwhile, Xing explains that he is merely aiming for a role that fits into any team, as that is the only way he can manage the situation. The examiner admits that he is technically allowed to apply, but he must understand how applicants for the all-in-one certificate are tested. This revelation stuns him. He asks her to repeat it, shocked. A purple-haired girl nearby squints, trying to grasp what scavenging even involves and what kind of job it actually is. The examiner breaks it down. While the other applicants are allowed to enter the abyss together, those applying for the all-in-one certificate must face the task alone. She adds that although the test may seem easy, completing it alone makes it significantly harder. Xing asks if he will truly earn the certificate after clearing the abyss. She advises him against attempting it, saying that only experienced candidates take that route and implying that doing so at his level is essentially suicide. Then she studies him and adds that he must either be a complete fool or some hidden master. She instructs him to place his hand on the crystal stone. He lifts the stone, but nothing happens. The room bursts into laughter again. The others mock Zhou, sneering that his brother does not even possess magic and yet wants to dive into the abyss. Zhou growls at them to be quiet. Xing grabs the key, and the examiner informs him that if he truly wants to throw his life away, they will not be held responsible. She then explains the teleport restricting tool and the specific location where he can use the key. He truly is courting death. Yeah, that is a reckless move. He begins walking toward that place, as Zhou calls out, urging him to be careful and return safely. Suddenly, the man who earlier declared himself a god-chosen candidate shouts at the examiner, demanding the same key that she gave the scavenger because he wants to take on the same challenge. She apologizes and tells him there is only one key per difficulty level, so if he wants to participate, he will need to wait until next time. The man scoffs and says he will go in anyway, not as Xing's teammate, but alone. She narrows her eyes and asks if he means to challenge Xing as a competitor. Her guard leans in and whispers that while teams are banned, there is no rule against competition. She considers it and agrees, announcing that only the one who emerges from the abyss with loot will be declared the victor. She warns them not to secretly team up, as the dungeon's difficulty automatically rises when multiple people enter. If they attempt to cooperate, the challenge will escalate to nightmare level. That is the main reason only one person is usually allowed inside. However, since 2 are now entering, the difficulty has already increased. She further explains that such unusual circumstances in the abyss may trigger unpredictable elements, such as special enchantments and buffs on the monsters. She asks once more if they still wish to proceed after hearing all this. Xing reflects that he has already encountered monsters with special enchantments. Elite monsters, as they are often called, can be handled with health-draining attacks or by exploiting specific mechanics. The arrogant man pulls out a collection of artifacts, boasting that his loot is so powerful that the dungeon does not stand a chance. Xing quietly checks the stats and acknowledges the claim. Nothing provides such strong buffs except properly enchanted equipment. With the right gear, even a novice could boost their potential significantly. The examiner notices him observing and asks what is on his mind. He shrugs, saying it is nothing. He is only here to obtain the hunter certificate. Besides, if this nightmare-level dungeon includes rare monsters, he might just stumble upon some interesting corpses. Joe advises him not to push his luck, reminding him that no one can predict how difficult the dungeon will be. Xing glances at the other man's armor and says he plans to use that overconfident fool when the time comes, so Joe does not need to worry about him. The rival scoffs, declaring that they will enter the abyss as enemies, and he will not care if Xing dies there. After all, only one of them can pass the test. Xing tosses him the key, saying he should open the door. Since he is supposedly the god-chosen one, perhaps his luck will do them both a favor. The man catches the key and approaches the door, smirking. He inserts it into the keyhole and declares that people call him the Hand of God for a reason. That is a divine ego. As the door creaks open, the system's voice booms, announcing that the abyss has shifted to nightmare level, and all the monsters' energy levels are rising dramatically. Seeing the debuffs activate, the man panics and rummages through his potion box, hoping they will still work. But Xing knows nothing will function as reliably as before, not even his man-eating plant or soul-reaping skill. He reminds himself that going berserk now would cause more harm than good, so he must use that ability with caution. The rival mutters that he brought his largest backpack just for these potions, but it looks like he will have to abandon it. Then, donning his armor, he insists the potions do not matter. His armor alone is enough to slaughter every monster inside. He strides into the dungeon first. When Xing steps in, the system chimes again, confirming that the dungeon's difficulty has increased to nightmare level due to the presence of a second entrant. It announces their first legendary challenge. They must defeat a legendary monster, which does not occupy its own designated room. Overcoming it will reward them with legendary items. The examiner, hearing the notification, remarks that a legendary mutation requires a luck score of at least 300 points, which has only a 0.01% chance of occurring. She watches the screen carefully, trying to determine just how lucky Xing truly is. Then she orders her staff to alert the higher-ups. Reinforcements must be dispatched immediately, as a legendary mutation is now unfolding during the hunter exam. On the other side, Joe steps into the easy-level abyss gate, silently wishing for Xing's safety. That is a rare lucky break. Meanwhile, Qing and that villain stride deeper into the abyss. As they pass through the entrance, the man comments that they have been transported directly into a massive house, probably around 18,000 square feet, more like a mansion. They come across a group of towering statues standing solemnly before them. Annoyed, the man sneers at the sight, mocking the statues as lame and bragging that even his front garden looks better. Xing clarifies that this is actually a boss room. The man furrows his brows, confused, and asks if they have seriously landed straight into a boss room upon entering the abyss. Suddenly the statues begin to move, and the system announces that these are immortal statues, highly aggressive and incredibly strong. Their attacks cause severe blood loss. Xing quickly realizes that these creatures embody 4 attributes and resemble those from a nightmare-level dungeon. In short, they are going to be a serious challenge. He considers summoning the spiders to draw their attention, intending to use his speed to circle behind them. He knows their fronts are covered in thick armor, but their backs remain vulnerable. Since he cannot activate Berserk right now, he must exploit their weak points first. Just as he prepares to summon the spiders, his competitor charges in from behind, declaring that he will slay the monsters and claim the loot from the boss. He lunges at them, shouting that it is time to witness the true Crusher King. Xing grows uneasy, realizing that the man is in grave danger. One of the statues swings its colossal sword at the man, slamming him into the ground and leaving a gaping hole. That armor must be forged by gods. Talk about a heavyweight hit. Miraculously, his armor holds up under the brutal strike from the Knight of Purity. Without warning, the knight redirects its focus toward Xing, shattering his original plan. It launches a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Xing to dodge again and again. Each strike from the knight inflicts irreversible blood loss, and given that they are inside the abyss, even a single blow could prove fatal. Though the knight is locked onto Xing, the man continues to take collateral damage from stray strikes. Xing warns him to take cover if he wants to avoid getting hit, but the man retorts that he is not scared, he just slipped. He insists Xing stop treating him like a burden. As the battle rages, Xing notes how easily the knight shatters their defenses. It feels like these enemies are designed specifically to counter tanks. He activates his spirit dash artifact, but once again, his competitor intervenes, charging the knight and claiming that since Xing is struggling, he will handle the statues himself. Despite his arrogance, he is proving useful, and Xing considers utilizing him properly. They might be able to fight the bosses together as a coordinated hunting team. The knight grows even more aggressive, hammering the man with heavier blows, confirming that he truly is a tank. Qing prepares to activate his taunt skill, prompting the system to issue a warning. If the taunt fails, the aggro will bounce back onto the initiator. Xing observes that they cannot afford to focus only on one knight. They need to act against the second one, which is larger and appears even stronger. He strikes the knight with his dagger, but the hit has no effect. The man shouts in frustration, yelling that these monsters are completely different from the usual abyss creatures, which normally fall after 1 or 2 hits. Another knight begins to move now, prompting Xing to ask if the man dumped all his skill points into defense, and how he even reached this level without actual combat. Offended, the man snaps back, claiming it is because of his unique skills. Meanwhile, the second knight begins advancing toward him. Xing calls him an idiot and urges him to stay alert during the fight. As the knight closes in, the man tries to retreat but trips, crashing to the ground right in front of Xing. Qing orders Wu Sangxi to engage the enemy while clad in his heavy armor, pointing out that the weight drastically hampers his agility. Sangxi admits he lacks any real fighting skill and usually relies on others to finish battles for him. It is disclosed that Sangxi is a corporate magnate who employs mercenaries to raise his level. He cannot even hold a weapon. He simply allocates points to defense while his hired hands perform the dirty work. As they converse, the knight lunges forward again, brandishing its sword. Qing swiftly shoves Sangxi aside, warning that the abyss is no playground. People here spill blood and sweat simply to support their families. Ordinary attacks seem ineffective against these knights, prompting him to consider using blunt force. His most dependable and personal tactic is to fight with his bare hands. Sangxi yells in frustration, and Qing continues to pound the knight with his fists. He really likes giving that metal a knuckle sandwich. After the onslaught, the system notifies him of a critical hit and confirms he struck a weak point. Nevertheless, Qing finds it difficult to accept that his blow caused a status effect. He is convinced that luck also played a part. Without warning, the knight counters, cleaving Qing's body in two with a clean strike. Sangxi screams in horror at the sight of Qing being cut down, until he realizes it was merely the clone created earlier through Blood Nightmare. Meanwhile, Qing calmly formulates a plan to eliminate the knights. Sangxi's damage per second is inadequate, and as a tank, he lacks the durability to endure their attacks for long. Qing did not expect much from him, yet he still must manage the rhythm of the battle. He orders Sangxi to find a place to hide, prompting Sangxi to sprint away. Qing continues to land precise critical hits on their weak points. Sangxi can barely believe it. Each strike avoids the knight's heavily armored sections, landing with near-perfect accuracy. He is astonished that Qing's techniques surpass those of all the seasoned experts he hired before. He shouts, demanding to know how Qing, still a newcomer in this field, has mastered such refined tactics. Qing explains that although he is a novice as a job changer, he spent years on a scavenging team fighting monsters. That experience sharpened his instincts and taught him how to battle effectively. Additionally, he is using several skills simultaneously. Moreover, his growth is now accelerated, amplified hundreds of times by his own blood and sweat. However, Sangxi waves it off, accusing him of overcomplicating things, insisting that growing stronger simply requires better equipment. Qing disagrees, To him, gear is merely something to swap in and out to boost stats. His true weapon is his own body, which becomes stronger with each fight. At that moment, his Thorn's skill activates. With this ability, any melee attacker receives damage equal to the damage they deal to him. Sanxi cheers, declaring that his moment to shine has arrived. He tells Ching that he is a dual sword wielder, meaning he cannot use magic, and that is why he now must rely on him. He adds that ranged attacks are the only way to defeat these monsters. Talk about a sword-only specialist. Furthermore, Sanxi possesses some magic spells in his arsenal, and Ching should begin learning from him. With that, Sanxi charges the knight, unleashing his lightning arrow spell and daring the creature to endure its force. Simultaneously, Ching strikes as well. Critical hits come more easily with Thorns active. He casts a great flame explosion near the knight's head. The blast severs the head from its body, sending it tumbling to the floor at Sanxi's feet. Sanxi stares in disbelief. He cannot comprehend that Ching just used a Tier 3 magic spell. Most job changers struggle to master such abilities, making this completely unexpected. Even more surprising is that they can now mount a counterattack using the effects of Courage's Thorns. That is some high-level wizardry. Ching's Spirit Dash remains on cooldown, so he braces himself and raises a shield to absorb the next strike. The impact shatters the shield instantly. The knight's attacks are far too unpredictable. Despite constantly targeting their weak points, they remain stronger than any monster he has faced before. Without his enhanced attributes, even a single blow would have killed him. For now, their speed will continue increasing, slowing only after he lands a successful hit. On top of that, he cannot dodge the knight's hidden mechanic, making it even easier to be hit. These knights truly live up to their reputation as high-rank mechanics. Sanxi shouts at Ching not to land a direct hit on the monster, warning that he could die, and that this is not the moment for such a fate. But Ching firmly assures him that he will not die. He understands that to defeat the monster, he must outmatch it in both speed and strength. He plans to use his recycling skill, but the system immediately notifies him that salvaging living beings is not allowed. To boost his power, he activates Berserk mode, knowing it will make him immensely strong, but at the cost of continuously draining his health. Ching unleashes a full force blow on the knight, delivering an armor-shattering strike directly at its weak point. The system alerts him that his health will last only 30 more seconds, just enough time to finish the mission. However, the boss monster is regenerating, stacking its traits one upon another. If the fight drags on even slightly, the boss will become significantly stronger. In that scenario, the chances of Ching's death increase drastically. He reactivates the Berserk skill, burning through all remaining health, leaving himself with only 7 seconds. He is determined to make each of those seconds count. Talk about a last-stand sprint. He needs a single decisive strike to end the monster. Ching charges at the boss, launching a fierce kick directly at its face with every ounce of strength left in his body. Sanxi watches in disbelief, stunned that Ching has truly overpowered the boss. Ching emerges victorious, and the system congratulates him for defeating the dual gatekeeper knights. The abyss difficulty has now been lifted. With his health reduced to only 10%, he quickly consumes several health potions. Once fully restored, he commands the salvage operation to begin. Mysterious hands emerge to retrieve the knights' corpses as he instructs them to collect every piece one by one. Sanxi, watching the scene unfold, questions whether these monstrous hands are truly dragging the corpses into the void. It looks like a ghostly cleanup crew. He becomes convinced that this tentacle-based corpse devouring is a class skill, an ability no one else likely knows about. Fear begins to creep in as he wonders if Ching might be more terrifying than the monsters themselves. With the knights fully scavenged, Ching acquires a multi-blade strike card. It requires a sword-type weapon capable of executing a rapid series of slashes. If the first blow connects, each subsequent strike intensifies, eventually triggering a critical hit. The card also grants access to a sword technique once used by the Knight of Purity, along with a courageous roar artifact. This artifact taunts nearby monsters, forcing them to lock onto the attacker, particularly effective when applying debuffs. Additionally, a random monster may be drawn into the taunt effect, but only if a shield is equipped. Although Ching rarely uses shields, the potency of the new skill compels him to reconsider. He knows he will have to start equipping shields from now on. Sanxi, still processing everything, remains puzzled by how Qing earlier eliminated the statues so precisely, making them vanish without a trace. They now stand before the Forge Master's altar, where the system instructs them to insert a piece of equipment. The knight's souls will then fuse with it, creating a new random item. This is a legendary event, something Qing has heard about before, triggered only once when an abyss room is cleared. This event carries the same unmistakable aura. Sanxi turns to Qing, questioning how he managed to trigger such unbelievable luck, since this is one of the rarest reward events in the abyss. Qing silently ponders the cause, unable to accept that sheer luck brought it about. Eventually, he credits his relentless effort, believing that the harder someone works, the more unexpected rewards they will receive. He considers using his old dagger as a test. Sanxi immediately calls him a fool for wasting a weak dagger, urging him to use purple-grade weapons or armor pieces instead. But Qing explains that due to his current level, he can only wield starter-tier equipment, and he always sells anything beyond level 1. The cheap dagger is all he has. Sanxi is left stunned, realizing that Qing has been fighting all this time without any high-level gear. With no better options, Qing tosses the dagger forward, resigned to the fact that it is the only weapon he can afford to strengthen. The system explains that enchantments carry a chance of failure, but the outcome depends on the user's luck stat and the weapon's base level. Because of Qing's high luck, the success rate increases to 200%. The system asks whether he wants to execute the morph command, which will transform the dagger into a longsword. Qing confirms the enchantment without hesitation. He is not about to back down now. After a moment, a notification appears. His weapon has transformed into a legendary grade item, but it is labeled a trash sword. Despite its name, the upgraded dagger's appearance and quality look legendary to Qing. The trash sword comes with a durability of 50. Although the result is somewhat disappointing, its uniqueness lies in being a one-of-a-kind legendary trash item. Since he receives 2 swords, the second turns out to be another trash item, a replica of the first. Despite the odd designation, Qing seems satisfied with the enhanced version of his old dagger. Sanxi immediately mocks him, pointing out that even with the luck stat in his favor, he still ended up with trash weapons. Qing responds that while others may view them as worthless, to him they are exactly what he needs. Sanxi presses on, claiming Qing clearly has not seen real god-tier gear before. To prove a point, he orders the sword to be salvaged, and it disintegrates instantly. Xing then declares the equipment to be top tier, usable only by him, because it can be salvaged infinitely. Sanxi, half serious and half amused, dubs him the god of trash, believing he has no regard for conventional top-tier gear, and possesses the rare ability to turn discarded weapons into power. Qing says he can even claim the Forge Master's altar now, as it has become trash after use. Once again, he commands the recycling hands, his so-called minions, to salvage it. Talk about turning trash into treasure. He receives an artifact that allows him to summon the altar anytime, anywhere. Qing is thoroughly pleased with this outcome, knowing he now owns the altar and can use it to enhance any material. Moreover, even if his weapons break, he can salvage them and forge new ones. To him, this is the greatest feature of the trash swords. He had grown tired of daggers anyway, and was eager to try something new. Sanxi, confused, asks whether Qing is actually considering dual-wielding the 2 longswords. Using 2 unfamiliar weapons simultaneously, he warns, will lead to major drawbacks. Not only will it reduce speed, but also cause a significant drop in both accuracy and damage. This is exactly why job changers specialize in one class from the moment their role changes. He adds that Qing's grade is too low for such experimentation, and dual swords would drag it down even further. In contrast, someone like him, a C grader, can wield dual swords with precision. Even the system chimes in, stating that dual sword proficiency must be mastered first. Otherwise, attack speed and accuracy can drop by up to 50%. Qing considers using BP to speed up learning. The system asks if he wants to spend 10 BP to raise his dual-wielding proficiency to grade D. He is surprised that BP is not limited to repairing equipment. It can also be used to improve skill proficiency. He quickly calculates. If 10 BP gets him to grade D, then 40 BP should take him all the way to grade A. That is some efficient budgeting. But rather than stopping there, he decides to go all in and pushes the proficiency to the maximum level. The system confirms the upgrade. He is now at grade S. With S-grade dual sword proficiency unlocked, he can begin real practice. They continue moving deeper into the abyss in search of the next gate, as all the challenges in the first room have been completed. Sang-si abruptly says he is giving up the next round. He never expected things to become this intense. Besides, he has enough money and sees no reason to risk his life. He walks toward the door through which they entered the abyss. Before he can leave, the system issues a warning. Combat mode is about to initiate. Fog begins to spill out, dense and unnerving, which Ching immediately finds suspicious. Suddenly, Ching shouts at Sang-si to move aside, sensing imminent danger. A red light bursts from the gate, and Ching lunges to pull Sang-si away. But not fast enough. Sang-si's arm is sliced by the beam. Ching is stunned. The armor Sang-si wears, resilient enough to withstand night attacks, is cut through like paper. That strike was merely a preview of what lies ahead. He now realizes the two knights were not the true bosses. They were only the gatekeepers. The real threat is yet to come. He attempts to dodge the creeping fog, using his dual swords, and suddenly senses something emerging from the gate. It is the dark elf King Damasthur, the true boss. He radiates menace and wields terrifying abilities such as gravity and immunity control, death drain, anti-magic, fearsome hunting, and tidal lock. Sang-si darts toward the exit. The elf trails closely behind, intent on killing Sang-si. Meanwhile, Xing rushes after them, convinced that his S-grade proficiency will let him wield dual swords far more effectively. Believing this will boost his attack speed beyond what his old dagger ever permitted. Closing the gap, Xing darts between Sang-si and the elf, shielding him from a fatal blow. He unleashes a multi-blade strike on the elf, but the system flags the attack as ineffective. Damasthur remains locked in a tidal lock, able to receive damage only from its current aggro target. Confused, Xing cannot understand why the attack had no effect. That was as baffling as it sounds. Damasthur lunges at Sang-si again, cleaving his body into two pieces. Outside the gate, the guards monitoring the abyss detect only one remaining life signal, indicating the other is dead. One guard mutters that it must be the level 1 noob who had been acting overconfident. This abyss is meant for those at level 30 or higher. No one seriously believes a level 1 newcomer could survive here on luck alone. He adds that the noob's death was not in vain, for he discovered a legendary creature deep within the abyss. He mentions that the hunter team from headquarters will now take over the creature, and if a survivor emerges alive, they could demand a hefty payout, especially since the noob appeared quite wealthy. The other guard nods, pointing out that only legendary creatures drop legendary runes, and everyone wants them. Since these runes are essential for anyone hoping to break into the circle, nobody is willing to let them go easily. Suddenly, a notification flashes that Damasthur's power has increased after killing Sang-si. Now the boss redirects its aggro toward Xing. Xing feels a grim satisfaction, knowing Damasthur has fully locked onto him, though the situation has become even more dangerous. Xing mutters a quiet apology to Sang-si, then prepares to use the corpse. Activating salvage, Xing absorbs all of Sang-si's techniques: dual sword, whirlwind slash, disarm, and meteor strike. With his S-grade proficiency, Xing is confident he can now master them. Fully equipped, Xing braces for battle and challenges Damasthur to attack. The boss slashes Xing as well, but his nightmare artifact triggers instantly. He really believes his artifact can turn the tide. Xing opens with a meteor strike, but the system notifies him that Damasthur is immune to sneak attacks from its current aggro target. Undeterred, Xing follows up with whirlwind slash, only to be struck again. Xing quickly realizes Damasthur can even track his clones with ease. As the fight drags on, Xing grows frustrated. His physical capabilities are dropping along with his health points, and at this rate he could die as well. Damasthur prepares to unleash Gravity Vortex to finish Xing off, but Xing narrowly evades most of the damage. For now, he needs time to recover. Scanning the area, Xing focuses on where Damasthur had been standing, but the boss has vanished. Tension rising, Xing searches anxiously, only for Damasthur to ambush him from behind. He barely escaped that sneak attack. The boss casts Gravity Vortex once more, then follows up with an anti-magic strike that disrupts Xing's super regeneration. Xing's condition has deteriorated further. He is now stuck at just one health point, and any contact could lead to instant death. He has finally learned a harsh lesson. No matter how well a battle appears to be going, the next moment can change everything. This is the true nature of the abyss, unpredictable and unforgiving. Xing silently thanks Damasthur for delivering such a vital life lesson. Clutching both swords, Xing charges toward Damasthur once more. The system notifies Xing that his meteor stab and emergency evasion proficiencies have increased. In fact, every skill proficiency is rising, one after another. His body, too, begins to toughen and regenerate strength. Before long, Xing feels renewed, his frame becoming nearly indestructible. Seizing the moment, Xing lunges at Damasthur and slashes at its face with his dual swords. One blade shatters upon impact, clear proof that these weapons cannot keep up with the intensity of the battle. Still, Xing does not mind. They are salvaged junk to begin with, and he can always reforge them. Without hesitation, Xing reconstructs the broken sword through salvage and readies himself for another clash with the boss. But suddenly, Damasthur drops to its knees. Its health bar appears, nearly depleted. Xing smirks and mocks the creature, claiming he has nothing left to lose. His words only stoke Damasthur's fury, and the beast rises again, enraged. Meanwhile, Joe and the other job changers begin emerging from the abyss, having completed their assigned tasks. Looks like the side quest finally ends. One of them thanks Joe for saving their lives and praises his ability to fight in close quarters while casting spells simultaneously. But Joe gestures toward the purple-haired girl, crediting her instead, saying she delivered 90% of the damage in their battle. She tosses her hair and scoffs, bragging that the rest of them were completely useless. As they glance toward the boss's abyss gate, Joe notices a crowd gathered in front of it and questions why everyone is standing there. The female examiner approaches a guard to get an update on the situation. The guard reports that there is no sign of the final life signal, implying both fighters inside are dead. She calmly declares it an ordinary incident within the boss abyss. Nothing more. That sounds like bureaucracy. Then she orders her team to clear the area and collect all drops from the legendary monster before nightfall to prevent any complications. When Joe hears there are supposedly no survivors left inside, he immediately protests and tries to push through, desperate to help. A guard blocks his path, warning him to stay back. Joe pleads for them to at least attempt a rescue. But the examiner brushes him off, stating they will not bother saving the penniless one. However, if the wealthy one ends up being chosen and manages to send a rescue signal, they will consider saving him. After all, his gear appeared quite valuable. Joe clenches his fists and declares that his boss is not garbage. He made a promise to come out of the abyss alive, and he always keeps his promises. The examiner instructs the guards to leave her alone and simply enter the abyss to bury both bodies where they were found. She also warns them to proceed with caution. Just as they are about to step into the abyss, Xing emerges from within, stating there is no need for them to go any further. Xing then asks if retrieving the items counts as passing the test. Joe, visibly thrilled, responds that he knew Xing would make it. Everyone else stares in disbelief. Xing is in terrible shape. Despite his condition, Xing hands the examiner a token, claiming it as his item. She stares in shock, unable to believe that a level 1 scavenger actually survived the boss abyss. Then her eyes catch the token. It is a golden rune stone. She demands to know how Xing got his hands on it. Talk about a shiny trophy. Xing casually hands it over, saying his mission is now complete. She presses further, asking if Xing truly defeated the legendary monster, since the golden token only drops from that specific creature. Xing answers that he has wiped out every monster inside the abyss. There is no one left. The examiner remains skeptical. She thinks to herself there is no way someone like Xing could have done it. Maybe the legendary monster spawned in its weakest form, but even then it is impossible for a level 1 scavenger to survive, let alone kill it. That sounds like a tall tale. Accusations follow. She brands Xing a team killer, convinced he must have murdered the real victor, the chosen one, and is now trying to claim the victory for himself. Joe snaps, yelling at her to stop calling Xing a team killer. He believes in Xing's strength and knows what he is capable of. But she insists that someone like Xing could not possibly have all that power. According to her, Sang-Si must have protected him until the end, only to be betrayed. Joe fires back again, telling her to examine Sang Si's corpse for signs of human-inflicted injuries. Xing interrupts, stating that no corpses will be found. One of the guards emerges from the abyss shortly after, reporting that there are no signs of any bodies inside. The examiner wonders aloud if some kind of bug inside the abyss wiped everything out. Xing questions her next move, with no evidence left inside. How does she plan to prove whether he is guilty or not? He challenges her logic, asking why she is talking about teams and betrayals when she herself created them. He reminds her that he had no obligation toward any of the others, whether they lived or died. It dawns on her that he is right. She is the one who set those rules. Xing calmly asks if he has passed the test or not. Reluctantly, she admits that although she does not like it, yes, Xing has officially earned the hunter certification awarded by the World Committee. She adds that his certification level is an all-rounder license. She congratulates Xing for qualifying to join the mainstream hunting groups and asks if he is satisfied with the outcome. Standing a short distance away, Xingren listens in. She steps forward, stating that the examiner has not told Xing everything yet. As the examiner and the guards rush toward her, they plead that someone of her status should not be here. Ignoring them, Xingren walks directly to Xing and turns to the examiner, asking if those who discover the golden runestone are eligible to apply for an independent hunting group. When the examiner confirms, Xingren explains that this means Xing does not need to join anyone. He can create his own group. Now the politics start. She then turns to Xing and asks if he mentioned her name when he arrived. Xing admits he did not, he simply forgot. She calls him dumb, then addresses the examiner, reminding her that the World Committee's registration for hunting groups has officially begun. That means, with the golden token, Xing is now eligible to apply. The examiner accuses her of trying to sabotage the process. Xingren retorts, but the examiner denies it, saying she simply thought the token should go to someone more powerful, since it would be wasted in the hands of a level 1 scavenger. Xingren erupts in anger again, demanding to know why she thinks it would be waste in his brother's hands. She really does not want to share the loot. He points out that she is the one who made the rules, and now she is trying to cheat them. Members of the hunter team speak up too, revealing they came here because they believed the assessment had been unfair from the start. Otherwise, they would not have shown up at all. Another guard voices frustration as well. Not only do they not want to work with her, but she also withholds their food and equipment. The examiner screams for everyone to stay quiet, and then turns to Xing. She warns him that even if he takes the rune today, people will still label him as third-rate. She adds that the leader of a hunting group must have at least an A rank, and Xing's score before entering the stone was still low. The energy stone does not lie. She claims if he tries to present himself before the World Committee like this, they will only laugh at him. Suddenly, a guard reports that the energy stone is detecting massive fluctuations. The values are rising fast, nearing the limit. It looks like the stone is about to explode. Meanwhile, Xing steps closer to the examiner. Alarmed, she tells Xing to keep his distance. She admits she cannot understand what is causing the readings. No one is even touching the stone, so perhaps it is malfunctioning. But purple energy surges from Xing's body. He states plainly that he does not care what anyone thinks. He only came to earn the certificate. Now that the competition is over, he has no interest in arguing with them anymore. The examiner cannot believe what she is seeing. She asks if Xing is seriously planning to attack the overseers. He responds calmly. He has no intention of doing that. He is only here to take what rightfully belongs to him. Xing takes the golden rune from the examiner's hands. The guards, still skeptical, prepare to test the device with a measuring crystal, suspecting it had malfunctioned earlier. But as they bring it closer to Xing, it grows increasingly unstable, its energy fluctuating wildly, as if on the verge of explosion. In response, Xing releases a powerful surge of energy to demonstrate his true strength. The output overwhelms the crystal, causing the energy stone to shatter into pieces. The final reading flashes S+. He remarks that if they want to avoid further humiliation, they should use a better measuring instrument. The examiner attempts to explain, suggesting that perhaps he had hidden his full power all along, though the claim is hard to believe. When Xing turns to leave, Xingren tells him he should have invoked her name from the start, so no one would have dared to trouble him. Xing answers that earning their trust with his own strength was easier than relying on her reputation. Xingren nods. Watching the exchange, the examiner mutters that perhaps he truly is the scavenger he claims to be, judging by his close ties to the Liu family heiress. Xin introduces Zhu Tang to her, and Zhu lights up with excitement upon seeing Xingren. She asks curiously how and when they have met before. Zhou explains that he once performed as an artist at her birthday party. She instantly recalls and coldly declares that he must have been part of the troupe that performed terribly and ruined her celebration. The remark shocks Zhou, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, Xingren gets the idea to throw a party to celebrate Xing receiving his hunter certification, and asks if they could hold it at his home. Her suggestion instantly makes Xing anxious. His apartment is a rented unit on the ground floor, and he fears she might laugh at him if she discovers it. Zhu stays quiet, still disheartened by Xingren's harsh criticism of his performance. Noticing their uneasy expressions, Xingren says they do not have to celebrate if it would be too much trouble. Xing quickly agrees to host the celebration at his place, but begins devising a plan to keep her from discovering that it is a rental. He also invites Zhou and teases him, promising to hold such a grand event that Zhou absolutely must attend. Xingren asks if tomorrow night works for the celebration and also wonders aloud why they are both acting so strangely. Nevertheless, she looks forward to the event with excitement. After bidding them farewell, she drives off in her car. The moment she is out of sight, Xing begins to panic about his appearance and, more importantly, his apartment. He knows he will have to change it now. He arrives at his apartment building and opens the main door to his room. His sister immediately yells at him, accusing him of claiming to go on a date. As he removes his jacket, he jokes that she can count it as one. Furious, she fires back, convinced he went to the abyss again under the pretense of a date, and sarcastically asks if his companions were goblins or ogres. He reassures her that nothing went wrong, all his body parts are intact, and there is nothing to worry about. Rushing toward his room, Zhou notes that Xing needs medical attention and should go to the hospital. Xing insists they are just minor scratches and tells Zhou not to worry. His sister falls silent. Xing soaks in the bath, letting the water wash over his injuries while blood spreads across the floor. Yeah, nothing like a warm bath to hide the blood. He feels relieved that his sister did not realize how badly he is actually hurt. His body is in worse condition than it appears, and his health points are dangerously low. The fresh and lingering wounds from the abyss have drained him more than he expected, and recovery may take months. As he rests, he opens his system and notices the term reincarnation appearing after his battle with King Damister. In the abyss, after killing Damister, he acquired the king's signature skill, Gravity Vortex, and earned a substantial amount of attribute points, which he distributed evenly across all stats. Now, all his abilities have reached 512 plus points, and the system prevents him from adding any more, indicating he has hit the current limit. Then, the system notifies him that he has met all the conditions required for reincarnation. Reincarnation will reset his level to 0, allowing him to awaken a second time. From that point onward, his levels can climb again, and the attribute point limits will increase as well. For now, all he has to do is press yes. It means starting over from scratch if he wants to push past the current restrictions on his stats. Xing reflects on the risks of resetting his level in the abyss. He already possesses a vast number of attribute points, so the idea of reincarnation does not seem immediately necessary. But then he recalls the examiner's words. Everyone would assume he stole the golden token, and no one would believe he earned it on his own. Even the committee elders would laugh at him. He remembers how she called him a TK, accusing him of killing Sanxi when no one believed a scavenger like him could possess such power. Xing reminds himself that he works tirelessly to grow stronger and protect his family. He refuses to let anything stand in the way of that goal. Whatever the cost, he must break through. He shouts that he will do whatever it takes to become stronger than he was before. Slamming the reincarnation button, he watches the process complete. The system then declares his rank has been reset, but his growth has been elevated to rank 5, meaning he does not have to begin entirely from 0. Inspecting his body, he realizes all his wounds have healed as well, prompting him to shout with excitement. His sister, seated just outside the bathroom, flares with anger. Enraged, she pushes the door open and, with her gaze fixed on the floor, demands to know why he claims he has no injuries when the floor is clearly stained with blood. Catching sight of her brother's naked body, she recoils in embarrassment and abruptly transforms back into a deer. Tears stream down her face as she breaks into sobs, having accidentally smashed the bathroom wall during her sudden transformation. This incident gives Xing a new reason to finally change his house. King stands before the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House, preparing to sell items retrieved from the abyss. Since such gear must be formally appraised before any transaction, he thinks it is wiser to sell them here than on the black market. Auction houses often put high-quality equipment up for bidding, attracting wealthy clients who might pay handsomely for his gear. Just as he is about to step inside, a guard blocks his way, declaring he is not permitted to enter. Qing calmly states that he is a collector here for an equipment appraisal, but the guard eyes him with suspicion, unconvinced, and demands to know his rank. Looks like the guard needs a hobby. He responds that he is rank 1, internally wishing he had reached rank 5 by now. His impression on others would be far stronger. Upon hearing his rank, the guard scoffs and kicks him out, insisting this place is not meant for nobodies like him. He explains that only the wealthiest clients shop here, seeking top-tier equipment, and someone like Qing simply does not belong. In response, Qing presents his upgraded dagger, urging the guard to appraise it. The guard scoffs, claiming there is no need to appraise such junk, but agrees anyway just to get rid of him. However, the appraisal machine fails to register any data, showing the weapon's value as 0 yuan. The guard tells him to toss the dagger into a trash bin, and adds that he will not even bother charging him for appraising such worthless gear. Then something catches the guard's attention, the dagger's unusually sharp edge. A growing sense of suspicion prompts him to take a second look. He grabs an appraisal glass and re-examines it, quickly realizing the weapon is not trash at all, but an incredibly rare item. Its name appears, Void Rift, a blade darker than the abyss itself, with faint starlight shimmering through its void-born form. Rumor has it that an assassin once pursued a woman with a massive bounty. On the brink of death, the killer cornered her, but she vanished into thin air, leaving behind this very dagger that glowed with an eerie light. The blade reportedly creates a portal behind the user, allowing teleportation within a 30-meter radius, though it requires the wielder to be at least rank 3. The guard realizes the dagger is worth far more than anything he has ever seen. That is why the appraisal machine glitched, and his mood lifts instantly, knowing he nearly dismissed a priceless artifact. Talk about a lucky find. Just half an hour earlier, Xing had been in his landlord's basement. He had rented a hotel room for his sister to stay in temporarily while he spent a night in the basement, having no funds left to repair the apartment again. After paying the landlord 2 million yuan for renovations, he is down to just 200 yuan. He now needs to sell some equipment urgently, but he knows the market is already saturated with items similar to his. While his gear is high in quality, it is not top tier. Job changers typically purchase a full set once they switch classes and rarely upgrade afterward. To the wealthy, such equipment holds little value. They see it all as trash. That means he will not get a good price unless he carefully selects only the best pieces to sell. As he scrolls through his system, he spots the altar and wonders whether it can be used outside the abyss. Curious, he taps the button to summon it. Within a second, the altar materializes mid-air and crashes downward. He narrowly dodges it. Had he moved a moment later, it would have smashed into his face. Now he knows he can enhance equipment up to the legendary level, which would significantly raise their market value. He selects a rare one-handed weapon called Hunter's Longsword for the upgrade. There's a well-known tale associated with this sword. A girl once used it to track and intimidate countless beasts, but in the end, both she and the monsters were devoured by a dragon. The sword requires level 17 to wield. He tosses it aside, believing it is only worth about 10,000 on the black market. Basically junk. 10,000? That is pocket change for a scavenger. The altar consumes 30 points to begin forging, but after some time, the system notifies him the upgrade failed. He suspects the sword's grade was too low or the altar did not channel enough attribute points. Frustrated but not deterred, he selects another item. The Titan Glove, an epic-grade handpiece crafted from a titan's fingertip, imbued with the colossal strength of a giant. Whoever wears it feels compelled to wield the largest, heaviest weapon they can find. He prays the item will not go to waste and hopes for a successful forge. But the process fails again, and this time, the Titan Glove disintegrates into ashes. The law stings, another valuable piece gone. Determined to find out what is wrong, he activates observing eyes to analyze the altar. The system reveals the truth. It is a junk forge altar, with a unique trait called waste reforging. Worse still, the forging success rate drops as the material quality increases, meaning high-grade crafting only works on low-quality gear. He finally understands that this altar was specifically designed for trash equipment. He groans, half-jokingly wondering if he has been cursed by some god of trash, since every reward he has received so far has somehow revolved around garbage. Since the altar appears to specialize in forging trash, Xing decides to experiment by tossing in a discarded longsword, just to see what might happen. The sword is worthless junk, its blade marred with scars from time, lying quietly on a deserted battlefield, surrounded by the endless echoes of long-forgotten wars. Its damage level is 5. After the forging process completes, the weapon transforms into a unique Eclipse longsword. Named Night Sky, this blade is said to have been forged from lost stars. It emits a faint glow in darkness and a subtle shadow in light. Its damage level jumps to 422, and it requires level 32 to wield. A one-of-a-kind piece, the sword stuns Qing, who can hardly believe such a magnificent item was created from scrap. Staggered by the outcome, he realizes he has stumbled upon an extraordinary artifact, the Junk Forge altar. Eager to test its limits, he begins feeding it all the trash items he owns, thrilled by the potential profits. One by one, discarded equipment becomes rare treasures. He obtains Night Song, a unique longbow shaped like a graceful harp. Its bowstring, soft as silk, can produce a haunting melody under the night sky. It requires level 29. Next comes Mantra, a unique staff crafted from ancient tree roots, crowned with a tough crystal. Its wooden handle is inscribed with the wisdom and prophecies of ogre ancestors. This item requires level 30. He also forges Thunder, a one-of-a-kind hammer created by the Abyss dwarves. It carries the raw essence of thunder and lightning, capable of summoning storms mid-battle. This powerful weapon requires level 41. Many more items follow. Every piece of junk turns into a unique artifact, while the non-junk items are converted into attribute points. Eventually, the system notifies him that he has reached level 1, not by killing monsters, but purely through forging. For now, Xing has bypassed the most grueling stage of becoming a job holder. Skipping monster hunting for a forge, bold move. He starts considering how to turn all this equipment into cash, planning to use his new hunter's license for that purpose. The scene shifts to the present, where Xing is seated face first inside the auction house. The man had allowed him entry due to the unique dagger, and now asks where he acquired such equipment. Xing responds as he did before. He is a collector. Despite being only level 1, he claims the ability to gather high-quality gear. He cannot reveal that he forged these pieces himself. Doing so would bring unnecessary trouble. The man, eager to win his favor and access more equipment, goes along with everything Qing says. He explains that collectors are not judged by level, but by taste, and since Xing brought such high-level items, it proves his refined eye and capability. Qing mentions he has a lot more gear. If the auction house can meet his demands, he is willing to consign it all, which would also generate a significant commission for them. He then uses magic to summon the equipment. When the man runs the appraisal device over the gear, he realizes every single piece is unique. In shock, he rushes out of the room, instructing others to prepare the highest-class VIP room and to initiate the platinum-level VIP induction. As Xing walks toward the VIP section, he accidentally bumps into a man who immediately starts shouting, demanding he watch where he is going. Xing apologizes, but the man notices his plain clothes and wonders what someone so ordinary is doing in such a high-end venue. He demands to know what hunter group Xing belongs to. Xing introduces himself as a free hunter and gives his name. The man scoffs, saying that explains the poor appearance. Only a free hunter would look like that. He then introduces himself as Lang Xiaofeng, a member of the plus hunter group Tatis, nicknamed Mad Blade, and flashes his badge. Xing recognizes the name. Tatis is notorious for its warlike nature, known among everyone as battle maniacs. They only recruit simple-minded berserkers focused solely on brute strength. Back when Xing was a scavenger, he cleaned up their battlefields often. None of them ended well. It is best not to provoke such a group. He apologizes again and tries to walk away. But Xiao Feng is not satisfied. He yells that an apology is not enough. He draws his sword and places it against Xing's neck, accusing him of sneaking into the auction house. He explains that only high-level job changers are allowed inside, and that trash like Xing should be waiting in line outside. Xing calmly responds that the auction house falls under the World Guild's jurisdiction, and Xiao Feng could land himself in serious trouble for his actions. But Xiao Feng declares that someone like Xing does not deserve to walk the same halls as him. He orders the guards to throw him out and check his credentials. The guards move to escort Xing out, but the equipment appraiser steps back onto the scene just in time. He steps forward and asks Xiao Feng why he is lingering at the member's entrance, reminding him that Xing was supposed to use the Platinum VIP entrance. Another guard questions his target, but the guards converge and pin Xiao Feng against the wall. Xiao Feng protests, insisting a free hunter could not hold a platinum card without a powerful sponsor. The appraiser apologizes to Xing for the misunderstanding. Xiao Feng continues boasting about his tattoos, warning the guards not to lay a finger on him. A guard reminds him that the auction house falls under the World Guild's jurisdiction, and further trouble could see his membership revoked. The appraiser then turns to Qing and tells him he is free to explore the lower-level venue, though he doubts anything there will meet Qing's standards. Qing glances briefly at Xiao Feng and replies that he does not judge like others. After all, no one can truly know where treasure hides among what others call trash. The appraiser nods in agreement and proceeds to show Qing the way. A group of high-class affluent men sit around a polished table, deep in conversation. One of them leans forward and mentions that the auction house recently released a batch of unique equipment. The moment the items were listed, wealthy bidders rushed in and snapped them up, each piece selling for millions. He cites a pair of boots called Yunding that fetched tens of millions. Another man scoffs, saying it took him months to find a single decent piece of gear and wonders how the auction house acquired such a large batch. The first man explains that a collector arrived and handed over his entire stockpile. Yeah, that is as chaotic as a bazaar. The second man shakes his head and mutters that when elite hunter groups backed by immense financial power dominate, ordinary hunters can only hope to scavenge the scraps left behind. Meanwhile, Xing steadily sells his equipment, one piece at a time, each fetching a remarkably high price. As expected, every item becomes a highlight at the auction. He muses that if he ever runs low on cash, he can simply forge new gear and sell it at the auction for quick money. On stage, a man steps up to explain the rules of the upcoming blind auction. He announces that all equipment will be presented in an unidentified state. Among the junk, there could also be top-tier treasures. Because none of the items will be appraised beforehand, all purchases are final, with no returns or exchanges. Whatever price is paid must be honored, regardless of the outcome. The blind auction officially begins, and the first item is unveiled: a stunningly beautiful ring. The auctioneer sets the starting price at 500,000 yuan. Xing narrows his eyes, using his observation skill. Something about the ring intrigues him. The crowd remains silent. No one places a bid. It is standard practice for the organizers to present junk items first, reserving the high-quality ones for later. With that in mind, Xing raises his hand and places a bold bid of 1 million yuan. The bid sparks outrage in Xiao Feng, who is also present. He snarls that there is no way a broken ring could be worth that much. The auctioneer calls out, asking if anyone wishes to bid higher than 1 million yuan. Whispers ripple through the room. Some speculate that the ring might be a hidden gem. One man points out that the bidder holds a platinum VIP membership, meaning he has encountered countless treasures before. His judgment should not be taken lightly. Encouraged by the suspicion, someone bids 1.1 million yuan. Another follows with 1.2 million yuan, and soon after the price rises to 1.3 million yuan. Xing confidently counters with 2.5 million yuan, and the crowd gasps, now fully convinced the ring must be a treasure. Seething with jealousy, Xiao Feng declares that he will not sit idly by. Talk about a bold move. Determined to reassert his presence, Xiao Feng jumps into the bidding war, offering 3 million yuan, convinced no one would dare outbid him. However, Xing, whose bank balance stands at 79 million yuan, calmly raises the bid to 4 million yuan. He is basically printing money. Xiao Feng's face darkens. He believes the boy is mocking him. A teammate warns him not to act recklessly, noting that 4 million yuan is an astronomical amount for an unidentified ring. But Xiao Feng insists that Xing would not be this persistent unless the item holds real value. Convinced, he pushes the bid to 5 million yuan. Across the room, other job changers shake their heads. One comments that 5 million yuan is typically reserved for rare, unique equipment, and spending that much on a mystery item could bankrupt an entire small hunting group. Xiao Feng sneers at Xing, calling him a mere free hunter with a few million in his account, while boasting that he is backed by a powerful hunting group. But the boy responds with an earth-shattering bid of 10 million yuan for the gorgeous ring. The hall falls into stunned silence. Xiao Feng cannot believe what he is hearing. A free hunter bidding 10 million yuan? That amount is more than enough to establish an average-sized hunting group from scratch. Suspicious, he demands that the auctioneer verify Xing's bank balance. Platinum VIP status does not exempt him from the rules. A brief moment passes. The auctioneer announces that Qing's bid is valid, confirming that his account holds substantial funds. The crowd erupts in disbelief, shouting that the man's net worth exceeds 10 million yuan. He is no ordinary hunter. Xiao Feng clenches his fists. He refuses to be humiliated. As a representative of the Tadu group, he cannot allow a free hunter to upstage him. Determined, he throws down a bid of 10.5 million yuan. Before anyone can react, the boy shatters expectations again. He bids 100 million yuan without flinching. He muses that even if this ring turns out to be worthless, he can always forge more gear and return to the auction another day. The auctioneer prepares to begin the countdown. Meanwhile, the boy taunts Xiao Feng, grinning as he remarks that it seems Xiao Feng is about to lose to a free hunter. Xiao Feng hesitates, suddenly gripped by doubt. Could the ring truly be a one-in-a-million treasure? Yeah, that is about as intense as it gets. He recalls Qing's earlier words that his perception differs from others, allowing him to detect value where none appears. That thought unnerves him. If Qing is right, this ring could be a divine artifact, powerful enough to symbolize their entire hunting group. Xiao Feng steadies himself and shouts a staggering bid of 200 million yuan, just as the auctioneer prepares to call it final. Talk about high stakes. Gasps ripple through the room. Onlookers declare him insane. One man exclaims that such a figure could financially destroy a mid-tier hunting group. Another whispers that Xiao Feng belongs to the Tadu hunting group and wonders whether the organization is truly wealthy enough to back this gamble. Xiao Feng leaps onto the table, eyes burning. He dares the boy to keep bidding, insisting he will demonstrate the difference in their financial power. Qing smiles and calmly concedes, announcing that the item now belongs to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng bursts into triumphant laughter. But one of his group members nervously steps forward, reminding him that they came to purchase equipment for their brothers, not to waste 200 million yuan on a ring. He asks how they will explain this to the boss. Xiao Feng waves him off with confidence, claiming the ring is undoubtedly a divine item and the investment will be worth it. The auctioneer congratulates Xiao Feng on his win and asks the crowd to applaud. The boy watches, smiling quietly to himself. He reflects on how unidentified items can sometimes turn out to be legendary, just as his forging altar once did. Though it appeared as junk at first glance, it proved to be a priceless treasure. Perhaps this ring might be similar. He activates his observing eyes and inspects the item. The ring's true name is revealed as ornate iron ring, a complete piece of trash. He chuckles inwardly. Nothing can deceive his eyes now. He had already identified the ring long ago through appraisal. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, still standing proudly on stage, declares that he has found a divine item and prepares to appraise it. The moment the results appear, his face drops. The crowd watches in anticipation as he realizes the painful truth. The ring is nothing more than an ordinary iron ring. He erupts in fury, yelling at Qing and blaming him for the entire mess, claiming that it was Qing's fault that he misjudged a worthless item. He demands a refund from the auctioneer, claiming that he had only been joking when he bid 200 million yuan on the ring, and that it should be treated as a harmless mistake. But the auctioneer calmly reminds him that rules are rules. As the representative of the Tadu hunting group, he will notify the group to settle the full amount within 24 hours. If they fail to pay, the group will face severe punishment from the World Guide, possibly disqualification or outright disbandment. Additionally, the man himself will be charged with disrupting the auction and sentenced to a labor camp to pick up rubbish. The auctioneer then waves to the guards and instructs them to take him away, explaining that since the bid amount is substantial, someone will escort him to the union for payment collection. Xiao Feng continues shouting at the boy, over and over, accusing him of being the root of all his troubles. Watching the chaos unfold, one man remarks that this guy just destroyed an entire hunting group without shedding a drop of blood. Another agrees, adding that such outcomes seem routine for the man with the platinum VIP status. That is a financial apocalypse. The auctioneer then resumes the blind bidding session. The next item up is a wild transformation necklace. It grants the wearer immunity to movement control effects, prevents knockbacks, and even bestows a self-healing ability. That necklace sounds like a cheat code. The boy immediately recognizes it as a perfect fit for Xiao Zhou, feeling as if it were made just for her. He places a bid of 5 yuan, intending to gift it to his sister. Someone mutters that Mr. Platinum is scheming again. Another recalls how he previously manipulated Xiao Feng, tricking him into spending 200 million yuan, restricting his freedom, and now leaving him stuck waiting for his leader to bail him out. They agree there is no point in bidding against him. It would be a foolish move. The auctioneer playfully asks if anyone wants to challenge his bid, while the crowd begins to suspect that the platinum guy might actually be an inside man hired by the auction house. Smiling, the auctioneer asks again if anyone is willing to place a bid, but no one moves. They are not foolish enough to repeat Xiao Feng's mistake. Qing, watching the silence, wonders if his earlier actions scared off the bidders. He grins, realizing that sometimes being misunderstood has its advantages. With no counterbids, the auctioneer congratulates the boy on winning the necklace. The rest of the bidders are left kicking themselves, realizing they would have spent far more on inferior items. That necklace was actually a unique piece of equipment, and the boy had secured it for just 1 yuan. Shortly after, the boy receives a message notifying him that he has earned 180 million yuan from the auction so far, meaning he now has even more capital to continue bidding. That night, the boy stands beside a woman showing him around various apartments. She explains that the building they are in represents the style and quality of homes in their community. It is considered the finest property in all of Shenfeng City, reserved for the wealthy elite. She tells him that the top floor apartment, measuring 1,000 square meters, carries a price tag of 100 million yuan. Then, almost mockingly, she advises him not to waste time on properties he cannot afford. Instead, she offers to show him an 80 square meter unit, something he might manage by taking out a 30-year loan with monthly installments. But he calmly cuts her off, saying there is no need to show any other place. He is buying this one. She raises an eyebrow and informs him that someone with his credit rating is not eligible for a 100 million yuan loan. Besides, these penthouses are only sold to the rich. He responds coolly, saying he will pay the full amount in cash, but he wants to move in immediately. She should ensure everything is ready by noon. Later that afternoon, he takes Zhou Tang and Xiao Zhou to the newly purchased penthouse. Stunned by the sudden upgrade, Xiao Zhou questions what is going on. She has not seen him all day, and now they are suddenly standing in a mansion. She demands to know the cost and how he is affording it. He tells her the house is under her name. The ceiling is high enough to accommodate her transformation into a bear, and even if she breaks it, he will simply buy another one for her. Xiao Zhou stands speechless, unable to grasp that her brother bought such a grand place in her name. Meanwhile, Zhou Tang dashes through the vast rooms, overjoyed, shouting that the mansion is so massive, his voice echoes inside. The boy and his sister gaze out the window, and he promises her she will never suffer again. The three of them spend the evening playing, singing, and celebrating, both for the new home and for the boy's newly acquired hunter license. Eventually, Zhou Tang slumps on the sofa, while Xiao Zhou stretches out across the table, both exhausted from the festivities. Nothing beats a good night in a new palace. On the balcony, the boy stands quietly as Xingren approaches him. Nothing like a balcony chat to set the mood. She comments that it looks like he is checking the air outside. He replies that despite owning the best house in the best part of the city, the air still feels polluted. She congratulates him on officially becoming a hunter. She has witnessed his relentless effort and insists his achievements are well earned. For now, she tells him to take pride in it. He turns to thank her. Zingren encourages him to lift his spirits since tonight is meant to celebrate his success. She then reveals a gift, pulling out a crystal stone, the same one he gave her years ago when they first met. Seeing it stuns him, his eyes lighting up. She explains that she always wore it whenever she ventured into the abyss, and now she wants to return it to him as a meaningful gift. That crystal reminded her that there are people in the world who refuse to be shackled by status or fate, people who fight to rewrite their destinies, even at the cost of their lives. She says the crystal brought her luck and helped her survive countless dangers. The boy nods, agreeing with her perspective, saying that life is not really about luck. She continues, recalling how he once said that rather than convincing others to believe in their relationship, it was easier to prove it through strength. She now understands that escaping unscathed does not rely on chance either. The boy explains that he believes in direct action. Standing alive before others is more powerful than any argument. She smiles and admits that is what she admires about him. Most people, upon discovering her identity, assume her success stems from being the Liu family heiress. Very few acknowledge her hard work. It has always been her dream to earn respect based solely on her abilities, and she is confident that one day, like her siblings, she will achieve it. She adds that although the crystal is not valuable in terms of money, she could never measure its worth that way. The same applies to him. He is like that crystal. She tells him it does not matter whether he lives in a mansion, a modest apartment, drives a fancy car, or even rides a shared bicycle. She will still like him just the same because she likes the super strong scavenger yecking. The boy chuckles, admitting that suddenly becoming rich is not as thrilling as people might think. For him, street barbecue and beer will always beat wine and steak. Then he mentions needing money for something she once said. Zingren looks at him, intrigued. He explains she once told him he could form his own hunter group if he had enough funds. She begins outlining that building a hunter group from scratch requires a serious investment. As she speaks, he opens a void vortex, retrieving something from it. He says he intends to create a hunter group and explore the most dangerous abyss. Playing solo will not make him stronger anymore, just as she had said. He now holds a golden rune in his hand, stating that he must accept the rules of the world. Then he smirks and declares that he himself will become the rule of this world. Zing stands in front of the trash center, noting how, despite this being the most luxurious building around, its waste disposal system is shockingly inconvenient. He complains that not only must he descend all the way from his apartment, but he also has to walk a full 100 meters to reach the nearest trash bin. He wonders aloud if the rich even produce trash, given how little consideration has gone into this setup. Even the rich have to deal with garbage. A man approaches Zing from behind, demanding to know where he works and accusing him of breaking the building's regulations. He coldly points out that a specific zone exists for servants to discard waste, insisting that Zing should not wander carelessly with dirty items. He warns that strangers might misinterpret the scene and think the rich are mingling with the poor. Zing replies calmly that he is not a servant but the new owner of an apartment, and he introduces himself. Without missing a beat, the man hurls a banana peel at Zing and sneers that in this upscale neighborhood, owners never handle their own trash, implying that Zing must be a servant after all. He then turns and orders Zing to clean the area, adding that he does not want to see Zing here again. Zing activates his gravity vortex, causing the man to rise effortlessly into the air. He coolly remarks that the trash belongs to him, so he should take responsibility, then slams the man down onto the ground before him. Enraged, the man shouts in disbelief that a servant would dare speak to him like that, calling it a bold move. Zing suppresses all of the man's combat abilities, preventing him from using brute force and pushes him down again, ordering him to pick up the trash. The man continues yelling that no one has the right to treat him this way. Zing's system notifies him that the target has activated Titanic Power, a burst skill that grants 10 times normal strength and allows breaking free from body restriction effects. However, Zing counters with his legendary class body control skill, completely neutralizing the Titanic Power effect. The man is stunned, unable to comprehend how someone who appears to be a servant could wield such powerful abilities. Zing explains that Gravity Vortex was obtained from a legendary monster, making it naturally superior to techniques taught at professional hunter academies, thus classifying it as a legendary class ability. Even so, the man refuses to accept Xing's strength, theorizing that he must be a support specialist and insisting that his defeat was only because Xing ambushed him. Chen amplifies the pressure from his skill and commands the man once again to pick up the trash. Overwhelmed, the man finally begs for mercy and promises to clean the trash. After a few moments, Xing leaves the man lying near the trash bin. While checking his phone, Xing sighs that despite living in an upscale area now, his problems have not lessened. He receives a message from Zhou Tang, asking where he is and complaining that he cannot locate anyone in the house because it is too massive. Xing replies that he stepped out to dispose of the trash, but now plans to visit the old place to settle a few matters. Zhou Tang panics, wondering if the landlord is asking about the old house or something else. Xing reassures him, saying he only left some belongings behind and is going back to retrieve them, nothing more. Sitting in his old apartment, Xing murmurs that this place still feels more comfortable. The landlord arrives and informs Xing that even if he pays the rent, he cannot stay here any longer. The entire plot of land has been purchased outright, with the buyer paying in advance for 50 years, meaning ownership has permanently changed hands. Xing smirks and replies that this piece of land now belongs to him, indicating that he is the buyer. Meanwhile, two men sit inside the World Association residence, a formal parliamentary building, discussing how Tatis has amassed a debt of 200 million yuan at the recent auction due to a certain buyer. One man explains that Tatis blamed Xiao Feng for illegal bidding, citing personal reasons, and has completely distanced itself from the scandal. The first man instructs the other to identify the mysterious buyer. He adds that since Tatis is a powerful hunting group he intended to support, he cannot allow any complications to arise around them. The subordinate reports that the buyer also participated in the hunter qualification examinations and was promoted to a full-time licensed hunter afterward. It is a tangled mess. Furthermore, this same individual has ties to the recently dismantled Blood Oath hunting group. He presents a recording of Xing's magical fluctuations, gathered from the test stone. He continues, stating that they compared this magical signature to the traces found at the location where Caesar died, uncovering significant similarities. As he examines Xing's profile on the system, the boss concludes that this must be the special job holder. The subordinate warns that such special professions, those not listed in the official job registry, threat the current class hierarchy. They could destabilize the game rules that the World Association has established. If this person cannot be controlled using those rules, he will eventually become an enemy of the system itself. The boss calmly states that the individual will obey the rules, because they are the gods of this era, and all must follow the laws laid down by the gods. Xing now stands in front of that very building. He enters the building and presents the golden rune to a girl, stating that it is his token and he wishes to create a hunting group. She asks if he is aware of the requirements, explaining that he must pay a one-time founding capital of 50 million yen to the World Guide and possess the operating qualifications of a hunting group, similar to a license. She also clarifies that each hunting group is allowed access only to the abyss areas authorized by the World Guide and must adhere to all established rules. Xing assures her that funding will not be an issue, as he plans to pay in cash. She gestures toward the other side, pointing out that several licensed job holders are waiting in line to submit applications. She suggests Xing can recruit team members from among them, as a hunting group must have at least 4 additional members registered by the end of the day. Xing names his group Scavenger's Home, and she displays it on the screen in front of the job changers. They glance over and react with disbelief, surprised that someone is forming a new group so late in the game. One remarks that the name is incredibly lame, scoffing at the idea that anyone would join a startup consisting of just one person, especially since it is registered as an E-class business. The girl explains that only E-class business slots remain in the system, representing the lowest tier resource recycling category. Because of this, the team will not be able to participate in activities designated for other hunting groups. According to the rules, they will only be allowed to serve the main hunting groups. Xing realizes this means he is being pushed back into a role where he serves others, just like before. The man he defeated earlier that night appears behind him, remarking on the coincidence that he was taking out the trash when they first met and now finds him picking it up. He then asks if his name is Yi Qing. Grinning with malice, he says he will repay Xing for what happened last time, claiming he will force him to eat his own filth and wag his tail in front of him today. Xing recognizes the man as Fa Qiang, son of Fa Tianlin, a senator who recently formed a hunting group called Hunting Heart. It becomes clear that Fa Qiang obtained his hunting group license through his father's backing, and his group now has access to the highest tier abyss zones. Everyone in the hall listens to their exchange. One person murmurs that nobody has ever survived after offending him, and that this newly formed group already seems doomed. Xing responds, stating that he is here to form a group and that this personal grudge has nothing to do with the matter at hand. He suggests they settle matters elsewhere, but Qing refuses to let it go, promising to make things as difficult as possible. He offers a compromise. If Xing kowtows to him in front of everyone and agrees to recycle the garbage left by his group in the future, then Qing will permit him to recruit members today. Otherwise, Qing vows to see his group dismantled soon. Xing fires back, saying he does not even have enough value to be recycled. The insult sends Qing into a rage as he shouts, demanding why Xing dares to act so boldly in his territory. Xing's men quickly intervene, urging him to calm down. They point out that a crowd is watching and there is no need to cause a scene over someone whose group is bound to fall apart. No one will apply anyway. They drag Qing away while Xing and others silently watch them leave. That was as bad as it sounds. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Zhou Tang rushes over, saying he arrived as soon as he heard Xing was forming his own group. He declares that he wants to join. Qing and his men hear this as well. One identifies the boy, stating that he is Zhou Tang, a former member of their group who could not buff at all and was considered a complete piece of trash. Chen asks if he passed the exam and if he still worries that no one will recruit him. Zhu explains that he has been with a private group all this time, but due to his poor reputation, no other group is willing to accept him. Then, with a sudden burst of emotion, he says that if his big brother accepts him into his group, he will do anything for him, even be boiled alive or step into flames. Xing remarks that it sounds as if no group has taken him in, even after all this time. Zhu admits he has been browsing recruitment listings and saw news that Xing offended Qiang. Now his group is apparently on the verge of collapse because of it. He also points out that Xing's token is a golden rune, indicating a B-level world, yet he has been assigned to E-level. He says that cannot be a coincidence and must be Qiang's doing. Xing remarks that he does not mind even if the job involves collecting trash. It still works in his favor, whether it is a B-level task or an E-level one. He explains that it is unfair for the main groups to handle all the monsters, while others are left behind to clean up after them. He points out that all valuable items will be taken by groups with the manpower to collect them, leaving only trash behind that will not benefit the others much. Zhu responds by claiming he became wealthy just from picking up trash, implying he has a way to make use of it effectively. Xing replies that even though Zhu has money, there are still problems that money cannot solve. The only thing that truly earns people's recognition is strength. Qing cuts him off, stating there is nothing left to argue because everyone already knows that strength alone is the true symbol of power. He then announces he will recruit 10 new members and will choose only the best, telling those who are not up to par to stay behind. Most of the job changers, those at levels 41, 46, 49, and similar, begin rushing toward him in hopes of being selected. Zhu comments that everyone is desperate to join Qing's team because they know his father manages all the hunting groups. Moreover, most of the level 50 candidates are not newcomers, but a bunch of sycophantic veterans. Watching the eager crowd, Qing praises their good judgment, contrasting them with the garbage, clearly referring to Xing. He really enjoys playing the crowd. Just then, a newcomer named Yiling enters the hall, asking if there are only 2 groups available to choose from today. Xing's men inform her that she is the newest recruit and already highly regarded by many hunting groups. Meanwhile, Yiling glances at the display screen and notices a newly formed group named Scavenger's Home, created just today. Zhu recognizes Yiling and mentions they passed the hunter exam together, meaning she must be here today to join a group as well. Xing adds that he knows her too, noting that she is the one who uses instant explosion spells. Zhou confirms her strength, recalling how during the exam she inflicted the most damage, while the others relied heavily on her. He then says he will ask her to join their team, and Xing urges him to act quickly. However, Xing has already reached her and begins explaining that he leads a group named Hunting Heart. He sincerely invites her to join, saying it is a good opportunity to have a talented young woman like her on the team. Then he disparages Scavenger's home, calling it nothing more than a trash group and warning her not to choose it. Zhou panics, thinking it is over because Xing reached her first. Yiling, however, calmly tells Xing that she has already decided to join the scavenger team. Xing starts yelling, demanding why such a brilliant warlock would insist on joining such a low-tier group. He argues that with only E-level qualifications, that group is not worth her time, and joining them would waste her talent. What a drama. But Yiling walks over to Xing, extends her hand to Chen, and says she really likes the group's name. From behind, Zhou tries to get her attention, asking if she remembers him since they met recently, but she does not respond. She introduces herself as Yiling, a fire elemental sorcerer, and formally asks Xing to let her join his group. Both Xing and Zhou introduce themselves in return, and Xing takes her hand, assuring her that he would never reject someone who truly wants to join. During the handshake, Yiling becomes a little shy, so to shift the mood, Xing suggests they go eat something. While they eat, a few other members approach, but Yiling politely declines their offer, saying she is not hungry. Xing asks the receptionist if they can order food there, and the three of them settle on the sofa. Xing browses the menu, thinking everything is ridiculously expensive, while Yiling casually orders one portion of every item available. Zhou simply watches both of them in silence. Meanwhile, Xing fumes with anger over Yiling's rejection, and his men try to console him, suggesting there must be something wrong with that woman. They reassure him that they already have enough professionals on the team, so it does not really matter whether she joins or not. Just then, someone approaches from behind and tells Xing and his group to move aside. Everyone in the hall turns to look, including Yiling, Zhou, and Xing, who are still eating. All eyes fall on the figure, and they instantly recognize him as Wu Ming, the man rumored to have killed all his teammates. People whisper that he is cursed, and that anyone associated with him ends up with a miserable fate. Ming walks straight up to Xing and says he learned about him at the World Guide residence, and he remembers an unresolved battle still hanging between them. Xing replies that he is currently recruiting members for his group, and since Ming came to him personally, that must mean he is interested in joining. That invitation could shift the entire balance. Ming picks up a piece of Yiling's cake and eats it, replying that although he is interested, it also depends on whether Xing is willing to accept him. After all, he is known to be unlucky, and anyone connected to him will see their fortune decline. Moreover, his curse also affects those who remain near him. This is not the whole issue. Now even equipment drops have started deteriorating because of him. Ming sits with them, while Xing and his men keep watch from a distance. One of the men remarks that everyone knows Ming has not received decent gear in years, all because of his horrible luck. As a result, he always ends up with low-quality equipment. Xing sneers, saying that with luck like that, no one would ever want him on their team. Xing asks if his bad fortune actually causes loot to degrade in quality. Meanwhile, Ming reaches out and snatches another piece of cake from Yiling, who tries to stop him. Between bites, Ming asks why he is being interrogated like this and admits he is not sure, but maybe Xing is right. He casually explains that he earns a living by completing commissions for clients. As long as the rewards are generous, he does not even glance at the equipment. Even when he does, it is always junk to him, so it really does not matter. Yiling, now fuming because of the stolen cake, grows visibly irritated, while Zhou steps in to calm her down. As Ming continues talking, Xing suddenly lights up and cuts in, excitedly saying he wants Ming to join his team. He insists that Ming is exactly the special talent they have been missing. To Xing, worthless equipment is like buried treasure. And Ming, with his curse, can degrade equipment quality to the lowest tier, increasing the chance of scoring top-tier loot. With that, Xing extends his hand for a handshake, formally inviting Ming to join the team. This cannot be made up. Xing and his men burst into laughter, mocking Xing for being so desperate that he is recruiting someone who will only drag their luck down further. Xing adds that the name Scavenger fits him perfectly, since all he does is pick up unwanted trash. Ming warns Xing that his entire team might get wiped out in the abyss. However, regarding Yi Qing, he declares he will be the one to personally kill him. That said, he still accepts the offer to join. Xing, however, calmly replies that Ming will be disappointed because he will never allow any of his members to die on his watch. Around them, people begin whispering about Wu Ming, saying he is incredibly strong. One person notes that he is known as a cursed man. Every time he enters the abyss with a team, he always comes out alone, the rest wiped out completely. His record is flawless in that regard, 100% survival for himself. Xing shakes his head in disbelief that Xing would hire someone so unlucky. He scoffs that no one else will dare join the team now. He either brings on idiots or walking disasters. Meanwhile, Xing reviews the application requirements. So far, he has recruited 3 members, and just needs one more to meet the basic quota in time to receive the hunting group license. But it has been a while, and still no one else has approached them. Su remarks that it seems they are just not that popular. Yiling blames it entirely on him and Ming. Then Xing walks over and informs them that time is running out. If they fail to recruit a final member, their hunting group application will expire. Moreover, he has personally instructed the review team to reject the application, citing poor leadership, failure to organize a stable group, and other disqualifications. From this point forward, Xing will be barred from becoming a leader, and if he attempts to use his hunter license, it will be restricted. That is his punishment for daring to insult him. He asks if Xing regrets anything. Chen replies that his team already has the required number of members. But Xing challenges that, pointing out they only have 5, then starts counting them out. First, the weakling Zhou Tang, counting them like a roll call of failures. The second member is Yiling, a woman who seems to have no sense at all. The third recruit is Wu Ming, a walking disaster. That brings the team to 3 members besides Xing, and 1 slot still remains empty. Xing confidently declares that they are not 4, they are 5. At that moment, a girl dashes into the room, apologizing for her tardiness. She explains that she was trapped in the abyss and nearly perished, blaming Qing for hastening the explanation. The girl introduces herself as Xing Gran and demands that they cut the drama and officially record her as a team member. Everyone in the room instantly recognizes her as Xing Gran, heiress of the Liu family and a sponsor of the World Guide. Although she holds the lowest rank among her siblings, her status remains highly prestigious. Xing cannot believe she has joined this team, because people of her caliber are normally scouted by top-tier hunting groups. Although she rejected her family's elite training program and receives no special resources, joining such a third-rate group still makes little sense unless Yi Qing truly possesses ability. Xing scoffs, calling the situation nonsense. He claims that Qing possesses no real skill and relies only on dirty tricks. If Qing had not executed a sneak attack last night, Xing says, Qing would have been the one sent to the hospital. One of his men asks whether they will continue waiting because the guild-assigned scavengers have not arrived. Xing explains that their mission is classified as a level, with only high-grade loot dropping here, leaving nothing but trash behind, so scavengers would be useless. The receptionist congratulates them on successfully forming a group, records all relevant details, total members, levels, current status, and names, and informs them that they are now eligible to accept E-class teamwork missions. Xing, walking away with his team, hears Xing announce that they will join the Hunter Hearts A class Abyss expedition and that he will assume full responsibility for cleanup. Outraged, Xing shouts that with an E-class status, Xing has no right to touch his A-class mission. Xing calmly explains that E-class refers only to business scope and does not restrict the Abyss level they may enter. Because the team has available slots, they are permitted to apply. The receptionist hands over an authorization card, confirming that they have been granted permission to participate in the Hunter Hearts Abyss hunt. Xing furiously accuses Xing of exploiting loopholes in the rules. Xing extends his hand for a handshake and urges them to set aside their grudges and work together, reminding everyone that they are heading into a rich A-class abyss. Xing snaps that he would never cooperate with Xing, but if Xing insists on picking up his trash, fine. He will leave a pile for him to dig through. With that, Xing storms off, hurling insults at Xing. Qing smirks and reminds Xing that he must obey the orders of the Hunter Heart team's leader. Zhou asks whether it is truly acceptable to work under someone like that. Xing replies that he does not wish to, but with scavenger status, they can enter any abyss level without restrictions. Even those with the poorest qualifications can access the highest level hunts, which is the real advantage. Chaodeng becomes visibly shaken. Xing continues, saying that becoming a scavenger was entirely intentional, but teaming up with the Hunter Heart group happened by chance. This mission, however, contains the key to the Black Tower, known as the Black Keystone. The others inquire what the Black Tower key actually is. Xing explains that reports indicate one of the Abyss missions holds the Black Tower key, and he is certain that Hunter Heart received special privileges to be assigned such a high-profile mission. That sounds as crazy as it sounds. Ming elaborates that the Black Tower key serves as a ticket to the Tower Challenge, where participants receive rewards based on how many floors they ascend, including curse removal and cures for incurable diseases. Ling adds that many groups worldwide have attempted to locate the key through various abyss gates, but only a few have succeeded. Those who entered the Black Tower now stand among the strongest, including Ling's own siblings. Chu interrupts, admitting he is clueless about the key and wonders aloud if it might turn him into a superstar. Everyone immediately responds that real strength is required to claim it. Zhou sighs, resigned to the fact that he must grow stronger to earn respect. Xing tells his teammates that they now have a chance to find the key, and if luck is on their side, they might obtain it before anyone else. Moreover, because Hunter Heart will lead the way, they will have extra time to locate the hidden chamber. The whole group stares at Xing, stunned. Xingren mutters that this must have been his plan from the start. Xing shakes his head, insisting it was not his plan. He genuinely believed he could easily gather enough team members, but circumstances did not turn out as expected. Above all, he emphasizes that this is pure coincidence. The day of the Class Abyss mission finally arrives, and they enter the Abyss through its gate. Faxiang leads his team, while Xing's scavenger group trails behind. As they step into the Abyss, Jiateng lights up with excitement, marveling at the visible sky above even within this place, completely different from previous dungeons that were always enclosed. Xing explains that some abysses are open-world types like this one, lacking traditional room layouts and directional markers. Anyone unable to find their way back would become hopelessly lost, making such abysses inherently dangerous. Ling and Xingren enter after the others, their bodies concealed beneath protective clothing and dark glasses. Xing asks whether they intend to stay that way the whole time. Ling replies that they are shielding themselves from the sun's harmful rays. The group pushes deeper into the abyss, and Jiateng remains the only one visibly thrilled, singing loudly out of pure excitement. Faxiang grumbles in frustration, complaining that he despises abysses that require endless walking just to locate the mission target. A girl from his team studies the reports and notes that an oasis fortress is situated at the center of the abyss. Shone looks around and wonders aloud if this truly qualifies as a class abyss, since they have seen no greenery and have not encountered a single monster yet. Another man adds that it is strange, especially because a flock of birds has been circling above them the entire time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. Hearing this, another team member glances upward and shouts for everyone to stay alert, declaring that they are not ordinary birds but harpies. Who knew birds could throw a party like that? Harpy party, indeed. Chaos erupts as everyone darts about, searching for cover, but the open terrain gives the creatures an advantage, leaving nowhere to hide. One voice shouts at Xing's scavenger group, accusing them of failing to find a safe location and suggesting they are practically asking to die at the hands of the monsters. Xing calmly explains that there is no need to fear the birdmen. Their only threat is to scoop people up and drop them from great heights. Ling scoffs, saying that if anyone gets caught, it proves their positioning is terrible. A member of Xiang's team lashes out, snapping that she has no right to mock the main force of Hunting Heart, especially as auxiliary staff, and adds that they should be grateful that Fax Yang even allowed them to tag along and collect the leftovers. The Harpies launch another wave of attacks, swooping down repeatedly. One member of Hunting Heart is grabbed and lifted into the air. His teammate rushes to help, but before he can act, the Harpy suddenly bursts into flames and releases the man. Ling casts a fire explosion that sends the creature crashing to the ground. She sneers, remarking that she had assumed the members of Hunting Heart were elites, but clearly some are merely filling numbers. The man attempts to defend himself, insisting he would have only been distracted by her presence. Otherwise, he would have handled the situation. Watching him, Xing wonders if this reflects how the main force behaves, failing at positioning and constantly blaming others for their own mistakes. As the harpies shift their focus toward Xing and Ming, the same man taunts them, claiming it is now their turn to demonstrate skill. Just as the birdmen close in, Xing draws his sword and felts one with a single slash. The surrounding men stare in disbelief. One of them scoffs that it was merely luck, that he probably hit the bird's weak point by accident, and claims he could have done the same. The harpy's body lands near the boastful man, twitches and springs back to life, growling viciously. The man shrieks, calling for help. Xing calmly places a foot on the creature's face and tells the man that harpies are highly sensitive to sound. If the man wants to avoid further trouble, he must move in complete silence. Meanwhile, Xing and his team continue battling the monsters. Ling unleashes electric shocks that send the remaining harpies fleeing. That will teach them to buzz around. Enraged, Faxing orders his men to eject 2 of the team members, declaring them useless and insisting that Hunting Heart has no place for such incompetence. Jiating scans the horizon, trying to determine if the area is finally safe. Xing explains that the harpies attacked in response to the noise caused by the ranger, which is why the ranger became their first target. Xing Gran elaborates that although these creatures are weak, they prioritize attacking job holders such as mages and bards, who need time to chant their spells. Jiating's face turns pale as he realizes this marks him as a target. Xing Gran continues, pointing out that harpies easily break through shield defenses to strike the back row, meaning support classes positioned in the rear face significantly higher risk. Now visibly shaken, Jiating mutters that he should have kept his mouth shut earlier. A member of Hunting Heart claims that the monsters will not return anytime soon after being driven off like that. But then the ground begins to tremble. Xing Gran's expression turns grim. She says the harpies have not fled out of fear, they are escaping something far more powerful lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Jiating crouches to hide again, and Ling yanks him by the ear in irritation. They spot an entire crowd of ogres charging toward them. Fax Yang immediately takes command, directing the healers to fall back to the rear line, ordering the tanks to form a front line just behind him, and signaling the rogues to move into position and eliminate every enemy in sight. Glancing at Xing's team, Xing smirks and comments that he is a true professional leader, capable of commanding more than 20 men. He adds that it is time to demonstrate the power of Hunting Heart to the trash-picking team, who stand on a cliff like spectators, silently observing the battle below. Xing charges ahead, harnessing his titanic strength as he barrels into the ogres, taking them down one by one. His team follows closely behind, and he urges them to wipe out the enemies in a single sweep. The battle officially erupts. Xing notes that Hunting Heart should have no trouble handling the fight, as the ogres appear rather weak. Ling turns to ask when they will join the battle, but Zhou nervously admits he wants to retreat because he is too scared. Xing suggests they simply observe, explaining that Fax Yang clearly intends to showcase his strength, and that they are only here to collect the leftovers. Suddenly, an ogre appears directly in front of them. Xing lands a solid punch to its face and immediately senses that this is not random. It feels deliberate, as if Xing had orchestrated it. Meanwhile, Xing laughs at them for being dragged into the fight and mocks them, saying they should go ahead and pick up the trash they came for. He really loves trash, does not he? Looking down at the discarded gear, Xing comments that these weapons resemble a royal parade of garbage. They glance at Ming, who has just received a message stating his luck attribute is extremely low. Zhu examines one of the weapons and remarks that Hunting Heart would toss this kind of gear without hesitation, as they only collect purple grade or higher. These items are so worthless they are not even white tier, they are gray. Xing points out that these gray tier items are precisely what he seeks, as they hold particular value for him. Strangely, none of the monsters are dropping blue grade or higher gear, and no critical hits occur, resulting only in gray equipment. Xing inspects one of the drops and scoops that it is not even worth picking up. One of his members comments that something feels off. Not only are the ogres holding back, but even their own side cannot land any critical strikes. Xing grumbles that today is unusually unlucky, complaining that his lucky equipment, which cost him a fortune, is not working. Xing also finds it odd that the monster's main force does not seem to be going all out. Shingren agrees, noting that monsters typically lack strategy and simply rush anyone who invades their territory. King recalls facing the king elves during his hunter test and how something felt off then as well. He explains that certain monsters might be capable of communicating in their own language. He points toward the ogres, observing that they appear to be coordinating during the fight. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Xing shouts for the healers to restore the tank's health points. The weaker job changers fight at the rear, including a fragile ranger who has managed to kill a few monsters. Then a new threat emerges as several ogres breach their rear guard. Cries erupt from the back line, warning that enemies have broken through and pleading for assistance. One of the members asks Xing if they should clear a path back, because the rear is now in jeopardy. But Xing continues charging forward, striking down ogres at the front, and replies that they should be advancing, not retreating. When questioned about the endangered rear line, he coldly orders them to expose the trash collector's location to the ogres, drawing their aggro, and to keep pressing the attack. A smoke bomb is launched into the air, shrouding the battlefield in a sudden veil. A few moments later, the system declares that the ogre's aggression has been reset. All eyes now fix on the team perched on the cliff, highlighted as a target and only a heartbeat away from being struck. Ming stiffens and announces that something is barreling toward them, while Jiating shouts that monsters are closing in for an attack. Ling shakes his head, insisting the creatures are not acting randomly, they have been deliberately sent their way. Xing's eyes flash with anticipation, noting that they have not fought a proper battle since entering the abyss, and now the chance to unleash their strength has arrived. Xing steps forward, raising a hand to halt the others. He warns against wasting magic and health on a meaningless skirmish, urging the group to reserve their energy for real threats. Ling glances at Xing, puzzled, and asks why they still cannot use magic. Xing narrows his eyes, explaining that it feels as if the ogres are herding them into a trap. He proposes testing the theory against the main force first, claiming he can handle these ogres alone. Without hesitation, Xing hurls himself off the cliff. The ogres below scramble to form a web, ready to catch him, but confusion spreads when he does not land on it. They scan the area, searching frantically. King now stands silently behind them. The moment they sense Xing, the ogres whirl around and lunge at him. He meets their assault head-on, dispatching them with effortless precision. Shingren cheers from above, grinning widely. It is clear that Xing has grown much stronger in recent days. His speed is staggering. Even the blur of his blades can barely be followed. He slices through one ogre after another, moving too quickly for them to retaliate. The remaining monsters falter, then bolt in fear, leaving Xing momentarily confused by their retreat. Meanwhile, the Hunting Heart members exchange smug glances, assuming the scavenger team must be struggling against the monsters. They believe the scavenger's sacrifice has made their own fight far easier. But then, the very group of ogres they had sent toward the scavenger team suddenly reappears, charging straight at them. Panic erupts as the Hunting Heart members cry out for help. Xing watches it unfold and speaks calmly, confirming what he suspected. These monsters target weaker prey. When confronted with a stronger enemy, they retreat. He notes, indeed, that is about as clueless as it sounds. Talk about obvious. That kind of behavior proves the ogres are highly intelligent. Without warning, a massive ogre barrels into the front line and crushes the main tank with a single blow. Ming's eyes widen in disbelief. He cannot accept how quickly the tank was killed. Xing turns to the healers and roars, demanding to know why they had not kept track of the tank's health. One healer stammers that he did not see any drop in health. One hit was all it took, and the tank vanished in an instant. Through the swirling sand, a towering ogre emerges, lumbering straight toward them. Xing steadies himself and mutters that these elite ogre warriors are far beyond the raiders in strength. The gap in difficulty is undeniable. He shouts for the team to regroup and hold formation. Another member rushes in, breathless, and reports that the back line has been overrun. The ogre raiders have cut off their escape, and now they are surrounded. Xing steps forward and states what is already clear. The ogre raiders were nothing but bait. Xing unleashes his titanic strength, cutting down monsters one after another with his dual swords. He declares that large monsters do not intimidate him. In fact, they are nothing but trash compared to his power. Charging forward again, he roars that each one of them deserves to die. But this particular monster stands out. It moves with uncanny speed, dodging Xing's strike with ease. The ogre counters with a powerful kick, slamming Xing to the ground. Blood trickles from his nose and mouth as he lies sprawled on the floor. His team members scream his name, panicked to see their leader down. Fueled by desperation, they launch a furious assault on the monster, shouting that they must protect their commander. Xing pushes himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth as his comrades clash with the ogres. Just then, a creature with an arrow embedded in its skull lunges at one of the members. Its body radiates a glowing red light. Shock spreads through the group. It was supposed to be dead, yet it is still moving and attacking. Who knew dead arrows could still hit? Dead arrows have a mind of their own. A girl in the squad shouts for everyone to back away, warning that necromancy magic has been cast on the corpse. Suddenly, all the ogres begin exploding like bombs. One member rushes over to report to Xing that they can no longer heal anyone. Xing quickly commands a retreat and orders them to deploy a smokescreen to break the monster's aggression. Xing watches the chaos unfold, noting aloud that necromancy spells have likely been used to turn the corpses into living bombs. He instructs his own group to stay clear of the bodies, just as he notices a monster crawling toward him. Without hesitation, he orders the recycling of all corpses. Moments later, Ling reports that every body has been completely absorbed. Zhou Tang cheers, praising Xing for his brilliance. Ming observes that his ability seems remarkably unique. Xing says there is no time for explanations. They need to dispose of the remaining corpses quickly before the shamans can revive them. He reflects on how he originally thought he would have ample time to examine the trash, but now he is forced to rush the recycling process. Xing and his team sprint toward Xing's group. He announces that he is willing to offer them a chance if they are interested. Xing replies that he wants to hear the offer first. Xing explains that if they agree to fight monsters in their place, he will ensure a report after the mission states that Xing's team contributed greatly to the rank operation alongside Hunting Heart, potentially raising their group's grade as well. Xing responds that he is perfectly fine being a trash collector. Besides, if he ever shifts into another line of work, their team would just end up being reported by him again. Xing cuts in, asking why he is even bringing that up, noting that he was the one who insisted on keeping personal matters separate from work. Xing calmly replies that this time, he is inviting Xing to join forces and merge with their Hunting Heart group as one. A few minutes earlier, Xing realized one of the monsters was not easy to handle, prompting a team member to suggest they did not need to engage the high-level beasts since this was an open abyss, allowing them to move forward without defeating the leader. Xing confirmed this, stating they could avoid the fight entirely by circling around and heading straight to their objective. But maneuvering past them would not be easy, as the monsters would not stop pursuing. That same man mentioned his hatred for the scavenger team and offered to lure the beasts toward them. Another member volunteered instead, adding that his father held a top position, so no one would hold him accountable for the deaths of those trash pickers. In the present, Xing offers a genuine proposal to fight alongside them as a united group. He thinks it is a win-win, but we shall see. Win-win, we'll see. Zhou tells Qing it is just a ploy to use them as cannon fodder. Even Xingren agrees, pointing out they nearly got wiped out fighting these monsters and now want to drag them into a trap. Still, it is a valuable opportunity, and they have no choice but to take it. Xing promises that if they accept the offer, they will be treated like a level hunting group and receive an additional share in the final settlement. Xing agrees to join, but Zhou immediately yells for him not to go through with it. Xing responds with a proud grin, claiming Xing is worthy of being chosen and declaring that they will now charge together as a testament to their friendship. Xingren says she does not care either way. She just wants to carve up some monsters, and Ling shares her excitement. Xing asks for a brief delay, saying they need to hold an internal meeting. Zhou continues insisting that Xing has had malicious intent from the start and only wants to get rid of them. Xing summons a shield artifact and hands it to Zhou, instructing him to use it at a critical moment. It is a legendary class shield. Ling, amazed, says it is her first time seeing a legendary item and asks to touch it for a while. Zhou refuses, saying he would not be able to repair damage to a legendary shield. Xing simply tells him not to worry. If it breaks, just throw it away, and he will replace it with a new one. Xing then turns to Xingren and asks if she has any medical proficiency, as it is part of a knight's core talent. She admits that while healing spells are standard for knights, she is not very good at using them. Xing tells her that still qualifies her as their designated healer. She explains she usually ventures into the abyss alone and does not really know how to fill that role. Watching Zhou and Ling bicker over the shield, Xing says she just needs to stay in the rear and protect them. After all, she is the only job changer among them with healing abilities, so her main task is ensuring they all make it out of the abyss alive. Zhou grumbles that this means his life is now in her hands, but Ling objects, saying she is not so weak that she needs protection. Xing places a hand on her shoulder and tells Xingren he is entrusting her to keep them safe. He then turns to Ling and reminds her that since her skill involves fire, she needs to target any monsters that get too close and not let them die nearby, as necromancer spells can turn their corpses into bombs. She assures him she will incinerate the monsters into charcoal before they even get the chance to explode. Xing glances at Ming and asks why he is staring at him like that, adding that he is not planning to die anyway. He tells him to do whatever he wants. Right now, their primary objective is simple: eliminate Ogma and Ogtella without relying on the hunting heart group. Xing announces that his team will handle the other monsters. They just need to distract the large one. He also warns them to watch out for the small monster riding it, as that one has the power to detonate the others. Xing and his team advance toward the monsters. Xing scoffs, asking if they are foolish. They did not even buff themselves or power up before heading in. Xing shouts for his team to retreat as fast as possible. Otherwise, once these newcomers are killed, the monster's aggression will fall back on them. That is a reverse rescue mission. Classic backfire. As soon as the boy steps into enemy territory, two monsters charge at him. He slaughters them instantly, and then requests the system to allow him to understand their language. A moment later, the system grants his request. The small monster speaks, claiming they are the ogre clan, divinely assigned to guard the valley where the emperor rests, and anyone who dares to enter must die. Zhou shouts that they need to kill that little one. It is clearly the shaman and the mastermind. If it dies, the entire force will fall apart. All the ogres hand massive cleavers to the towering ogre, while the shaman starts restoring their health. Zhou panics, pointing out that with this much health, thick armor, and that massive axe, one hit from the monster will kill him. He urges the boy to wait for the hunting heart group. But when he looks back, he realizes they have already been abandoned. The others have used them as cannon fodder and fled. Zhou says even if they are treated that way, they should not think of themselves as disposable. Ming asks what they are supposed to do now. Xing says the undead shaman is trying to turn corpses into more cannon fodder, creating a cycle where even the dead become bombs that continue inflicting damage. His plan is simple. He will handle the beheadings while Ming clears the area. Ming nods and charges toward the monsters, but Xing yells that he has not even finished explaining yet. He then commands the rest of the team not to let a single one survive. Xingren confidently assures him she can rely on her to cover the rear, while Ling declares she will reduce the monsters to ashes. Ming rushes into battle, and Zhou, gripping his weapon, says he will give it his all too. Ming tears through the ogres, cleaving their limbs and bodies with clean, powerful swings of his sword. Xing advances toward the massive one ahead, calling out that he is leaving the smaller ones for Ming to handle. He readies himself to face the towering brute while Zhou, Xingren, and Ling remain behind, watching the battle unfold. Zhou shouts encouragement to both Xing and Ming, while Ling and Xingren complain that they want to fight the monsters too. Zhou Tang catches sight of several creatures approaching from the side, and quickly responds by casting buffs and ensnaring them with chains. Relief and pride wash over him. He did not mess up this time, a clear sign that his control and precision have improved. Ling lifts her hand to summon fire magic and throws him a backhanded compliment, saying that at least he has finally stopped being a liability. She unleashes a torrent of fire spells, setting the monsters ablaze while Zhou Tang stays perilously close. She shouts for him to move out of the way, and he retorts that she obviously overlooked his presence right beside her. She replies that the boss demanded the monsters be finished swiftly, warning that failure would cause their bodies to explode, while she mutters to herself that he kinda earned it for blocking her from the shield. The ogres charge at them once more, and Shu comments that they are tunneling everywhere, behaving more like moles than monsters. Ling scans the ground and notes that the holes seem to be linked together. Mole-style digging, huh? She sends another wave of fire into a hole, and the flames ripple through the entire tunnel network because the passages are interconnected. Zhou jokes that rather than being called an ogre slayer, Ling ought to be labeled a walking bomb. From a short distance, Xingren commends their work, tells them they have performed admirably, and advises them to stay behind her. She offers to hold back the monsters and provide healing if necessary. Suddenly, Ling yells a warning that monsters are closing in from behind. Without hesitation, Xingren freezes them solid, reasoning that frozen bodies will not detonate. Ling and Jiading cheer her, impressed by her swift thinking and hailing her as a genius. Now Xingren surveys the battlefield, looking for Xing. Xing is engaged in combat with a monster that barrels toward him in a full-blown rampage. Xingren, observing calmly, says that even if the creature raises its power level to 100, it will not inflict any damage unless it actually lands a hit. That same small shaman from earlier employs necromancy again, raising the corpses of dead ogres from the holes to assault Xing. In response, Xingren activates the recycle skill and taunts the shaman, declaring that she is about to return all the trash he tossed at her, a recycling retaliation. The summoned ogres are drawn into a portal, pulled in for recycling. Meanwhile, outside the labyrinth, Fax Yang and his team watch from afar, convinced that the scavenger team must have perished by now. Suddenly, the massive monster snatches the smaller creature perched on its head and devours it. Xing watches grimly and deduces that, to survive and grow stronger, the creature is consuming its own kin. In that instant, the monstrous figure Agma undergoes a terrifying transformation, and Xing grasps the grim truth. That is about as terrifying as it sounds. Ogtella had not been controlling Agma. Rather, she had been suppressing its full strength. Now that Ogtella is gone, Agma reverts to its original form, a skeletal monstrosity radiating overwhelming power. Yiling has incinerated all the ogres, and Xingren tends to her wounds, explaining that the healing touch will not only restore her overall health, but also soothe the minor burns. Jiading fights the nearby monsters while calling out to Ming for support, exclaiming that it feels as if Ming has died because there is no sign of him anywhere. Wuming strides toward Zhou, a trail of dead ogres marking his path, and asks Zhou if he is cursing him. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Ling shouts to Zhou not to worry, assuring him that he is still alive. Chu erupts in frustration, demanding why Wuming never backs them up or offers any real help despite being on the same team. Wuming replies that he is helping by keeping his distance. He explains that his curse turns even a single scratch into a fatal wound that even Xingren's healing powers cannot mend. Xingren dryly adds that it would not matter anyway, because she has no intention of acting as a babysitter. Ming chimes in, stating he only joined the group because they were short-handed, and reminds them that he is a professional mercenary. At that moment, a monster charges him from behind, but he instantly eliminates it with a single strike, casually noting that each monster kill is being charged separately. Meanwhile, Agma clashes with Xing, and Qing quickly realizes that the sand beneath them hampers movement, indicating the massive monster is even manipulating the terrain. To counter this, Qing decides to activate the gravity vortex skill to enhance his displacement ability. Agma presses the attack relentlessly, prompting Xing to climb the cliff for better evasion. Staying off the ground makes dodging easier. Sensing the change in tempo, Xing activates frenzy mode, adopting a more aggressive approach. Xing lunges toward Agma, and the two strike simultaneously. Xing follows with a decisive blow that slices through Agma's body. Enraged, the monster retaliates with brutal force. The system warns that a full dodge is impossible, and he will sustain at least 30% damage. He crashes to the ground, infused with the imprisoned debuff that disables his emergency evasion and movement skills. He really does not catch a break. Facing imminent recycling, he orders a tactical retreat, prioritizing treatment for his blood loss. As both his gear and body undergo recycling, Agma charges again, determined to finish the fight. Xing activates the cut hamstring effect, sharply reducing Agma's mobility and turning speed. The impact is immediate, dropping Agma's health to 75%. Xing declares that this is how he will bring the monster down. He really means business. Agma unleashes its sand-trampling skill and charges at Xing with overwhelming force, hurling him across the battlefield and crashing through the floor before his teammates. This fight is certainly no walk in the park. Jotting becomes increasingly anxious about his elder brother. Meanwhile, the system announces that Agma has triggered its super recovery, removing the effects of the cut hamstring skill, and its health surges back, first to 83%, then to 93%, and finally fully restored to 100%. Xing explains that Agma's super recovery will automatically regenerate its health, unless it takes damage within a 3-second window. Wu Ming comments that Fax Yang made a smart move. There is no need to force this battle, and they can still retreat to catch up with the hunting heart team. Xing responds that he has already deciphered the monster's combat mechanism. Moreover, if he walks away without claiming the reward, he knows he will be filled with regret and unable to sleep tonight. Wu Ming presses further, asking how they are supposed to kill something that recovers instantly after 3 seconds of no damage. Xing admits he cannot handle it alone, but says that if everyone contributes, it becomes doable. He elaborates that Agma's aggro does not function like that of traditional monsters. It only targets the last person who struck it. Therefore, the plan is to take turns hitting Agma and rotate aggro until its will to fight wanes. Simultaneously, they must prevent Agma from activating its super recovery again. He states that Wu Ming, Xingren, and he will take turns engaging the monster to shift its focus, while Yahello will be responsible for stopping any health regeneration during combat. If they all follow the plan precisely, they can defeat it. Zhou Tang then asks what he is supposed to do, and Xing answers that, for now, his only job is to stay alive. Zhou adds that, since Qing can detect a target's hidden strength, he just wants to know their odds of beating this monster. Xing replies that, by his estimate, their chances stand at 20%. That figure terrifies Zhou, who realizes they are gambling their lives on a 1 in 5 chance. He proposes abandoning the fight and joining Fax Yang's team instead. Ling teases him, saying that a 20% chance does not sound all that bad. Xing then outlines the rest of the strategy. They only have one shot at this. If Agma's health returns to full again, they must retreat immediately. He will bear the aggro most of the time to protect the others, and if things become critical, he will be the one risking everything. He truly believes he can juggle all that. While healing him, Xingren says she will give him a better chance at winning, and that she believes in him, which is why she refuses to back down. Zhou says he believes in his big brother too, so he is also staying. Even Ling steps up, saying to count her in, as she still has plenty of mana to spare. She really thinks she can juggle all that. Seeing this, Wu Ming calls them all fools for charging headfirst into certain death. Thanks to a combination of Xingren's healing spells and his own health regeneration, Xing's body fully recovers. Even the double violet bleeding effect disappears. Xingren beams with pride, satisfied that she has helped him in a meaningful way. Xing tells her she has done more than she thinks, because now that the healing is complete, he can activate his triple berserk ability. Shocked by this revelation, Xingren stares at him wide-eyed. Wu Ming quickly explains that the effects of berserk stack with each level it is applied. Although Xing can now balance the blood loss with recovery, reaching the 3rd stage of berserk still carries a real risk of death. Risky but bold. Xing acknowledges the danger, but insists that if he wants to defeat the monster, he has no choice but to grow stronger, even if it is a gamble. With everyone prepared for the next round, Yahello activates her flame form, which boosts all fire spell damage at the cost of reduced health. She tells them to leave all long-range firepower to her. Now she hurls powerful fireballs at Agma, stronger than before, with firepower at maximum. Xingren says she will support from the backline. When Agma focuses its aggro on Ling and charges at her, Zhou leaps forward, shield raised, and blocks the incoming strike. Xing instructs Xingren to use her ice attribute to reinforce the ground, while he pulls aggro to relieve pressure on the rear guard. He sprints toward Agma, leaping from one frozen platform to the next as Xingren constructs an icy path beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Ling continues bombarding the monster with unrelenting fireballs. Xing closes the distance to Agma's head just as it shifts its attention toward Xingren, who braces to counter with her ice ability. Xingren yells at Zhou Tang to find cover, warning that she cannot hold out much longer. The system alerts them that the monster's aggro has locked onto her, but Wu Ming charges in from behind, urging her to step aside as he parries Ogma's strike with his sword. He tells her to advance since her speed gives her the edge, assuring her he will watch her back and handle any threats that arise. Their entire group relentlessly bombards the monster, and the system updates the freezing accumulation value to 15%. Wu Ming calls out to Yiling, urging her to strike immediately as she gulps down a health potion to recover. Without hesitation, she hurls another barrage of fireballs at Ogma, firepower at maximum. The monster's aggro shifts again, targeting her with a furious onslaught, leaving Wu Ming no chance to recover his own health. His health plummets rapidly, and just as Xing reaches Ogma to land a blow, the monster grabs him in its massive hand. Wu Ming charges in and slices through the monster's grip with his blade, freeing Xing from its hold. Xing praises him for the timely rescue. The damage interval remains under 2 seconds, and Ogma still has not triggered its super recovery phase. The clock is ticking. Confident, Xing declares that victory is within reach and urges everyone to keep pressing the attack. The team rallies, fully committed to slaying the monster. Xingren promises to suppress its offense, while Ling downs another energy potion. She then unleashes a renewed volley of fireballs, forcing a pained scream from Ogma. She smirks, mocks it, and tells it to stop whining because it is irritating. The system flashes another notification. The aggro has switched to Yiling. The monster hurls its axe toward her, and Xing shouts at Xingren to intercept it. She summons her ice abilities to form a barrier, but struggles, admitting that it is slipping beyond her control. Watching from a distance, Jiating recalls Qing's words that they would handle the monster, while he only needed to stay alive. When he asked about their odds of survival, Qing had estimated a mere 20%. Gripping his shield tightly, Jiating sprints toward Yiling, positioning himself in front of her and raising the shield just in time to block the axe's path. He then urges her to shift course so they can dodge the next attack. The scene shifts to Jiating's past. He sits on the floor, believing he only wanted to become a celebrity and earn a lot of money. He feels like nothing more than a piece of trash, unable to sing properly because of his tongue, poor articulation, and an uncontrollable pitch. He gets up and moves toward the microphone, but just as he reaches for it, an evil version of Jiating materializes in front of him and snatches it away, declaring that he is not made for singing or that kind of stuff. Jiating agrees, admitting that he is not meant to be a musician or background character. He realizes that when he steps onto a stage or a battlefield, he belongs in the spotlight. The evil version of him asks whether he knows what the spotlight truly is, then vanishes. Jiating recalls hearing people say that those in the spotlight are the real stars and heroes, a wild inner monologue. Jiating constantly wondered what the spotlight truly represented. Was it talent, a dream, courage, or perhaps merely an enlarged shadow? He once believed that simply stepping onto a stage with a microphone would invite the spotlight to choose him, yet everyone kept telling him he was not meant for it. The harsh truth was that he considered himself nothing more than trash. He admitted that, although he had never managed to stand in the spotlight before an audience, he could not bear watching others shine while he himself was deemed unworthy of even standing nearby. He sprinted toward the glowing beam, shouting that even if only for a fleeting moment he wanted to get close to it, or at least feel its touch. Yet doubts weighed upon him. Why was he pushing himself so hard? Was not trash supposed to remain trash? Nevertheless, his desperation propelled him forward. It no longer mattered if he never became a rap star on stage again. On the battlefield, he could finally shine like the main hero, if only for a moment. These thoughts consumed him, and in the present he sprinted to rescue Yiling, convinced that the spotlight was his rightful claim. He absorbed the strike meant for Yiling, crashing hard onto the floor. He erupted in fury, countering Agma's axe swing with a roaring gravity vortex. What a comeback! Fueled by rage, he ascended to the 3rd tier of Berserk, proclaiming he would crush every bone in sight. Xingren tended to him, explaining that the shards were not crystals, but glass forged from sand at extreme heat, making them incredibly sturdy. The monster hurled the glass shards at him, but he dodged, snatched one midair, and thrust it straight into Agma's skull. The creature winced in pain, distracted, and Wu Ming seized the moment, slicing off one of its arms. Xingren froze the monster's lower half, preventing it from activating its super healing skill. the monster's health plummeted dramatically to 10%. He poured all his power into the embedded crystal, which pierced the monster's head and burst out the other side, leaving a gaping wound. He unleashed a gravity vortex into the wound, declaring that it would be crushed to sand completely. At last, the monster's health fell to 0. After the monster fell, he asked Shingren about his condition. She explained that he still had a chance to survive, thanks only to the short-term invincibility granted by the shield he had received. For now, all she could do was keep him alive. Her healing ability was too weak to do more. He shouldered the blame, insisting it was his fault. He should have known the Abyss's survival rules better than anyone and should not have taken such a reckless risk. He, however, offered a faint smile, saying he was simply glad to have helped in some way. Now, at last, he stood at the center of the stage. He turned away, his voice firm, declaring the mission cancelled. For now, they would return to the Abyss gate with him, while he would venture into the Abyss alone. Shingren reacted instantly, protesting and demanding an explanation. He could not simply go alone into the Abyss. He walked toward the place where the monster had fallen. Every moment of the battle had felt like balancing on a knife's edge, his heartbeat pounding like a war drum. Without his resolute heart, he would have already fallen. Though he continued to grow stronger, he had silently lost many things along the way. As he stared into the Abyss, it seemed to stare back, mocking his desperation and powerlessness. Meanwhile, he retrieved the bone meal amulet. Behind him, he sobbed quietly, believing that even though he had tried to help, he had become a burden, still useless, just like before. He wrestled with his thoughts, questioning his hesitation. Why could he not offer a few encouraging words to his comrade? Was it fear that his words might fail to motivate, or that they would spur him to risk his life again by diving deeper into the Abyss? He no longer knew. Seriously, overthinking much. The Abyss, after all, showed no mercy to anyone. Meanwhile, he recycled the ogre corpses, silently gathering resources. He moved on, stepping through another gate, still thinking that he could not bring himself to speak those words to them. As he entered the next area, he encountered a field of corpses, evidence that even after fleeing the ogres, the heart hunters had still run into numerous monsters. Yet, he saw no sign of fallen heart hunters, indicating they were making steady progress. The system pinged a notification. A smoke bomb had been used here. He held the spent device, remarking that the king's cannon was shaped like a pass. If anyone wanted to go deeper into the Abyss, it would be impossible without being noticed by other creatures. Judging by the spent smoke bombs, it was evident they had no intention of engaging in battle. They had come prepared, relying solely on stealth to bypass the monsters and head straight for the Abyss's final chamber to claim the reward. He activated his observation eye, scanning the area. The enemies ahead were not mere raiders, they were high-level ogre berserkers. Their attack speed was slow, but their power overwhelming. One strike could instantly kill any warrior of their level. However, he had no intention of fighting them, at least not right now. He stood before the ogres, tension thick in the air, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Elsewhere, Zhang and his team stood before what appeared to be a cave entrance. Xing slammed his fist against the stone door, but it would not budge. He muttered whether they had reached the end, then added that the treasure must lie inside. For now, however, they needed to figure out how to open the door. One of his members stepped forward, pointing out a clue etched into the stone. According to the inscription, they needed a guardian's amulet to unlock the door. Xing scoffed, demanding clarification. They had not seen any amulet along the way. The man explained that, since they had avoided fighting any monsters, they never obtained the amulet, which should have dropped from one of them. Based on the description, the amulet must have been held by the ogre patrolling outside the canyon. Faxing shouted in frustration, realizing that the ogre they had asked the trash pickers to distract was the one holding the key. That meant they would have to return and slay it to open the door. The man confirmed, yes, they would have to fight it. Xing quickly asked his team how many smoke bombs remained and how much inventory they would need to sneak back. The team replied that all the smoke bombs and inventory had already been used. That meant they would have to fight through all manner of monsters just to return. The same man added that they were missing several key roles in their team, making it impossible to defeat that ogre now. Their main tank had died early. The warlock and ranger were both gone. Only one healer remained, barely hanging on. Faxing erupted with rage, grabbing one of his men by the collar and shouting that all of this was because of that cursed guy. His luck had taken a nosedive. Talk about bad luck. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, announcing that the amulet they desperately sought was in his possession. Faxing stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that he was still alive. He replied that it was thanks to Faxing that he was not only alive, but also in good condition. Xing scoffed again, pointing out that he was alone now, implying he had survived by abandoning his team. Perhaps the rest were already wiped out. His tone hardened. He told Xing not to act self-righteous. He was not like him. He never left teammates to die. For their safety, he had ordered them to retreat first. Without waiting for a reply, he placed the amulet into the slot. The stone door rumbled and slowly opened. They entered the chamber, and Xing immediately questioned the protagonist, asking if he had stolen the amulet from that boss. He remarked that, even though his job was scavenging and he might consider it a legendary trash-collecting ability, it still qualified as stealing, did it not? One of his own team members chimed in, noting that the legendary stealing skill tied to the job class allowed them to obtain materials without needing to kill the target. He replied bluntly there was no need to overanalyze. He had simply slain Agma and taken the amulet. Xing gripped his shoulder from behind, demanding to know how he had managed to kill the boss when his own team could not even come close. In response, he drove his fist into the dungeon wall, shattering the stone with a deafening crack. He stared at Xing and asked, "Can you do that?" Faxing stared in disbelief before conceding that the protagonist was far stronger than he had imagined. Xing then asked if they were still in a cooperative alliance, explaining that he already had enough team members and suggested they continue working together, as he might need extra hands later to solve a puzzle. The protagonist shrugged, saying they could do whatever they wanted. Trying to flatter him, Xing remarked that in the abyss the protagonist clearly called the shots because he was the strongest, but once they left, he would need an identity to boost his hunter group's ranking. So for now they would act as partners. According to abyss tradition, all treasure would be split evenly among the group, resulting in a dramatic 5-to-1 division, 5 members on Xing's side and the lone warrior on his own. This uneasy alliance was forged in blood and greed, and the stakes could not have been higher. Suddenly, Xing stepped on a trap. The protagonist shouted for everyone to spread out, warning that the stairs were rigged. The trap sprang to life, its blades screeching as they sliced one of the Heart Hunt members to pieces, blood spraying in a gruesome arc. He remarked dryly that the loot split now appeared to be 4-to-1. They all rested for a break, and Xing noted that the trap seemed to have ceased, though he admitted they were feeling extremely nervous. The protagonist scanned the surroundings with sharp, calculating eyes, quickly realizing the area remained riddled with hidden traps. Looks like a trap zoo. He punched a dungeon wall, triggering all the traps at once, unleashing a cataclysmic cascade of hidden death devices. Faxing and his team scrambled in panic as the protagonist activated his gravity vortex, neutralizing every single trap in a single, earth-shaking pulse. Once the area was clear, he told them they could move on, having destroyed all the traps. Stunned, they struggled to comprehend what he had done. One of them asked what kind of skill he had used. They continued to follow behind him, and Xing began to wonder what kind of monster this man was to dismantle all the traps so effortlessly. One of his men advised him to drop the topic, noting they might need to rely on him again later. Xing scoffed, asking why they were acting so afraid. After all, he was just one man, and they were a team of 5. Another member quickly reminded him that there were only 4 of them now. At that moment, the protagonist halted, prompting them to ask what was wrong. He silently stepped aside, revealing a pile of treasure scattered across the floor ahead. Without hesitation, they all rushed toward it. Xing picked up one of the crystals, marveling that he had never seen such high-purity gems before. His teammates exclaimed that if they hauled all this treasure back, they would never need to scavenge again. Xing ordered them to empty their bags and fill them immediately, confident that this haul would make them the center of attention upon their return. However, the protagonist sensed something was off. The system pinged a dire warning. It had detected a dragon, an extraordinarily rare creature in the abyss. Records showed that such beings only appeared in S-level abysses, and merely 5 have ever surfaced across the world. This revelation sent a chill down everyone's spine. The monster was a woman, and they had just disturbed her slumber. She demanded they restore everything and leave quietly. If they complied, she promised to pretend she had never seen them. Xing stared, stunned that a demon beast could speak a human language. She jolted awake, muttering that she had nearly fallen back asleep, then glaring at them, demanding why they remained. The stench of their greed, she said, was so thick in the air it made her nauseous. Rising to her feet, she sneered, questioning how they dared to trespass into her abyss and sully her golden floor. Xing muttered that she was a humanoid monster, an extremely rare occurrence in the abyss. Moreover, she was so stunning that killing her felt like a waste. One of his teammates warned that they should probably hear her out, as she did not seem ordinary, perhaps even a real boss. But Xing dismissed the concern, insisting there was no need to fear her. To him, she was merely a beautiful monster guarding treasure. Besides, she seemed focused on our boy, which meant they might be able to launch a surprise attack. Before they could move, she lashed out at Xing and his squad without warning. Then she vaulted into the air, gliding toward our boy. Hovering before him, she peered down and asked what he wanted. Gold coins? Crystals? Something else, perhaps. Surely there must be something he could offer in return. Xing scoffed, claiming she was clearly driven by greed. Meanwhile, she seized the crystal rune from our boy's neck, the one Zingren had given him earlier. But our boy quickly snatched it back, warning her not to lay a hand on his belongings. She scoffed, wondering why he was making such a fuss over what she called a worthless trinket. Jiading studied her carefully, his eyes narrowing. Every monster possessed a weakness, and she was no exception. He realized the only way to win was to bring her health bar down, if only he could discover that fatal flaw. Without any warning, the dragon woman tears Xing's eye from its socket. She declares that the technique will not affect her, and she intends to claim Xing's gaze as a sacrifice. She then flings the gutted eye into her waiting maw. Xing activates his double frenzy skill and releases a rapid barrage, but the dragon woman sidesteps the assault with effortless grace. With a casual flick of her finger, the dragon hurls Xing across the chamber. Lying sprawled on the cold stone floor, Xing lets out a guttural groan, confessing that the dragon woman may truly be a god, and that he cannot even begin to fathom the magnitude of her power. Shaken, Xing shouts that they cannot win this fight, and commands his men to seize as much treasure as possible and make a run for it. He tosses a smoke bomb toward the dragon as his teammates scramble to hoist a massive crystal chunk. One hesitates, questioning how they could possibly carry something so huge, and Xing growls for them to hurry. It was as chaotic as a market day in the abyss. Before they can make their escape, flames erupt as the dragon woman launches another attack. The blast throws Xing backward, sending him crashing to the floor and scattering the crystals from his arms. Groaning, Xing mutters that they should have simply fled with whatever loot they managed to grab, a bitter confession that echoes as the cavern trembles. Yet the battle is far from over, and a darker threat looms beyond the roaring flames. The fate of the treasure and their lives hangs on a razor-thin thread.